All said and done there. We're going to start off with the 105s. We didn't actually get to see this last night because they weren't available. Were you watching this yesterday, Laura?
Yeah, I was. It was great.
It was a wild day.
Yeah.
So managing to get himself into first place for the first time this competition, Jaden Lang, 47.5 points. Only a point separates him and Izzy Barrett. Bryce Purton, a half point behind there. And James DeGraff, another 2.5 behind. But the whole field is pretty much open here. 4 events today, starting with the power stairs. The Flintstone press. Or no, it is power stairs.
Yeah, power stairs.
And then the Flintstone press, the timber carry, and then finally the Atlas Stone series. We'll have a look at some of the other scores as well. So we'll go down to the under 90 kilo men. We'll get an update on where they are. You can follow along on the live scoring sheets as well. So head to Australia's Strongest, and you can find that on the Instagram page linked in, or if you're on OSG as well. We got Riley Talbot leading the way, 4 points ahead of Ant Martin, who is another 3 points ahead of Matt Coates and 4 points ahead of Dan Guiri. That's a pretty interesting scoreline. The Fingal Fingers really shook things up yesterday. What did you think of the Fingal Fingers event for the guys in the 90s?
All I can say is I'm glad we don't have it for the Opens in a few weeks. It was really interesting to see how the technique of the different cleanings and just like how quite a few people were slipping on this concrete, so that might have set a few of the athletes or shaken them a little bit while they were doing their fingers. But it was really entertaining to watch. But yeah, the points are so close, so it's anyone's game. Like even like you got Taylor, Justin. Kaship, Mitch, they're all very much in the line still.
Yeah, in a field this deep, in a field this big,
yeah.
You can earn huge points with a couple of good events. We'll have a look at the under 82 kilo class, see what our scores are there. So Liz walking herself into the lead, 2.5 points ahead of Sarah. Genty in fourth with 25, and Jolene Genty in third with 25, Jolene in fourth with 24.5, so only half a point there, and Simone not far behind in fifth. So it's all to play for, sort of between those three, I think, for that podium spot. Sarah and Liz seem to be walking away with the top 2 spots.
Yeah, they're seasoned athletes, and they've done obviously Open, ASW Open last year, so they've got the experience, and also the fact that they're both international athletes, so I guess that's helping them move up through this. But let's not count out Simone. She's at 23rd. 23 points, so she's really close to that pack as well. So really, the top 5, they're really pushing for the top 3 positions.
Yeah, especially those 3 in there, Simone, Jolene, and Genty. I think that'll be a nice battle today with some good events for each of them. We'll have a look at the under 73s now, just before we actually bring them out for the day. So, Camila, a reasonably commanding lead, but not as convincing as she normally is, not as dominant as she normally is, with a couple of slip-ups there.
Yeah, it was a little surprising to watch it yesterday, but that's just the game, though. Some days you're on, and some days you're not. But I have no doubt she'll be on today and coming back and showing why she is a dominant under 73s and under 64 athlete on not just our stage but the international stage. So it'll be nice to watch that. I'm loving how both Annalise and Nat are pushing her as well, so that's great to see.
It's awesome to see. And the fact
Lauren's
that we've
so
got
close as well. It's anyone's game again.
Between Nat and Karen, only 4 points, so it really is anyone's game to get on that podium. All right, we are going to go, I think, to the floor and introduce the athletes, get them out here so they can get going with their first event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Australia's Strongest Middleweight National Titles today. We are at day 2 here for the title series that we have. We'll be starting off with our events. We will have the power stairs, then we'll be going on to the Flintstone press, then we'll have the totem carry, and finally we will have the stone series to finish off our title. Unfortunately, yesterday we had, four events previously yesterday. So today is the decider of who will be Australia's strongest middleweight. With the under 73 ladies, the under 82 ladies, then we have the under 90s gentlemen, and then we also have the under 105s gentlemen there as well. So, no further ado, I'm going to introduce our under 73 ladies. First off, we have Tanita Northcote. And then we have Lyndon Beattie. Then Maddie Heath. Fran Polk. And then the bedazzled Karen Taylor. Then we have Katie Foster. Then it's Lauren McMillan. Then we have Camila Fognolo. Then it's Kylie Davis. Annalise Bevan. And last but not least, it's Nat Koopman. Now a round of applause for our under 73 ladies. No worries, ladies. All right. Next up, we have our under 82s ladies. So starting off with, we'll have Sally Kubler. Then it's Simone Jones. Then Stacy Antonovich. Then we have Haley Galea. And then Hannah Assey. Following that is Emma Brebard. Then we have Genti Marici. Then from Warrnambool, it's Liz Aitken. Then Sarah Halifax. And that leaves Jolene Van Gogh. A round of applause for our under 2s ladies. Thank you, ladies. All right, that leaves our under 90s gentlemen up next. So, to start it off, to introduce them, it's Paul Mamwan. Then we have Logan Day. Then Justin Heim. Then Chris Styrene. Followed by Mitch Bruce Smith. Then it's Sean Beasley. Don't run too fast. Come on. Then we have Akashdeep Singh. Followed by Matt Coates. Then we have Robert Fasoni. Followed by Riley Talbot. Then we have Big Taz Taylor Casoria. Then it's the Ant-Man Anthony Martin. And last but not least, it's Dan Guari. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our under 90s. All right, gentlemen, head on out. So that leaves our under 105s, gentlemen. So to start off with, we have Jordan Oxenham. Followed by Joel Hinton. Then we have Big Ben Aykroyd. Then it's from Queensland, Charles Van Niekerk. And another Queenslander, it's Andrew Peanut Stewart. Then we have Jason Midgley. Then we have Justin Longden. Then we have from Victoria, it's Harley Hughes. And now I'm pretty certain it's Bryce Purton. Now we have James Lechon. And up from Queensland, it's Paddy the Batty, Patrick Griffiths. And all the way from Geelong, it's Lee Shaw. Followed by Tom Winter. Then we have James DeGraaf. Followed by Jaden Lang. And that leaves the one, the only, Izzy Barrett. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for under 105s. All right, gentlemen, hop off. All right, we will be starting event number 5. This is the power stairs, as you can see. So we're going to have our weight classes going head to head. So we'll have the under 73s out here in a second. So it's 110, 120, 130 for the weights. Those asking there in the crowd. So we'll have an under 73s lady on this side and an under 73s lady on this side. Going head to head.
So there's all our athletes. So we're going to come out for the power stairs first. 110, 120, and 130 kilos.
Yeah.
The implement 5 stairs. You've got to get them all the way up to the top, stair by stair. Have you ever done a power stairs event?
I have not. So, but I've been training for it because I've got it coming up. So it's quite challenging, obviously, to get it above your knee. Well, push it on with your knee, especially for the short athletes. So it'll be interesting to see how the smaller athletes actually handle this.
Yeah, it is one that definitely advantages the taller, longer-limbed athletes, getting, especially with the diameter of the plates between the legs as well.
100%.
If you don't have super long legs, you have to sort of straddle the plates a little bit more. So it's an interesting event because it is a speed event, but a lot of the time at the end, it's just a maximal sort of push who can get all the way up. I think we will see that for a couple of these classes at least, just finishing it will be a pretty good score, finishing all 15 steps. It's a brutal event as well. 15 steps is a lot.
Burns. Absolutely burns. Especially if you are a bit taller, you can kind of get away with a bit more of an RDL with a knee push, whereas if you're a shorter athlete, it's almost like a deadlift every time. So like 15 deadlifts in, 75 seconds. As some of these ladies, especially the ladies, are pushing near max deadlift weight as the last one. So it'd be quite challenging to get all 5 at the end.
Yeah, especially on day 2 of a competition as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We had the deadlifts, we had things like the finger yesterday that would have been taxing on the back and on the legs. Looks like Tanita might be coming out solo because we've got an uneven amount of girls in the class.
Yep.
And then the rest of the girls that will come out with a pair. So we work in reverse order for the event. So Tanita came last in the fingers last night, so she's coming out first. This first one's going up really nicely. Technique's really solid.
Yeah, nice and steady, which is good because it means no missteps.
That's the 110 implement done.
I think, like I said, a good score will be getting all of these implements, but that one's slowed down significantly there.
Yeah.
It's one that you need to be patient with as well. You need to hold your extension. Can't try and slam it on too early.
No, exactly. The one that can pace themselves the best is probably the one that's going to win this.
Yeah.
There we go. 35 seconds remaining.
She's really...
Come on, Tanita. Let's get another one.
Every step does count, though. You get a score, so she'll get 8 steps if she can make this one.
Come on, Tanita.
She's got it. Go on, one more.
There's
Come
her
on.
third. She has a lot of time still left. 75 seconds is a long time.
15 seconds remaining. Come on.
But she's just not quite getting the height there, and this is where that being a bit taller does help. Now, most of the girls in her class are the same height.
5,
That is true. So it's not really much of an advantage for height-wise for this class.
Not too much, but there is a couple of slightly taller athletes. Camilla's a little bit taller. I think Lyndon's a little bit taller. So they might have the advantage here.
Yeah.
They've invented a new apparatus to get the weights down as well. So you can see Tim and JJ out there with their little slide.
See our Australia's strongest crew.
See how this goes. Obviously they've tested it, but you know, it'll be interesting.
Yeah,
still to watch.
First time using it in real life, in real time. So we're seeing this apparatus get used.
You should have seen how testing went for this one. It was a little bit of a...
It's almost like an event on its own.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot better than the poor old spotters and loaders having to try and go back down the stairs. That is not
Especially if everyone gets them all the way to the top, like all three.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Tim just manhandling that on the way down.
Yeah.
Tim tried out.
I guess it's better than putting it all the way down and having to like just carry it.
Yeah.
It's more of just a pick and drop.
Beatty and Maddie Heath in the under 73s.
So Lyndon hasn't had probably the comp that she would have wanted so far.
No.
So this might be the event that she looks to score back some points on.
There we go.
She zeroed the deadlift and don't think she got a dumbbell either. Or if she did, maybe the opener. But I think this, like I said, for the taller athletes, it's the one you got to sort of eye off and try and snag back some points.
Yeah, as long as she's switched her mindset off and just come in today as like it's a whole new comp, she should be fine. Because yeah, it's definitely things that are more in her favour for today's comp.
Yes, yeah.
As such, yeah.
Today definitely does favour the taller athlete.
All right.
And yeah, she's started off real hot here with her first two steps already. Maddie has her second step on. Lyndon's almost finished, has finished her first run, so she's up.
Nice.
She's on. Now let's see with this second heavier implement whether it makes a difference, and it does make a significant difference. But she was still reasonably quick, and you can see she is getting a little more clearance than Tanita was. That height playing a little bit a factor. I think Linda could finish the series here.
Depends on the gas. Well, there we go. This should be for note though, like there's actually no split time in this, so the scoring will be based on the step they get to, so it won't be as fast you get to there, it'll be just whatever step you get to for the end of the time.
Yeah. It is obviously down to time though, for if you finish all 15 steps.
Yes,
it does go to time. But every step does matter.
Yeah.
Get it up.
It's great that she's on her third.
So this will be a pretty imposing score, I think. We saw it last night with the fingerless fingers. Some of the early scores were actually the scores to beat.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a bit of a, I guess, random event like the dead hang. It just shuffles the board a little bit. So you, 100%. Just because you come last in that one doesn't mean you're going to come for like last in the next one.
Yep. Yep, it really did sort of throw things around.
All right.
Especially in the men's classes. That was the 105s was wild. They just sort of, about 9 of them all dropped all at once.
At the same time, yeah. That was actually really, it was really cool to see though, because everyone was just hanging on. They had like 1 or 2 drop, and then literally 9 of them dropped all of a sudden. And you're like, oh.
We have Fran Pope and
Fran Pope and Karen Taylor coming out now. Karen's got the bedazzle on for the occasion.
Why not?
Now, for guys in the crowd there, the more noise you make, the harder these.
I do like how it's almost like a crown.
Yeah, I think so. They're tiara vibes. I know she missed out on a music festival that she was going to go to that she'd bought the bedazzle for, I think, and dressed up for. So I think this is the chance to make up for it.
They're moving.
So Karen's moving very consistently. Karen having a little bit of trouble with that third step, but both I think will finish this one here. But both staying patient. That's the key. Is if you lean in too early, you're just going to bash yourself into the side of the step there. Whereas you got to wait, stay patient, at least get that lip up over which Karen is doing a very good job of. So the experience is showing through here for Karen. She's taking her time. She knows, like you said, there's no split times. So if she can get to the top here, all she needs to do is get one more platform with the third weight, and then she's actually drawn level with Lyndon Beattie.
20 seconds remaining right now.
That's exactly what you want. You want the smarts, the foresight to know where you're going to stop. An event that's not really in your favour. If it's extremely heavy, so it's going to be challenging on these athletes.
This will be a challenge. Karen needs to get this up and on.
Come on.
She's not going to get it, unfortunately.
That's all right. Solid effort, though.
That score, but that's a good score for Fran as well. She's managed to get 8 on the board. Karen with 9, so that's an important last step there, because the other two girls got 8. So Tanita and Fran both got 8, I think. So with Karen getting 9, that does put her in a slightly more advantageous position. So Katie and Lauren.
Yeah. Been watching Katie's in her training, and she's been doing some unusual kind of picking with her practice. So I'm interested to see what she does today.
Some interesting theories about what might happen here, but
yeah,
two very different operators. Lauren a little more subdued, a little more calm from a weightlifting background, and then Katie, who's a little bit more primal.
Yeah, she just gets in and gets it done.
Katie with the
Whereas Lauren's is definitely more technical.
She does just that. She just flies up those first 2 steps. Lauren's not far behind though, and it's just that deliberate approach.
Yep.
You don't need to get it done super fast. At this point,
I
don't know how many more pairings we actually have to come out here. Katie's already on the second one, and Lauren getting that final step there. So both the girls with 5, Katie with 6 now, and getting that 7th. Now she's starting to get into her work. She's starting to find a rhythm on it. And she's found that 8th step that we've had a couple of girls stop on. So there's that 9th that Karen found. So if she can get that this next one up, Katie, she will draw into
there's 30
second place.
seconds left. How good.
So she's still got time now. That
Katie's onto her third implement.
the 11th step was all
20 seconds
Lyndon
remaining.
Reach, so I think
Come on, Lauren.
if she can get that there. Now Lauren's stuck on that 8th step there.
It's a bit
She can
tilted
get
there.
to
She
that
goes.
9th
Come
step.
on.
She can draw level
10,
with Karen,
9,
and I don't think she's going to get up to the top there.
6,
And Katie's going to have to settle for 10 as well.
3,
So
2,
Solid effort.
so
though.
far,
and that's time
Lyndon's score is
now for
still,
both our athletes.
Lyndon's score is still the score to beat.
Amazing work from both athletes there.
Katie in a clear second place,
Next up,
and then our third
we
place
have
tie so far with
Camila
Lauren and Karen.
Fognolo.
I do love how the boys have dropped the apparatus, though, and now just muscling it down.
Yeah. Well, when you've got Australia's strongest man on one end of the
That's
on
true.
one end, he can earn his worth.
Yeah, and it's heaps time before the next comp, so he's got time to rest his muscles.
Yeah, and Mason had most of the day on the computer yesterday, so I think he's just getting fidgety.
It's going to be a tough one. I think Lyndon currently has the lead.
So I think this is our final pairing.
I think it is too, yeah.
This is Camila Fognolo and
bounced up. Look at
Kylie
that.
Davis. So
Look how much
Camila
clearance
knows
she's
that
getting.
if she gets to that 12th step, she's sealed the win, which I think is probably all she'll do.
If she's a very smart athlete, so I feel like she would, 100%.
But she also does sometimes like to make sure we know who she is.
Yeah,
so
definitely, yeah.
I also wouldn't put it past her to just do all 5 just to prove a point. So Kylie Davis gets 5 up as well.
We have 45 seconds remaining.
So I think the lowest score we've had is 8. So it's going to be an important score for Kylie to get. So Camila has taken the lead. As I just suggest, she will finish it just because she can, because she's Camila. So,
But when it's that easy, why wouldn't you?
exactly.
Yeah.
When you're that good, you might as well just prove it all the time. You don't drive a Ferrari just to keep it parked in the garage. So,
15 seconds
and Kylie fighting here, 15 seconds. This would be big points for her. That would draw level with Katie. So she's probably not going to get this. She's not going to have enough time to break that over. Very close.
Yeah,
So
wow.
the
Solid
scores
effort.
now, off the top of my head, Camila won that. Lyndon in second, and then third place, Katie with 10. And then in fourth, a three-way tie between Lauren, Karen, and Kylie there, all with 9 reps. And then a couple on 8 reps there.
The solid effort on all the girls. Like, this is a very heavy weight when you're doing this many reps. So the fact that you even got 8 steps,
yes.
The lowest score was 8 steps. So like, that is really impressive for these ladies.
Yes. All right, so we've got Nat Koopman and Annalise Bevan coming out now. I think this is our final pairing, so I apologise. We will see these two have their chance.
This should be an interesting one.
So Camilla actually did have to finish that.
Yep.
Because she doesn't know
these guys are going
what
to get
these two will do. She finished it with a good amount of time done. So I think the athletes will need to beat probably a minute. So Nat, one of the shorter athletes in the field, she's overzealous there, so she had to pull it back. And it leaves her a little bit close. So that's the other key is while you're still ascending, you actually want to leave it a little bit further away from the step. If you're going to call it on that step, then you want to push it all the way in so you get credited with the score. But you don't want to overshoot it and not have enough room to actually bring it up. So
yeah, exactly.
Nat gets all the way up, and Annalise is on her way up with the second weight there. So she's got her third one, so that's 8. So 11 is probably what she's got to be aiming for, because that is that mark to get draw level with Lyndon, or if she can get the 12th. So Annalise getting to that important 10th rep there to draw level with Katie in that third spot and share points with her. Now Nat struggling with her second step on the second implement. One of the shorter athletes in the field, Nat Koopman, so this does become a challenge, these heavyweights. So Annalise now has drawn level in second place with Lyndon Beattie. If she can bring this up, which don't think she'll be able to do.
She won't have time, unfortunately.
No, neither of them will have time. So,
but again, it's massive effort.
It's a massive effort. So Annalise in now sharing points with Lyndon Beattie. Unfortunately for Nat, that will put her in last place in that event. So I think that's a really good showing. 7 reps.
Yeah, well, like I said, the first one's like 110 kilos, and these ladies are 73 kilos, so this is over body weight already.
It's a lot. We're going to flick over to Buddy on the floor.
Let's do it.
Firstly, I've got to apologise a couple of times because I keep on messing up your surname. How do we say it properly?
It's Fognolo, but honestly, there are not too many Camillas here, so that'll do. Just first name, Bud, go for it.
All right, I'll keep it a Camilla. It makes it stops me from murdering your surname.
I can be one of those cool people who only has like one name.
The Camilla. That's it. Camilla, what's training been like for this event?
Yeah, good. I quite like power stairs. Having long arms isn't a bonus, but being a good deadlifter is. So, yeah, I train it a bit differently from most people, but yeah, it seems to have paid off.
Yeah, I think the last time we had a proper power stairs would have been 2019 Arnold's. I think it was the last, yeah, I remember that.
We had them in VIX 23. Yeah, so I did them now. And yeah, Arnold 2019.
That's it. You've been around at the top level for a long time. All right, well, tell you what, congratulations again. We got, was it the Flintstone press off next? How do you feel about that one?
Pretty good. I'll definitely make my own eyes bleed comparing myself to when I used to Olympic lift because my body isn't the same, but it should go well.
That's it. Well, I'll tell you what, rest, recover. We can't wait to see the Flintstone press next with you.
Thanks very much.
No worries. We'll throw it back to our YouTube commentary there with the live stream.
Guys, we will be starting our under 82s. I'll grab my list. I'll see who's up next.
Another convincing win there for Camilla. She did mention she's got some shoulder issues, so I'd be interested to see how she can hang in that Flintstone press, because there are some decent presses in the field, some explosive presses.
100%, yeah. I've been watching I've followed quite a few of these, obviously, athletes, and yeah, what people be doing in training is insane. So I'm really excited to see what we actually get to on the Flintstone press.
Yes. Yeah, it's been nice to see sort of worldwide as well with they put it into the Arnold. So Simone and Sally. Simone with a powerlifting background coming out of Steel and Stone Gym, she is motoring here. She started off with a really good pace.
That's it.
Obviously a bit disappointed not to get a rep on the single finger, but like we said before, I think she's in 5th place.
5th at the moment,
fighting for that that podium spot.
All right, Sally's on.
Sal's doing really good too. Like she's 3 up already. This is her first comp at this level.
Yeah, first time we've seen both of these ladies at the level.
Yeah.
As it's proven, I think sort of 8 to 10 steps is a pretty good score.
Come on,
it
Sally,
seems pretty
get it
even across all of the weight classes.
Simone is onto the 140.
Sally's dancing
Sally's
now.
just dancing. She's vibing. She's just here for the vibes, eh?
25 seconds.
Simone's getting fired up. She's got.
Simone's onto the 140.
She's moving this
that
really
cleared
easily.
really
She's
nicely.
got a lot of power in reserve here.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, if Simone can finish this, like we saw, Camila was the only one to finish in the 64 kilo class. There are some taller athletes. Can Simone get an extra platform?
Come on,
It's
Simone.
going to be close. It's going to be close.
Get it on, get it on. No, she's got it. Good job.
Just in time.
That would do wonders. Needed that extra point.
Yes.
Watch the stare.
That's an awesome finish from Simone.
Oh, we got the strongest man helping Sal down. Isn't he such a gentleman?
He is a gentleman, Big Josh.
Look at him go.
He is a gentle giant, Big Josh Pataka.
I find most of our athletes are, let's be honest, especially the Aussies.
Yeah, I think so.
They look a bit rough, but they're quite nice.
So next up, we have Stacey.
They probably swear like sailors, but
1000%, but that's just Aussies in general.
It's a term of endearment.
Yeah.
So Hayley and Stacey coming out here. Now, Stacey,
Stacey's got the
probably the polar opposite in body type to Hayley. Hayley shorter, more compact, and Stacey taller, longer limbed. So this should be a good event for for Stacey, and maybe a little bit harder for poor little Hayley over the other side.
Yeah.
We'll see.
There they go.
So Stacey
nice
has taken
cleared
both in,
again.
but both
Battle of the States.
both sort of on pace. Now, Hayley actually making this look easier, so taking everything I said and just spitting it back in my face.
Yeah.
Stacey struggling a bit to get the purchase. It is maybe a bit of that patience thing. She's trying to push forward that little bit too early.
Close, so on the edge. So like to bring that up, she's kind of almost clicking the top of the other side. So if she needs a bit, if she brings back a little more, it might clear a bit better.
I think she's gotten it back now, but just starting to run out of power there. Whereas Hayley, staying patient, leaning back, she's able to sort of scoop it up, almost hitch the deadlift up and scoop it with her knees. This one is one that you will wind up with bruises just all on the inside of your knees. It's kind of gross. So Hayley with a good score here, getting her 9th rep up. If she can get that 10, we saw that got 3rd place, I think, in the last heats in the under 73. So Hayley fighting to get this one up, and that will be the last step we see from her. Stacey got 2 reps there.
And 1, that's time.
So Hayley would be really stoked with that, I think.
Yeah.
Stacey, I'm not sure what she would have expected, but I know Hayley will be really stoked with that showing. So Hannah and Emma coming out next.
Now, next up, we have Hannah Assey from Victoria.
Decky
and
just taking one of those down, and JJ taking the other one. These are the sort of events that make it a very long day for the loading crew.
Oh, 1000%. They're poor backs.
Yeah. They won't need to train for a good week or so.
No, I hope they plan this into their training week. This should be a full training day, 100%.
Yes. And if you catch any of them afterwards, if anyone's listening on the live stream coming later today, please buy these guys a beer.
They would really appreciate it, 100%.
They have earned it.
75 seconds.
Right.
Here we go.
So
I'm loving this pink
Emma
get
with
up.
a good start. I did say yesterday, pink is a good way to go. I think pink does add some strength. So Hannah's got that going for her.
She's doing really well.
Emma doing really well on the other side there. She's on to step number 4, using her height to her advantage.
There we go, come on.
It's the ginger strength, I tell you.
Yep.
Emma's nearly all the way up with the 120.
There we go, good job.
That only comes out in me when the beard gets a bit longer.
Yeah,
the Scottish genetics start to poke their way through.
Yeah.
So another step would be important here for Hannah. If I was her, I think, Hannah quite new to this sort of level. I would take a step back and maybe even step off the step and regather herself. But she has just tiptoed it on there, so now can she start to manoeuvre it?
There we go. She's got it.
25 seconds. Slowly manoeuvre the implement up, and she will get that second step there. She will get credited with that second step. Tiff forcing her to bring it all the way on.
Yep.
And now it's on, so she will get that score. 10 seconds now for Emma. Oh, this is going to be a fight. This is going to be close. She's got it.
She's got it. Good job.
Another one right down to the wire. So 10 reps there. I don't know if she's maybe limping a little bit there, Emma, or is that just how she climbs downstairs?
It might be just climbing downstairs. She seems to be walking fine now.
Yeah, just climbing downstairs in knee wraps. She's got those evolution ones I think you can crank a bit tighter than your regular knee wrap, knee sleeve, sorry.
For those in the crowd trying to work out who's who in the zoo, Genti's in the pink.
So Genty in the pink with the flower belt.
Come out,
and
ladies.
then Liz
Time to go
just going classic black.
130 and 140 implements.
Liz has her game face on here.
She's
I think
got a steel cap boots on too.
Yeah.
No lifters.
The steel caps are an interesting one because they are actually elevated as well. So what a lot of these athletes, in the weight classes you'll see are wearing lifters or elevated shoes because they are adding a little bit of a platform to themselves. It isn't necessarily conducive to lifting to wear stilettos out on the floor. So they wear the shoes. And it's paying off for Liz because that was a really good first run.
That was really fast, yeah.
She's looking to finish the whole thing, I think. Genti's up there as well now.
Liz is making light work of the
Now, Genti knows 10 is good points. Less than 10, it would mean that she loses some points there, so she's going to want to see at least 10. Now, Genti starts to get into her work. Liz has both the first and second implement up. Third implement here for Liz. Gives herself a little smack in the face to fire up. It's heavy, but she's moved nicely into that first implement. We'll see how much she's got left in the tank. Still a bit. She's got 12 reps here, 12 steps.
Doing so well.
She's might finish here, but she started to slow down now. 20 seconds still left on the clock. She has time. Now she's on to her 14th step. Can she get her 15th? 10 seconds. It's going to be a fight. Doesn't look like she's got the height here. She's not going to make it.
Unfortunately.
No, neither's Genti. So both of them.
What a solid effort, though.
To finish there. Both absolutely gassed.
Absolutely gassed, yeah.
Tanked herself.
Make sure you get your breath.
So I think our final pairing, Sarah and Jolene. Jolene used her height to a really good advantage yesterday in the Fingals.
Yep.
So be interested to see how she goes in another height advantaged event. Liz definitely feeling the effects of that one, just having a little sit down on the steps.
She really pushed her all on that one.
She is one that won't leave anything out on the comp floor there.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, Sarah and Jolene, they know what's in front of them now. They know just finish the medley and you will get maximum points.
That means we have our two last competitors.
So they're going to have to pretty much equal or do the full 15 lifts in order to get the max points.
It's Sarah Halifax.
Tyson whispering sweet nothings to Sarah. So Jolene, good performance yesterday in the fingers to take the win there. Sarah, I think, redeemed herself a little bit after probably dropping earlier than she would have liked in the cliffhanger, dead hang for time.
And also her monster dumbbell, I think she was aiming for more on than what she was able to do on the day. But that's just comp sometimes. Like some days you just don't get it.
Sarah and Jolene both off to a pretty much level start. Sarah with a slight advantage. If anything, they get stuck a little bit on the third step. Both of them up to 3. Now they're literally just going exactly the same time.
This is going to be fun to watch.
Jolene with slight advantage. Now neither one rushing down the stairs, both taking their time. No point.
There's no point. You're not going to... The 3 seconds to get downstairs, not going to do it.
Strength advantage here. Looks like she's got that little bit more brute power. Jolene with a little bit more height. Sarah also going the work boots, and Jolene going with the lifting shoes. Got a little bit too keen there, Sarah. Got a little bit too early on it, so now she's got that 9th rep up. And then that 10th rep, I think, draws level with a couple of the other girls in the field. She's a little bit too close there, same as Jolene. You've got to give yourself a little bit of room to lean up. And
Yeah.
So it's looking at this stage like Liz is going to take the event win. And Sarah is going to have to try and get as much out of this one. She really needs this weight to go on, Sarah. She took the extra time to chalk up.
Oh, get it on, get it on.
And she does get it all the way on, almost pushes it all the way through into zealousness. So the chalking up was a move that paid off in the end.
Yeah.
And Sarah's feeling it too. She's reeled over in the background.
Oh, it's a gassy event. Everything burns.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm missing it this year. Although, having said that, I probably wouldn't have done enough reps to be gassed. I think just getting one rep would have maybe been my cap out if I had have qualified. So, what are your weights?
140, 150, 160.
Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, it's not great.
And Sarah and Liz, I think, are both competing as well, aren't they? So they are going to have to double back up and see how they go there.
Which means
do you know if you're using plates or if you're using implements?
I believe we're using plates as well. It's the same setup.
The only time I've done the power stairs was in at that Arnold Classic that Buddha mentioned in 2019, and it was with specific implements, duck walk implements that weren't like this.
Congratulations on the win.
To be honest,
how'd you feel? Watch out. How'd you feel about that one?
Crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. How's training been for it?
Not bad. I think we didn't 140 in training. So nice few stairs.
Yeah, that's it. And look, you beat everybody else, so that's what matters.
Oh, good.
All right, so how are you feeling about the Flintstone press up next?
It'll happen.
It will happen. That's what we like to hear. Well, congratulations on an event win. Good luck for the rest of the... that sign is a bastard. Good luck for the rest of the day, and we'll see how we go.
Thank you.
No worries. We'll throw it back to our YouTube commentary team there. We will be starting our under-90s.
Sorry about that.
I got a bit confused with the weight class there. So, yeah, Simone taking the event win with the full run, and then Liz taking second place. I think, do we get a couple of 10s and 11s in there? That'll take those third and fourth spots.
Yeah, 10 and 11s we did, yeah.
Yeah, Sarah got 11 there, I think, with a third place. I'm not sure if she's sharing points with somebody.
Scores, yeah.
So
that was really impressive. I don't know why, but I thought that someone was in the other weight class for a second then. But yeah, she flew those up, that one.
She did. Coming out first, it's interesting. A couple of the athletes coming out earlier in the field are the ones that are pushing. Paulie's getting he's actually just apprehended a microphone himself.
He just stole it.
I'm feeling pretty knackered after yesterday, but you know, if you guys support me, I might actually be able to get there. So, good luck to me. Woo!
That's it, Paulie.
Let's crack it on.
Paul does know how to work a crowd, that's for sure.
He does. He is one of our MCs, but we thought it might be a bit brutal to ask him to do both MCing and competing in the same day. He does put a lot into his competing as well. He's a very intense operator.
Yep.
Helping out, loading, everything.
Just the Takador with his big ugly plates.
These boys do a great job.
Those don't look fun at all.
Their free time, just to help out the sport and so on. A lot of them actually too strong in themselves.
We look like we're going really, really heavy here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the boys' weights are. Double check it.
I tell you what, plate math is the hardest thing out here.
Either way, it looks horrendous. It looks very heavy.
This wouldn't be fun at all. Yeah.
Especially with the extra height now because of the weights. Like, there's just so much more.
Yes. And that's what I was talking about. It particularly advantages the taller athletes the bigger the weights get. Similar to Atlas Stones. You know, the heavier the Atlas Stone gets, the wider the diameter.
Yeah.
So it really does start to get harder and harder for the shorter athletes, which is why they do say that weight classes are just height classes in disguise.
Yes, true.
Eventually it does all come out in the wash that the shorter athletes wind up having to get in the weight classes just because they can't compete in the heavier class, either they can't hold the body weight or things like this, there's a physical disadvantage at a certain height. Obviously, some shorter athletes do quite well at a national, international level at a heavyweight class. Nicole White.
Yeah, quite tall,
Katie
very
Black.
tall.
No, Nicole White, the other end. That
Nicole
one.
White.
So yeah, Nick White over there, like quite diminutive. Katie Blunden, quite diminutive. Not compared to someone like Nicole Jenridge being a lot taller. So they obviously still do well, but for the most part, you see athletes in the weight classes sort of being around the same height.
Yeah.
In terms of age. So yeah, it's a sport for everybody.
Paulie opting not to go with the knee sleeve. He's pulled them up over his knees
Is that more for protection?
to avoid the bruising on the inner thigh. Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I need my knees completely covered. Like, they're just not what they used to be. So I'd have like the knee sleeve plus an extra bit if I needed.
Yeah, me in particular, my knees aren't what they used to be. So yes, I do use protection every time.
Got to give it a fair shake in the sauce bottle.
Buddha did actually spend all morning researching Australian sayings just to mess with the Americans, I think. So.
Well, even I got hit up and got asked, what does that mean? Like, through a DM. I go, what is he talking about?
There's a good start from Paul. Jeez, he's making this
Oh, look
heavyweight
at
light.
that, explosive.
Paul's another one of those athletes that these type of events that are just grip and rip, pick it and go are really, really good ones for him. The more technical events, not so much, because he just likes to get out there and show a little bit of grit. Now, this is a really, really good run.
Yeah, he's quite an athletic, like holistic kind of athlete rather than brute strength kind of.
Yeah, there's two.
There he
He's
goes.
unputting the belt now. He's working the crowd.
He's working the crowd.
Now we'll see how this holds up because it's been proven that in the women's classes, finishing the medley will pretty much win you the class.
Yeah.
So,
30 seconds
Paulie,
remaining.
he's
30
he's going
seconds
to
for two,
finish
he's
here.
fine.
He's going to finish this in
100% he is.
about 50 seconds.
About completed. It's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's happy with that.
Yeah, I would be too. Like you said, like the other weight classes, the person that finished the event has won the event, so that's a good indicator potentially for this one.
Yeah.
I'll get the time and it's
How easy does Josh Pataka make that look? That's ridiculous.
seconds. Gentlemen of
But
the
also the poor
under
loaders, if they do finish, they have to get down all 3 for 5.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but it's not like a farmer's run where you hope they finish because it means that the farmers are nicely loaded at the other end of the field.
Gotta reset it.
This is the one where you hope they zero. As a spotter and a loader, you really hope that the athlete really doesn't get many off the ground.
Logan originally from Tasmania, moving up to Victoria.
We won't ever say that out loud again, though. We want them to do well.
Oh, no.
I'm only joking.
Obviously want them to do well, but
no, 100%. You don't want
as a
to-
loader, you just hope a couple maybe zero.
Yeah.
Generally,
Just
you
sit back
do.
a break.
Generally, you do want to see, as a general rule, a couple of zeros in an event, or a couple really struggle. So I think Mason actually has picked the weights for this competition really, really well.
Yeah, they're quite challenging. So yeah, it's definitely. I felt this is going to be a field splitter as well. Like this one's really going to shake up the points again.
Yeah.
Strong.
Because these two look like they're going strong through this one. Justin, good deadlifter. Logan with a lot of power there as well.
Yeah, it's quite explosive as well.
Justin with a really good start. He nearly sent himself flying. He came down the stairs with a great amount of speed behind him. Now Logan's struggling with that last step, but he gets that weight up there. Justin now looking to get his...
Pocket rocking it up, isn't he? A little pounce.
He is,
That's
yeah.
a pick.
So Justin now, 45 seconds. This will come down to the stopwatch. He's got 2. He's slowed down a little bit, so I think Paulie's time might still... Well, maybe Paulie's time might be in danger here. So Logan is going to struggle to finish the medley.
Yeah, nice.
And I think Paulie might still have the best time, but I won't know until the scores come out. Now Logan, each one of these is important.
170 kilograms.
You're not
10,
able...
9,
So
8,
he almost actually
7.
lost a point there for the weight coming back off the platform, but he has secured 7 points or 7 reps.
All of these reps done. I'm just checking the time there. Justin with a new
leading time
So
at 40
looks like the boys now are bringing the tool out to get the weights down.
So
it looks like they're doing maybe the slider weight.
48.59 seconds is the time to beat.
Yeah, Declan's found the speed slot. He's able to get that down. But with the heavier ones, I think we'll use the slide.
Yeah. If you've got it, why not use it? Because there's how many athletes today? How many times do I have to pull them down? Like, that's a lot in the lower back.
Yeah, there's over 50 athletes. So,
As you can see, we got the
So-
slide.
And especially in the men's fields. The men's fields are huge.
Yeah, exactly.
Stupidly
Here we
big.
go.
And then, of course, because it's the men's field, obviously the heavy weight, so
very
comparatively. So, yeah, you don't want to
Jeez,
lift
Mason,
more than you have to
Don't lose the toe.
as a loader.
Mason trying to make
Just
the,
nearly lost it then, yeah.
make the spotters and loaders work for it.
All right, watch out, JJ. It's coming down.
Josh Pataka really is making light work of it. Even he's getting tired, the big boy.
I was gonna
He's now
say, though,
started
like-
rolling the weights.
Yeah, he's super strong. Obviously, he's Australia's strongest man, but at the same time, this many reps, this many times.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the first event. He's still got so much more loading to do today. Like,
Yeah,
you're going to wear out. Anyone at any level will wear out doing that.
yes. All right, we've got all the weights down. So we've got Mitch Bruce Smith
From our crew.
and
Next up, we have Chris Doreen.
Chris
Oh,
Doreen as well. Tim nearly
There
lost
with
it
the
there.
fluoro hat.
So Chris Doreen,
And then
Mitch
we
Bruce
have
Smith over the other
Mitch
side, both
Bruce
going
Smith
the
from WA.
work boot,
Yeah.
which I think is the play. Just that little bit of extra elevation.
All right, gentlemen.
And protection for your toes.
Okay, really good start there from Mitch.
He's got a really interesting rhythm. It's more like flowy.
Got a little bit too close there, so that's brought Chris back into the heat, but Mitch still makes it up to the top in the fastest time.
1 minute remaining.
So he looks like he's really comfortable with this event, Mitch. This looks like it's in his wheelhouse. He seems a very athletic type. Tyson said something yesterday about him being a triathlete, so I think he's got that athletic background. So he's going to work into his last
Come on, Chris.
implement. Chris getting it up onto the ninth
Get
step
some
there.
chalk, buddy.
40
Yeah, he
seconds
can get
remaining
more
for
chalk
both
if
of
he
our
needs, but it looks
athletes.
like he's going to finish this in good time.
That's good.
40 seconds. It's going to be similar to this time set by
Let's go.
Justin and Paul.
Come on, Mitch.
Last
Let's
one,
get a
come on.
fast time.
And Mitch
Oh, so close.
struggling with this last
Push
one. He
it.
gets it
That's
on,
good.
and he'll register
All right,
a
Chris,
time
we
score.
have 20 seconds remaining.
That's Mitch there getting a time score. Now
Let's go,
Chris
guys. Let's
fighting.
make
He's
some
on his
noise.
11th rep here. His 11th step.
180 kilograms.
Nice.
Get another step.
160, 170, and 180. It's 180 kilos, twice his body weight. So twice these athletes' body weights. They're throwing them up the stairs, and that will have to do there for Chris.
But how many reps prior as well? Like, it's a big ask.
Yes.
Some of these boys are making it look
11
easier, but
steps.
that's, it's just in their wheelhouse, I guess. But
Yeah, it is one of those events that can look easy for some, and then it's a real struggle for others. But there is still a fair bit of effort being applied. But Mitch was
1000%,
making a lot of it look easy with the rhythm that he found, the technique that he found there.
yeah, he had a really good almost like a snake,
What's your thing?
like
Yeah.
just kind of waved it up almost.
All right. So, next up, we have Sean Beasley.
Sean Beasley, he's got the pink knee sleeves.
And we have...
I love that, yeah, nice.
We like the pink.
I do like pink. I have pink lifters myself.
Yeah.
Just gives you that bit of extra power.
I think it does, yeah. Now, Akash Deep over the other side there.
Yep.
One of the taller, thinner legged athletes, so he might have a bit easier of time making room for the
Let's go around it.
for the implement in the middle of his legs. And Sean also quite a tall athlete as well. So I really need to see all the times here because I think it's actually going to be.
I think it's gonna be close.
Sean Beasley.
There's not going to be much more than about 5 seconds separating Paul,
With a 160
Justin,
kilogram implement,
and
a 170
Mitch,
kilogram
who have
implement,
all finished the
and
medley
then
so far.
A 180 kilogram implement.
Definitely will be interesting.
75 seconds to complete this.
we've got Akash Deep over there
Let's
from
kick it off
Victoria,
on the leper's
and
head.
Sean Beasley from Queensland.
Looks like they went from liquid chalk too.
Yeah,
Bit different. First time we've seen that.
The grip jizz, yeah. That's the British liquid
it.
chalk. So both athletes level pegging, moving
Excellent
really
work there
fast
from
through
both
that
the
first
gentlemen.
implement. Akash Deep a little bit faster
They're
on his
both
way
up to the
down.
170
So
implement.
that descent down the stairs actually might be quite important here. Akash Deep almost got a little
Akash
stuck
Deep
there,
is
but
just
he's managed to
leading
pull it back
slightly
and managed to
ahead.
keep his momentum. But Sean is pulling back. He's really started to hit the jets
He's
on
up
this
to
way
his
up on
third
his
implement.
second here.
Yeah.
That's a really good run there from Sean.
So
Now, can he
Sean
catch
Beasley.
Akash Deep on the
Nice.
final run here?
He might
Akash
be able
Deep with
to.
his first one, his second one.
on
Sean
going,
will need a
Akash.
good run to catch it.
Oof.
Oh, he just
3
stumbled a
more
bit, just got a bit
steps.
too close to the step. Akash Deep, though, slowing down there.
Oh,
no.
Here we go.
He's lost it. He's lost
all right.
points.
He's going to bring it all the way back up, though.
Akash Deep, he's lost 2 points
Then we
there
have Sean
by
Beasley.
dropping the implement. Sean
Come
Beasley,
on,
that's his
20
opening.
seconds remaining.
Now, both athletes, this is a lot of extra
Come
work
on.
for Akash Deep. That's unfortunate
15
for him.
seconds remaining.
Really, really unfortunate for Akash Deep there.
And 10.
Yeah,
nine,
Beatty's in
not
flat
gonna get
shoes
to the
too,
top.
so
seven,
Yeah.
oh, he's got 1
six,
more extra point on him at
five,
He
least.
will get back to where he
four,
was at
Yeah.
least,
three,
Akash Deep. So
2,
nothing
1.
lost, nothing gained, but
That's time.
he
But-
probably has cost himself 2 steps there. He probably could have
I'll tell
gotten
you
at
what,
least up
Akash,
to the
that makes good
14th,
TV.
maybe the 15th, but
And also
Next
extra
up,
energy didn't
we
need to do
have
as well
Yeah.
comparatively.
Matt
Yeah.
Coates and Robert Fasoni.
Beasley was doing it in like Converse style flats as well, which I thought was interesting.
yeah, he's
Not
got
lifters
his
or boots.
deadlifting shoes.
All right.
Interesting.
As you can see there with Akash's event, it can play up, it can make it quite.
I think with the maybe the
bit of
larger, more
chaos
competitive
there.
field, you're right. The coming down of the stairs is just as important as how fast you get down.
It is, yeah. When
Yeah.
it comes down to if you are actually going to finish the medley,
I don't know.
and there's more than just 1 or 2 of you finishing the medley,
Yeah.
it's going to come down to transition,
It provides
speed in
75
transition.
seconds of fun, not 8 seconds of fun.
I'm just making sure we got all these implements safely coming down.
I can't say that, Cameron.
So the next heat will be Robert Fasoni, and who have we got over the other side there? Matt Coates over the other side. So both these guys just were in the regular runners, interestingly enough.
All right, we're
Just
nearly got that last
Nike
implement
Metcons
now.
or something like that.
Yeah.
So the more athletic shoes, so they'll be able to really get high on the toes, and they'll be able to really get a lot of purchase out of those, but not getting any extra height. But both are probably tall
They're
enough
quite tall,
to-
both of them. Yeah.
to
They probably
reach.
don't need it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So as we're looking at the screen, Robert will be on the right, and Matt will be on the left there. 160, 170 and 180 kilos, the implements here. Just making sure they're all in
180?
the right spot. Yeah,
Wow, that's double their body weight for these.
it is.
Yeah. Okay.
180 kilos.
All right, gentlemen.
Nasty.
That's so impressive how fast they're getting him up there. Then. Yeah.
75 seconds.
Now Robert going with a mixed grip there, actually. That's interesting. We
Interesting.
haven't seen a mixed grip so far. Matt Coates slightly ahead, if anything. Robert, no, both dead.
Both have
Dead
to
even.
level.
Yep.
in unison.
Dead level, but both getting those weights up. So
You'll
interesting.
enter
Robert
head,
protecting his grip there, going with the mixed grip.
That's it.
Matt struggling a little bit with that
170
second step
kilograms.
there. Robert's had no slip-ups yet. Matt is slightly ahead now. He has
we
got
go.
that 4th step up. So is Robert. And Matt is up the top of his
Matt's
5th
just
step there on his
ahead.
second implement.
Rob's
So
got
10.
far behind, though. But
And
180
Matt is into his 3rd implement. If he can keep this
We have
pace
40
up,
seconds remaining.
40 seconds, he's going to be right around that same time too if he makes it all the way up with no more slips.
Yeah.
Robert with a slightly slower pace here, but he should actually get it done.
30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds, and that I
Might get
think
up there,
might be the
yeah.
fastest
That's-
time
I
we've
thought
seen.
that's the fastest, yeah.
Come on,
I think
Rob.
we've seen that.
180 kilograms here with 20 seconds remaining. Surely you can get
Rob's
3
just
more.
one more.
Let's go. That's it. Keep it going. All right. We have
10 seconds remaining. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and time. Matthew Coates, excellent work there. Finishing off the full set. Let me check the time you got. You got 48, 38.13 seconds. So he is currently in the lead. But it's not over, because next up we have 4 more competitors to go.
So it was a really impressive performance there from Matt Coates. We'll have a look and see if that was the winning time. We're going to get some incoming data here so we can actually get you the accurate times. But that was a really good run from Matt Coates. Really exciting to see him move into the lead there. But there's so many times right around that sort of 45 to 50 second mark finishing this event. So Taz Casorio, I expect him to do well in this event. Riley Talbot, we'll see how he goes, the shorter athlete in the field, but brutally strong in the deadlift, so you can kind of make up for it by being really, really strong at the back and hamstrings.
As Taz said to me, he's feeling as flat as a piece of roadkill. But, you know what? We'll see what happens, eh? It's like the honey badger of strongman.
What events are we looking at?
I lost it. Sorry.
Yeah. That's all right. I've got it on my phone.
You got it on your phone?
You can get your own underwear.
I've got... What's the name of the sheet?
You can get your own underwear.
Ventmaster. Oh, maybe this one.
Australia's undies. Maybe Australia's smelliest undies. All right,
so,
we're nearly ready to go here with
No, I don't have it, sorry.
Matt Coates is just in the lead, 48.13 seconds to Justin Himes, 48.59. Mitch in third place, 49.2, so less than a second separating all 3 of those men, and then Paulie with a 55.01. So
still an impressive time. Like it's going to be like seconds between them at this rate.
Yeah, given the weights and given the amount of people we've seen not make it to the top. So we've still got Riley Talbot, Taylor Casoria. They're coming out now, and then we've got Ant Martin and Dan Guiri to finish off. I'm expecting a good showing here. Tass, one of those guys that comes out and really gives everything in every event. Quite athletic, Tass.
Will be interesting.
Riley making sure everything is right for him. Little hit of smelling salts. So for those not sure of what that is, it's just ammonia. So it just helps wake you up a little bit. So Tass taking the early lead, but Riley not far behind. Tass sprinting down those stairs. He's not afraid of heights, Tass. He works as an arborist.
So he's obviously not scared to fall down then?
No, he climbs trees for a living. Riley's getting into his work on the second here. Tass with a good time.
Looking good.
Oh,
nearly slipped.
Almost had a bit of a blowout, but if Tass can keep this time up, he could take the event lead.
Yeah.
Riley's
2 to
pushing
go.
here to get the event, get some points in the event. And Tass with a really good time.
That was so fast.
Really, really good time. Now Tass helping Riley out, but that's going to be a really good time for Tass.
Yeah. All right, now on to the 180.
Riley's got the 180, 25 seconds. That will be a winning time for Tass unless...
How quick was it, sorry? 25 seconds?
25 seconds remaining.
That makes more sense.
He finished about 20 seconds ago, so his time, I assume, is going to be close to 40 seconds, 30 or 40.
9, 8, 7, 6.
So this is important for Riley. He's got 12, so he will share points with Akashdeep.
Taz, that was amazing, mate. Let me get a time for that in a second.
So the times are going to come through here soon.
New fastest time at 38.3.
38.3, so a whole 10 seconds faster than the next athlete. So this could be an event win here for Taz. Now, Ant Martin is a brute of a deadlifter. He's one of the taller athletes in the field. Dan Guiri won the Fingles Finger last night. So he's got that athleticism, that power.
Should be a good run to watch.
And then we have the Ant-Man, Anthony Martin.
Again, one's going with boots, one's going with lifters.
Yep. I think boots are the play, but we'll see how Dan goes here. The lifters might allow you to get a little bit further onto your toes, but don't provide the same amount of additional height. So I guess it could be much of a muchness at the end of the day. One gets you more height artificially, the other one gets you more height, allows you to achieve a greater height yourself. So
Just depends what
I
you
tell
need,
what,
I guess.
those guys in the crowd right here.
We have a huge
There's
field
one thing
coming
I
up in
need
the
you to do.
105s as well. I
Round of
think we're
applause
going to
for the helpers in the
have
crowd
8
here.
heats
Yeah, wow.
of under
They do this
105s.
Constantly, it's free work, it's volunteering and helping out. And they're
Josh
moving
is-
these implements. And not enough, they're doing
I don't
more
know.
work than the actual
It obviously
athletes
looks
themselves
safer,
in
but it
terms
looks like
of
it's more
resetting the
takes a lot more
events.
concentration
So
to pull it
again,
down.
Yeah.
Huge thank you to our crew
Yeah,
here.
you don't want to send it sideways.
No.
Does look like it's saving them some energy.
Yeah.
That's it, fellas. Just one more.
Josh is looking puffed out
Yeah,
now.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, he
Poor
looks
big boy's
exhausted.
been climbing stairs all day.
Rush. Get it down.
Borderline more cardio than any open athlete does.
All right, for those wondering, after this event and after the 105, so we're going to be going into the Flintstone press, which will be
Okay, so our final pairing, 38 seconds, the time to beat.
You can see the granite over
That's a
here,
tough
so
time to
it'll be
beat. I don't know. Do you reckon? What's your bets? What are you feeling?
I don't think either of these guys are going to beat that time,
Yeah.
but they could both come out and destroy it. They're going to need to move fast, so it's going to need to be a good, clean run. They're probably going to need to have a no mistakes run. Tass didn't make any or many mistakes at least.
There we go.
And got
And
the
he's
whistle,
out.
so he's the one that's going to be really looking to get that new fastest time. So quite easy up there for both the boys on the first implement. The second one,
Ant-Man is leading ahead.
and
He's
getting
on the one
stuck
side.
into
Nice
that
and quick.
second implement. Dan not far behind him. He's only a step behind him. He's just every time he lands on a step, Ant's moving to the next step. Although Ant with a mistake there, so Dan Guari.
Ant got stuck on that
Dan is
final
doing
stair.
more like he's more thoughtful with his movement. Exact same every move.
Yeah. So Dan could put up a good time here.
Come on, Ant.
Push it
And
on.
he's not quite got it on, so I don't
Dan's got a good
think
time there.
that will
We
beat
have
Taylor.
30 seconds
I think
remaining
the event
for
winner
Ant.
might
Let's
be
make some
Taylor.
noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. 183
So Ant Martin's struggling a bit with this.
3 more stairs.
He's got
Let's
3 more
go,
stairs.
Ant.
He's
20 seconds
wedged it
remaining.
on.
Get it up there. Come
He's got
on.
one more. He's got one more.
Every stair counts. 15 seconds remain.
15
Let's go,
seconds
Ant.
now.
2
It's a big
more.
ask.
See if Ant can get another
9,
rep on.
8,
It's not actually going to make a difference if he's done. Oh, it is actually.
5,
It is going to make a difference.
3,
This would be.
2,
No,
Today.
he's going to have to share points with Robert Fasoni. It looks like he might have done a hamstring here, Ant Martin.
Yeah.
He's just reached for his right string.
Just depends on how he gets down.
Yep.
You right, Ant?
Hopefully it's
Hopefully
just
it's
a
just a
cramp or
cramp,
something.
yeah.
But he does look a little bit ginger on that
Oh, he's
right
limping
leg.
a bit too.
Our
Yeah.
under 90s gentlemen.
Okay.
So under 90s all
So,
done. I think Tass taking
I'm
the event
reading
win
our
there.
times here for the fastest. So coming in at third, we have Matthew Coates with 48.13 seconds.
So 48.13. So that means
Then
Dan
we have
must have gotten second
coming in
place
second.
there. So Dan
It's
Dan Guari second place,
with
and then
40.5
Tass
seconds,
taking the event win.
which means
So
our winner for
important
event
points for
number
Tass.
5 on
Yeah, great
day
points for
2
Taz.
with
But that was an
38.38
insane
run. He
It's
barely, like,
Marcus
he couldn't beat that if he
Taz,
tried, I don't
come on, over
reckon.
here.
38 seconds for that many reps is crazy.
Yeah. We'll flick over to Taz now. We'll hear a
I'll
bit
tell
more
you
from
what,
him.
mate. Congratulations. That was awesome.
I'll try my best for you, mate.
So we'll get that on microphone.
I'll try my best for you, mate. Only for you, all right?
Only for me. Okay. Mate, you're going off like a mad as a cut snake. What goes through your head in that kind of event?
I'll just do it. Just fucking lift. Sorry, just lift the weight. Yeah, get to the top, go back down, and then just keep doing it.
That's it. Yeah, that's not much going through your head. But I tell you what, that was 38.38 seconds. You were leading ahead of everyone by at least 10 seconds until Dan had his round. What kind of training are you doing for it? Just power stairs, is it, or just?
Just lift a step. Just lift it. Just keep going. And I'm an arborist as well, so I'm always lifting stuff, moving things. So like moving things is my forte. Yeah, and I've got the endurance to keep going.
Yeah, I really think that conditioning side really shows in how you compete and how you keep on going, progressing. A lot of moving events you do very well in, as I've seen over the years.
Yeah, I'm really terrible at static strength, so I need to compensate by just moving better and being quicker and, yeah, having a good smile. Having that good smile as well.
That's it, mate. Well, I tell you what, we've got the Flintstone press on next. What do you think about that one?
Oh, yeah, we'll give it a whirl, eh?
Give it a whirl. All right, mate. Well, congratulations again. Well, good to see you going out. Congrats. Good work. We'll throw it over to the YouTube commentary there, live stream commentary, I mean, and we'll continue on.
What an Aussie, eh? Give it a whirl.
Yeah. We will be starting out under 105.
Not much going on when he's thinking
very
he's
soon.
probably
Let me
accurate.
check who
Taz,
we've got
yeah.
up first.
Sorry to everyone about Taz dropping the magic there, by the way. I've caught him brushing up on his French, so
I
I
believe
think
it's
he
going to
might
be
have just
Jordan
been
Oxenham by
practicing.
himself. Is it with Joel Hinton?
You can warn on the Aussies all you want, but unfortunately, this just slips out sometimes.
It's a natural occurrence.
Yeah.
Especially when
Let
you've
me
got
check the
Tass. I
weights
mean, Tass
here
is a proper
I
Aussie.
think it's going to be 170.
And when they're hyped and excited, he's just won, so
Yeah, can't blame the man.
No, not at all.
Can't blame the man. I think that might be his first
Sorry, my
event win at this level. Or,
Oh, it's awesome. And what an impressive way to take out your first win as well.
yeah, I might be selling him short there. I'm not sure if he's had an event win before, but in a field this stacked, to get an event win and to win by 10 seconds as well, to just dominate an event like that. Obviously, there's no points for being better than just winning an event in Strongman, but if there was, it was a decathlon style, he would have certainly taken extra points for being that much better than the rest of the field.
Yeah. Luckily, there's not extra points, because that would not be fun. Doesn't.
So we'll have a look at the scores, see if they've updated.
Just lift some rocks. Typical strongman.
We'll get you the incoming data
As you can see, our gentlemen here are just working out the weights,
that event.
ensuring that it is correctly loaded.
Okay,
And
so
we'll be going from there.
as you heard, in first place Taz, in second place Dan, and in third place Matt Coates. Who was next? Justin Heim briefly, narrowly, edging out Mitch Bruce, and then Paul rounding out the 6 guys that actually completed the course. So if that's anything to judge by, finishing the course in this will get you at least 5th place or 6th place or something, but I'm sure these boys want a bit more than that. There's 16 of these guys, so there's going to be 8 heats of the power stairs.
Which is the totem carry. If those are the correct
It will be interesting to see if they go out hard and try to get as fast as they can, noting they've just witnessed 6 guys finish it in the previous weight group, or whether they stick to their game plan and just go steady or burst or bust.
Yeah, I would personally just make sure I get at least 2 of them all the way up, and then on the last one, go for bust. See if I can reef as many up there as I can, but get at least 10 steps on the board without making any mistakes, without wasting any energy. Because I still think
an extra pick or something like that.
Yeah, an extra pick and wasting that energy, bashing it in, or having to wrestle with one that you didn't necessarily have to if you had to take your time a little bit more. I'll always usually err on the side of that, but it also would depend on where you come in the order. When you if you've earned the right to come last, so the way Strongman scoring works for those who don't know is that when you win an event, you earn the right to go last in the next event. So these guys lost the Fingal Fingers; they came last, so they will be coming out first in this event, whereas the other end of the field, the guys who won the Fingal Fingers, get the advantage to know how much they have to do by the time they come out. So these two...
Jordan's quite explosive with this pick.
For both athletes.
Yeah.
Joel's a bit more slow and steady.
That's it, gentlemen.
So Jordan and Joel both sort of faltering on the 6th rep.
Yeah.
Now both getting the 7th. These guys are really evenly matched. This is a great heat between the 2 of them.
Pretty much 1 for 1.
Both of them are making the same mistake every time when they go up together, and Joel gets that weight up there, and that was a good one from Jordan because he did get a little bit too early on it, but he stayed with it. Now Jordan taking a second between reps to make sure he gets the next one. Still at 30 seconds, so there's still time for both of these athletes to get the weight up onto the platform and go down and get another rep. Jordan taking his time.
Come on, Jordan.
Absolutely gassed. He's trying to fire up the crowd.
We have
Needs to really give it one big reef.
9, 8,
And if
7,
I was Joel, I would just
6,
make sure it stays on the
5,
platform
Yeah, just
there.
put it on platform. Exactly.
And not lose a rep. So
time.
10 reps for Jordan
work
and
and
9
well
reps
done,
for
athletes.
Joel to start off.
Yeah.
Now, if anything that we've seen in the previous class is true, those might hold up for some points. We will definitely see some athletes finish these, but that might hold up for some decent points. Especially in this 105 class, I expect to see some of the taller guys, Pat and Ben Aykroyd, James Lation finishing this power stairs. Be interested to see how little Peanut goes after tearing his tricep quite badly yesterday.
Poor thing.
It's, so for those who didn't see, he hurt it a little bit on the dumbbell press, attempting I think 107.5 kilo dumbbell, and then and I think properly popped it doing the fingers last night. So it's blown up deluxe. He's strapped it up, and he's going to see how he can get through today's events. The only real problem one will be probably the overhead press, where he might just phone in enough to get a score and then walk away. But outside of that, these are the three events. It shouldn't hamper him too much, but it is a torn tricep, so
Exactly right. He's injured,
it might handicap him a little bit. So Ben Aykroyd and Charles Van Niekerk couldn't be two sort of differently built athletes. Charles, that more short, compact style of 105, and then Ben, the taller, longer-limbed type of athlete.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I want to hear you today.
Ben with an
There's
athletic
75
background
seconds
in
to complete
fighting,
this. Let's make some noise for them.
Muay Thai.
Because time is
So both
running.
guys get off to a good start. Both guys are very strong deadlifters, so these early weights won't bother them at all just because they're able to just reef them up. There's lots of power in reserve
That's
there.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely level pegging here so far. Charles with a slightly faster start, but Ben's jumping into each of these reps,
That's
whereas
it.
Charles stepping.
Well, and he's-
And Charles has stepped
Charles
off.
got kicked out by that
Now
one,
Ben,
but it's okay.
using that jump technique, that's an
All
interesting
right,
one.
Benny, 200
Whereas
kilograms. Let's make some noise
this
for
to
him,
take the
ladies and
event lead,
gentlemen. Round
which
of
he does. So
applause,
Ben
come on.
looking like he's going to finish
Let's
this
hear
event
him.
here. So it's going to come down to
Charles
time
up to
here
the third
for
one.
Ben. But
Benny's
proven
up to-
about that 40 to 50 second
Come on,
mark.
Ben.
Ben getting a little bit too close there with that one. Charles also
We
there.
have
13 reps.
seconds remaining. Let's make some noise for
30
them.
seconons. Charles doesn't look like he's got
Taking a
much
break.
gas left in the tank
One
here.
more.
And
One
Ben
more. Take your time.
needs one more
We
to
have
finish the
20
course.
seconds remaining.
20
20
seconds, more than enough to
still
get up there.
remaining. Really experienced move there from Ben to actually just take the time to rest between his attempts. He's got one more good crack at it, 10 seconds to try and get that weight up, and he's not going to be able to do it, Ben. He's not happy
He's
with
not
that.
happy with that, not at all. But
Made
still
a couple
massive.
of errors there, getting a little bit too far forward, but 14 reps will prove to be very good. I mean,
Be very
Charles taking
competitive score.
second place with 11. So we've had a 9, a 10, and an 11, and a 14 rep effort. So
100 kilograms.
Jason Midgley and Andrew Stewart look like they're ready to come out next. So we are going to get to see how Peanut's tricep is. Jason's really had a little surge in the last two events as well. He's carrying a lot of momentum after winning the grip event.
Yeah.
And then bulldozing the finger. And when I say that, I mean that quite literally.
Literally, yeah.
If you haven't seen it, go back and watch the footage from last night. He let the finger slip down to his shoulder, and normally when you do that, it's done. But no, Jason decided he
Shouldered
would
it
just
up.
hip and shoulder the thing,
Yeah.
and beat it into submission. So a very interesting take on that event.
Now,
But if it works, it works. He obviously
Well,
found
that's
something.
it. Yeah, but it's not. Wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't
No,
recommend
definitely
using
not.
it as your stock technique.
and
No.
Jason Midgley.
That's the best thing about strongman. It's like it's a great display of strength, but it's brutal like strength, as in whatever goes almost.
Yeah, and
there's
there's
some
a
rules,
lot of
but
thinking on the fly. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of. You'll see some
Adaptability.
techniques come out that you've never thought of,
Both
and
these athletes waiting
you know you might even do it yourself. You might just try something you never thought of, just because that's what your body wanted to do in that moment
Yep.
to find the way to lift the weight. You know, something like an Atlas stone, you'll see people roll it up the side of their leg and actually, you know, swing from one side to the other to make some of that room.
yeah. Other people literally just RDL it, like it's like almost like that back's a crane.
Yep.
And then just pop their knees out all of a sudden. And yeah, there's so many different techniques for different things, and everybody's unique and different. So you've got to find what works for you. And that's the good thing about the strongman is that there's no real restrictions, say like powerlifting, where you've got to put it at a exact certain spot or hold it for a exact certain amount. No, you just make it work for your body type to achieve the event.
Exactly, and when you think about benefits of being tall versus short, long arm versus short arm, not everyone's built the same. Even two people that are 6 foot tall, can be built very differently.
Yeah.
Very differently. I think you and I are similar heights, but you're shorter sitting down because I think you've got longer legs. So it's
I've got long legs, short torso.
It's one of those things that means that you'd probably have a little bit more of an advantage in an event like this with the longer legs because you'd have more clearance. But then I'd have more of an advantage in something like a squat where it's less range of motion. So same thing, if you've got short arms, you might not be a great deadlifter because you've got further to pull it, but you might be a great presser because you don't have as far to press it.
Yeah.
So Andrew Stewart with a torn tricep. He's wearing the cap. Jace Midgley with the red belt in his sleeves. Andrew Stewart looks like the tricep isn't really bothering him. He's motoring through this. For a really short guy, Andrew has great extension. He's really able to maximise everything he's got. And he's a great stone lifter too, which is rare for a guy that also has 170 kilo log press at under 90 kilos under his belt.
Yeah, wow.
So Andrew in the 105 kilo class today, and he's dominated this so far. Bringing all this weight to the top would get him maximum points. He's chalking back up, experienced move to take the time there. And Andrew looks like he's had no trouble with bringing that weight up.
Yeah.
Now, no mistakes here for Andrew, and he could get a really, really hard time to beat. He's slowed down a little bit, and there's the first mistake. It's just come. Jason's on his 8th rep there.
30 seconds remaining.
So Andrew now struggling a little bit. He's hit that wall. Ben got 14 reps. So Andrew needs to get at least that to draw level with Ben. But now he's starting to get to that wall. He's starting to get a little bit too close. He's started to run out of power.
Firing up though.
Call on a little bit of power there, Andrew Stewart.
Oh, I got higher. Oh,
and not quite there. So Andrew's going to have to settle for 12 reps.
That was just super impressive, noting his whole triceps not really functional right now. That was great.
Yeah, it's a massive gutsy effort there from Andrew Stewart.
And
Jason as well with another 8 reps there. It's a good showing for Jace.
Jace, yeah. Also, just shows that what kind of a seasoned athlete he is. Like, he's got an injury, he's got his tricep blown, but he knows what the events are today. He knows his body that could come and do what he could do, and just absolutely smashed that.
So it'll be damage control on the overhead press.
Yeah.
So I don't think he'll be able to manage too much on that. But then he's got 2 more great events for him: a front carry for distance and stones. And if he takes wins or really good placings, he's not ruled out from this competition just yet.
No, not at all.
So I'll look at some times. I'll see if I've got those updated for me here. Number 90.
All right. Our next 2 competitors. It's Justin Longden and Harley Hughes.
All right, Justin, Harley next.
8 reps for Jason, 9 reps for Joel, 10 reps for Jordan, 11 reps for Charles, 12 reps for Andrew, and 14 for Ben. If somebody could get 13 so that we've got the full house, that'd be really nice.
Or 15. That would be nice too.
But I need a 13 to sort of fill it out. It's going to annoy me if there's that gap between 12 and 14
At least no one's
reps.
sharing points at the moment, though. That's good.
Nobody's
sharing
points
at the moment.
We've had everyone get a different score. 6 guys come out. None of the 6 make it all the way up, and everyone getting a different amount of reps. So next 2 athletes out will be Justin Longden and Harley Hughes.
I can Harley be quite quick on this one.
Yeah, big deadlifter.
Yeah,
He's
massive
one of those
deadlifter.
raw power athletes that comes out and just uses everything he's got. And Harley, experienced move, just making sure he's got the weights moved to where he wants them. Just making sure JJ earns his keep.
Let's go, gentlemen.
All right, time is on. Harley with a great start.
Clearing quite nicely
aggressive
too.
Start. And Justin just taking his time, but
Doing
not
great too.
going too far behind Harley. Harley's on with his first one. Harley, I don't think has ever climbed downstairs in his life, according to what I just saw there.
190 with 55 seconds to go.
To be honest, I didn't watch him go down the stairs, so I can't really comment on that.
Well, you'll have to watch him this time. Now, both the athletes even.
Here we go. Come on,
Harley with a little bit of a mistake there that
doing
let
great.
Justin in. So Justin with a really good time.
That's slow. Oh, what is? Okay, yep, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. This is so impressive for Harley on his first time ever encountering a set of stairs. Not just power stairs, just stairs in general. So both guys have it on the first platform. He's got 12. Harley, can he get to 13? Now, if he wants to stay there, I'll be a happy boy.
I reckon he'll go for another one.
If he gets the 15th, though, I'll be happy as well, because I think Justin can then get the 13th and complete the set for me. So we might actually see the set completed. Oh, I think I'm going to get my wish.
You did.
Yes, I did. I got my wish.
You're speaking, you shall receive.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
I was
Harley
really impressed with
15.
Justin's slow and steady technique.
Yeah, he was always just consistently a step behind Harley, just never really taking the limelight, but a really good showing there with 13 reps, so in third place so far.
100%. Well, now that's the full house, so if anyone gets
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15.
Yeah, wow.
Now there is actually 16 guys in the field, so there is a chance, there is a slim chance that we get every single step finished on. We will need some ones and some zeros.
Yeah, let's not hope for that.
We won't put that in the universe. We got Bryce Purton and James Lachon coming out.
Yeah. Definitely be some sharing points now, so hopefully gunning for 15 and fastest time, so at least they can get the separation.
Harley's setting that standard now, knowing that you've got to beat that. The boys might kick into gear a little bit.
Yeah, now that they know they have to.
On the back end here. We got some good deadlifters, some experienced guys on the back half here, and some tall units as well. So,
to be honest, some of the more of the shorter athletes have done really well with almost like that pocket rocket style. Like, it's more smooth and like a more snake back bend straight up almost into it, like that with that extension like you were talking about. So I was pretty impressed with some of the short guys actually getting it up there.
I think what can happen is they know that they have to do the extension every rep, where sometimes the taller guys can get a little bit lazy on their extension because they don't have to do it every rep. It can happen on stones too. When you have to work to a height and you have to actually extend over, you can't get lazy, whereas sometimes if you are just naturally tall enough to walk a stone over the bar, you can get lazy on training the extension aspect. I'm not saying any of these guys are getting lazy by the way, but it could have been something that in training that the smaller guys do have to pay that little bit more attention to. So James Lachon with the ginger beard and Bryce Purton with the baby face.
He's going to love hearing that back.
Yeah. And I know he does go back and watch every single minute of this.
Oh, no.
He told me this morning he goes back. All right, the whistle is on and Bryce off to a hot start. James off to a good start too. Bryce just bounces between those first two.
A little stumble
there,
but
lifting before he even got onto the step then. And Bryce with a really consistent time there. And made a little bit of a calculated guess that it was going to wind up on the platform and exited early. But it did, so no harm, no foul. Bryce with a good time here, up with two reps, two full finishes here. Now James getting up to number 8, number 9. So I'm not going to get my wish. I'm not going to get a full field from 0 to 15.
I would highly doubt if we got 0 to 15 with who we got left.
Would have been a very, very slim chance. Paying 1,000 to 1, but
we have 30 seconds.
Bryce now, we'll see what time he can get, because Harley was pretty close to the timer. James is now caught right back up too.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Now James made that look a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Now can James actually edge out? Oh wow, that's a dead heat. That is a dead heat.
That is. I reckon that would be a dead heat. I feel like they both finished at the exact same time.
That'll come down to Cam and Tiff's stopwatches.
Yeah.
I'm calling that dead heat.
All right.
Wow.
Next up, we have.
Good on James for keeping his cool.
Yeah.
and making it up there.
That's showing experience. That's
A Queenslander versus Victoria.
Again, sometimes that slow, steady, exact movement each time wins it out.
so.
Let's hear.
Just looking to see if our scores have been updated. Oh, Bryce by 0.3 of a second.
Oh,
so that has come down to
stopwatch
the
reaction.
Stopwatch. So Harley with a time of 70.1 or 0.01, and then Bryce with a time of 60.2, James with a time of 60.5.
Yeah, wow.
Take your time,
So
Kelsey.
close.
At 200 kilograms, we have these special slides fabricated to help get them down.
So we've still got another
Makes it
6
safer
athletes
for
to
our
come.
crew.
Yeah, so 3 more heats.
After the Fingal Fingers, like I said, it's reversed. So the winner of the Fingal Fingers, Izzy Barrett, in the final heat with Jaden Lang, James DeGraff and Tom Winter, and then Lee Shaw and Pat Griffiths will be coming out next.
Excellent work there from Australia's strongest crew.
A distinct lack of head hair
Resetting
in the
these
next
weights
heat.
is not easy.
Yes, indeed.
Now, for those
That's kinda funny.
that haven't heard before, we will be starting event number 6 very soon, which will be the Flintstone press.
But I wonder if it's the beard that's going to give the extra strength.
Possibly.
So
I mean,
especially-
it's
You got a
beard,
mo or a beard?
beard versus Mushtaka.
Mushtaka.
We'll see which one provides more strength in this event.
Specifically.
This is one that Lee might struggle with just with the height deficit there. Whereas
Do you
Pat,
see he's
a
got his
very
boots
tall
on?
athlete. He does. He's got the platform boots on. So he can bring his height up to 5'3". He's a natural under 90, Lee, so he's playing around with the big boys this weekend as a 105. Got sick of cutting weight, I believe.
And fair point.
Yeah.
Why would you want to if you don't have to?
I know. I don't know why any of these ones do it.
I know I couldn't. I like my food too much.
No. That's not my game,
And this
but
event
all of these athletes do cut
really
weight for
a
this
test
as well,
on
so
the,
it's added into the
posterior
stress of the
chain.
weekend. And for those who don't
The
know,
hamstrings,
in
calves,
Australia right now, in Bendigo,
glutes,
it is
spinal erectors,
34 degrees Celsius,
upper back as
which
well, the
is
grip.
somewhere around 100 degrees Fahrenheit, for those of you
Bendigo including
over in
endurance
US
as
and
well.
A.
How can it even be even hotter in the shed? It's-
I think it's way hotter because we
Yeah.
are in a tin shed here. So I think we are cooking slowly hotter and hotter in this shed.
75 seconds.
So Patrick with a really fast start. He's signalled his intent early in the event. Lee's not far behind him.
Lee's doing good.
Doing that scoop technique that you've been talking about, whereas
Yeah.
Pat is able to just sort of walk it over.
Very
but both
nice.
guys to the top pretty much evenly. Now, Pat left a bit of chalk there on top of the next implement for himself to grab at the time. He's also left a bit of chalk on the third implement as well.
Again, Lee's got that slow and steady, consistent. Every rep looks the exact same.
Yeah,
Pat is
but he's not taking any
there.
breaks. He's not,
No.
from
Lee
one rep to the
edges
next, and he's
ahead.
taking the lead.
Come
Yeah.
on, Lee.
So he knows he needs to finish here for good points.
Getting some
3
chalk
guys
on.
have already
Plenty of
finished
time. They get
first
chalk.
and second, 60 seconds
here
with
we
0.3 of a second between them. Now,
30
Lee,
seconds
you're
remaining.
right.
First.
Every rep looks exactly
Looks
the
the
same.
exact same, every rep.
Very nice
Pat
work for there from
looks
Lee.
like he might have hit a wall
200
here.
kilograms is getting the better of
Now,
Paddy.
Come on,
Lee
Lee.
Shaw with
20
200
seconds
kilos.
remaining.
This,
That's crazy.
it is. And there we go. There's
15
Lee's
seconds
first
remaining. Come on, Lee,
First little bumper,
first
but
blip. And he's pushing
Eight,
forward a little bit too
7,
early there, so I don't know that
6,
Lee's going to get another one.
5, 4,
Not
that's
quite.
right.
Not quite able to get the height on that one.
1.
so it's at 13.
And
13
time.
reps, though, that look the exact same each time.
Yeah.
Right there, Lee.
So
Until he
13
hit that wall, and then it's like, nah.
has him currently in 5th place,
Awesome
tied
work there.
with Justin Longden. And Patrick with 10 reps, so he'll be tied in
So we have
3rd last with Jordan
Next
Oxman.
up,
Yeah, nice.
Tom
So
Winter
two more
James
flights of this one, or heats I should say. Tom Winter and James DeGraff coming out next.
I keep forgetting the camera's on us.
It is.
Yeah.
It does occasionally flick back to us.
I was just chilling. I was just like,
That's
okay,
it.
just vibing.
Yeah, they gave us the relaxation chairs. I don't know.
They're
why
so
they-
far back. Like, it's almost
it's
like...
a long way back. It's
too
also
far
a long
back.
way down. I don't know if you've tried standing up yet, but that's a task in and of itself.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so that can be our events for today.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to almost warm up the knees just to stand up out of this chair. See how we go. Might have somebody run to my car and grab my knee wraps.
Oh, how about we just tag it? One event I'll help you get up, next event you can help me get up.
Yeah, we'll work it out that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the implements down for Tom Winter. Just bring them down for James DeGraff. James with the headphones in.
Zoning in.
I don't know if he's allowed to wear those during the event. I think there was some mischievous nipsies wearing them during the dead hang yesterday, even though they weren't allowed.
Oh.
I think they went the old one headphone in, and none of the fellas, I don't think, but I'm hearing some of the girls maybe combed their hair over their ear.
Cheeky.
You know how we used to do that back in high school? You know,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
when you were stuck in an exam, you'd wear your jumper and you'd lead the headphone cord down your arm. And then when you were done, you just lean on your arm and plug the headphone into your ear.
Yeah.
It felt a bit like a throwback to that. So James wearing he's got a very, very Pokemon sort of theme about him here. He's got Pokemon socks and a Pokemon Pikachu belt.
Do you think he likes Pikachu?
I think maybe he does, yeah. We'll see if he can bring the electricity to this event. This is Tommy Winter. Tom looking very dad-like. This is not one of the more aesthetic assemblies of kit I've ever seen, but he's got the dad kit going. He's slipped off the first implement, but he's looking strong in that actual pick and low. James going a little bit too far forward with his one. So both athletes so far have made little mistakes, but both athletes up to the top with that 180 kilo implement. Now, DeGraff slow to get down. Tommy Winter made a rush, but now he's a little bit too close, so he might need to pull that back. DeGraff slow and steady, winning this race so far with his third rep on the second implement. So he's got 8 points so far. Now it'll be 9 points. Tommy locking in his 6th point, and DeGraff locking in his 10th point. Now, all important, how far up on the third one can he go? DeGraff not in any hurry here at all. He knows that just 5 implements will be good points, and he's just going to start working here to try and get that full 15 points, which he's got now 12 points. Tommy Winter fighting for 8. He's got 8 points there.
15 seconds remaining.
Now DeGraff won't finish here. He's got 13. Can he get a 14th and bring himself into 4th place, tying with Ben Aykroyd? He can. He's
done
got
it.
4,
Yep.
3,
So that's a really good showing there from James DeGraff, getting that 14th rep. He really fought hard there at the end, and now he's tied with Ben Aykroyd, the only other one to get 14, so just shy of getting a time score. So as it stands, those two boys will be sharing 4th place points.
Okay.
Tommy Winter with 8 points, so he will be sharing last place points at this stage with Jason Midgley. Still have one more pairing of Izzy Barrett and Jaden Lang. This seems like the type of event I'd expect Jaden to be quite good at with a rugby background.
Yeah.
With that athletic background, and I don't know if they did something like this on Survivor. It seems like the kind of thing they'd do.
Probably. Something that only Mason can think of. Like just random setup.
Yeah. Yep. And Izzy Barrett over the other side, who won the Fingal Fingers last night. This being a similar athletic type event.
Loving the style how he's got the bucket hat on every time I see him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I picture people who wear bucket hats when they lift to be good at things like Fingal Fingers and power stairs. I feel like it's a statement.
Yep.
This is the last.
It's the tiniest salt I've seen.
That really is a sort of pygmy
maybe he's
salt.
just quite big, but the other way, it looks tiny.
Yeah, he's not compensating for anything with that salt. He's comfortable with what he's bringing to the table. So
New South Wales.
This looks like he's got hiking shoes on.
he does actually, rock climbing shoes or something. Which is the first time we're seeing that, but they're a good shoe to get if you are into your strongman. And looks like Izzy's wearing more like sort of bodybuilding or boxing shoes.
Yeah, they definitely remind me of like a boxing or a old school deadlift kind of like style shoe.
Yeah, the old school bodybuilding shoes. Deadlift sort of slipper type thing, but the rock climbing shoe, Interesting that I don't think Jaden wore them last night from memory. I think he might have worn lifters, and he was actually slipping a little bit on the finger. So
maybe that's why it's changed.
Maybe made the decision after slipping that he wear the rock climbing shoes. Maybe he went out and bought them last night. Actually, maybe he's going
Surely
into town
not,
and
he's going to blisters galore if that's the case.
Brought a pair of freshies straight into the event.
We are about to start.
So as it stands,
Very soon. Let's get ready. Let's fire up, guys in the crowd.
the time to beat 60.2 seconds. I think it's in danger here. This will be it for the power stairs, and we'll move on to the Flintstone press.
Here we go.
So
I'm really looking forward to the Flintstone press, seeing some of the numbers that go up.
The time starts now.
Just pops it up.
With
Look
a
at him.
nice start. Lang seems to be finding
Let's
it
go,
heavy,
gentlemen.
but still moving through it reasonably
Jaden's
consistently.
moving very
It
fast
could just
there.
be that they're
This is
not
just
rushing, they're
behind you.
taking their time.
That's it.
They know 60 seconds is the time to beat. 5
A
reps,
minute left to go.
15 full reps is the goal, and a little bit of a slip for Jaden, but not one that actually impacted him lifting
That's
the weight. So both guys on their
190, so
halfway
Izzy.
up on their way up to the second implement, and Jaden tops out there. So
Jaden completes the
Izzy
190.
getting up to rep number 9.
200
And Jaden
kilograms
embarking
there for
on that
Jaden
200
Lang.
kilo weight. Now
Let's
this
bring
has
it up, Jaden.
slowed him down. We'll see if Izzy can make up the ground
Keep it
here.
going. 30 seconds
Heavy.
remain.
30 seconds remain. So I think now at this point they're not actually looking for
Come
the
on.
event win. We
Guys,
are gonna. I am gonna call it.
Whatever points they can get, they're just
Come
pushing
on,
for that.
Jaden.
Yep, I'm going
Max
to call
points.
it. Bryce Purton
Come
has
on,
won
Izzy.
the event with a
15
60.2
seconds remain.
and 60.5 for a second place for James Lation. This would be really important for Jaden if he can get it on.
Come on, so close.
4, 3, 2, and
And
Oh, he's just got
just.
it. Like 2 seconds to spare.
Yeah.
get your air, Jaden.
So that's big points for Jaden. He'll be sharing on 14
Alright.
in 4th place with James
Now.
DeGraff and Ben Aykroyd.
I'm checking the times. We have
Did Izzy get any over the other
3
side? I was
athletes
focused on Jaden.
complete the under 105 weights. So,
To be honest, so was I. Oh no, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Seconds.
That's all right.
Coming in at third. He
find
I'm
out.
sorry, it was just so
Harley
close to get on there. We were counting it on.
Ben coming in at second with 60.5
We'll have a look.
Yeah, we'll be able to check the
Izzy
score though.
Izzy got 10.
Yeah, nice.
First. It's James
So the lowest was 8 so far, hasn't it?
Oh, hang on.
Ben.
They've, oh,
With
here we go. yeah.
60.2 seconds, it's Bryce Purton.
All right, so
All right,
Bryce
can
Purton.
Mr. Purton come
60
out
seconds
and
is
meet
good.
me at the
That's
It's a
bar?
really
crazy.
good time with these
Brycey.
weights. Amazing effort. I mean, Bryce is one of those guys that's having a really good comp, and he could find himself up the top here now. I don't know how far off the lead he was, but
Here we go.
we'll
He's
cross to
coming.
Butter on the floor, and we'll hear from Bryce.
Yeah.
Come over here, man. All right. Well, firstly, congratulations on another event win. How did that one feel?
Pretty good, considering I'm short enough to stand up to your height.
Yeah. Look, you know, to be sometimes I know for some lifters it's a bit of a tougher one, especially being not genetically, you know, higher and so on in terms of height. So it can pay off in some ways, but sometimes it can, you know, be a bit of a kick. What's the training been like for this one, mate?
I've been training all over the place. Anytime I could get on power stairs, I could. I live in Newcastle. I drive 2 hours to Sydney to go train on power stairs with my mate Mac. He's the strongest man in Australia. He pushes me. I got to chase him. I get better at this.
That's it. Well, mate, you got the Flintstone press next. What are you feeling about that one? I had a good one with the monster dumbbell. How are the shoulders feeling today?
Very good, very mobile.
Very good and very mobile. Oh, that's going to be a scary one then. All right, mate, I'll leave you to it. Go recover. Let's get ready for the Flintstone press. Congrats again.
Thank you, mate.
No worries. We'll throw it across to our live stream commentary there. And we will be starting the Flintstone press.
That's massive, actually, for Bryce,
very
because
soon.
2 event wins in a row. If he can get a good have a good event in the Flintstone, which I expect him to probably take out the win.
Yeah, same.
That could really mean a lot for the competition. Scores. So
All right,
we
ladies
are
and
going to
gentlemen,
bring up
we'll be starting
some scores.
event number, sorry.
Keep talking.
We'll be starting
I'm getting instructions coming from the side of me. So
Yes, not really
it's
sure.
a really important win there for Bryce. I don't know if he would have expected to win the power stairs with some of the guys in the field. So that might have really, and a few guys sharing points as well. So leader Jaden Lang sharing points there. That might have opened up a larger gap than we sort of expected at the top there, and with a really good event for Bryce, and maybe not such a good event for Jaden.
He still did really well. It's just unfortunately everyone else was on the same kind of level for that particular event. So you got to share the points if you don't get the first.
Yeah, and the with an event win probably coming up for Bryce, and a lower place in the event coming up for Jaden. Now, he could prove me wrong, but his dumbbell press was sort of middle of the field, mid to top. We'll see how his overhead press looks compared to some of the other guys with a bit more mobility.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure to see how this shakes it up, because some of the guys have been chucking up some big numbers in the training videos, so it'll be interesting to see if that reflects here today.
Yeah, and I'm really just excited to see the Flintstone press.
Yeah, same.
All right, we are going to go to an ad break. We'll bring you the scores before we start the Flintstone press. So that has been our Power Stairs event. We'll be back after this short break. Guari and Taylor, or Tash, sharing points on 42, and then 38 to Justin Himes. So there is 7.5 points separating the top 7 guys here, or top 6 guys. So that's a really, really tight battle.
Yeah, 100%, especially with how many's in the field. Like, there's easily can move some points around there.
Well, there's 16 or 15 points there. We'll have a look at the 105s now to round out the fields. We'll see what's happened. So Bryce Purton has taken the lead going into what you'd consider his pet event.
Yeah.
Whether the dumbbell or the overhead press is considered his pet event.
Mate. 75 kilograms right there to go overhead. Now we are going to have the under 73s ladies on this side.
So just getting rid of the event organiser Mason because he's standing in my way when I'm trying to look at the scores. But all of these are really close as well. I mean, top 6 all stand a chance at winning. I think Lee might be a little bit too far back now with 17 points off the lead with 3 events to go. But I think this is, at this point, Bryce's competition to lose.
Just what events are left, 100% agreed.
Yeah, James Lang, Jaden Lang, sorry, I don't know if this is going to be the best event for him versus some of the other guys. He could prove me wrong, but I think this is Bryce's event to lose. And then when it comes to the competition aspect, there's only 2 events to go after this, so he just has to hold on to a lead. And hope that he doesn't lose too many points. And I don't know that there's bad events for Bryce coming up either. Looks like we are ready to go back to the comp floor. We're seeing our Flintstone press. So this will be a press for max. The athletes will have 2 minutes to get as much weight over their head as possible.
And they've got to load it themselves as well, which is an added little...
loading it themselves.
Component to the event.
Actually, I
have a way that I would lift in this. I don't know about you. Is this in Australia's Strongest Woman?
It is, yes.
Yep. I would personally, none of the athletes able to get that weight over their head to start with. You have as many attempts as you want, so there's you can really just keep cracking at it, but I probably wouldn't be doing that.
No, he's having a break at least.
Stacey, not able to get the rate there and just does save it. If it does fall off the platform, it is a 0. The athlete will 0. And probably break the implement. So we're hoping that it can stay on there.
Yeah.
So I personally would be taking as few attempts as possible. I'd get a safe one on the board. And bueno.
They have a minimum starting weight though, don't they?
They do have a minimum starting weight. So both of these girls are at the minimum starting weight. So that's why they are struggling. So that's Stacey doing what I probably would do and taking a lot of attempts. I think this is where a lot of the less experienced athletes struggle a little bit. They just try and go hell for leather all the time and don't have the composure to step back. And when you've got 2 minutes and you just need 1 rep to get a score on the board, are you better off attempting it 1,000,000 times or just trying 3 really good cracks at it at the start, at the minute mark, and then right at the end when you're fresh? There's no power left in the legs after too many attempts. Now Stacey is able to get that locked out, and she gets a successful rep. It bounces up.
Oh, is that a count or not a count?
It'll count. It'll count.
Yeah, good.
She's going to call it that.
And Stacey calls it at that.
We have 20 seconds remaining.
Maddie not quite able to get that locked out.
The time is now, Maddie.
She's taken a lot of attempts here, so upon reflection, I would have liked to see her maybe take a few steps back, because she's getting really, really close there. She's moving under the weight nicely. She's got 1 more attempt here at it and not going to be able to get a rep there.
Unfortunately, when you're new, you get kind of scared with the time. You think that you don't understand the time to make sense. Like, you don't realise a minute is actually quite long. You get really nervous that you're not going to get something, so you just rush it and you do as many attempts as you can, just try and hope it sticks.
Yeah. And like you saw it a lot in the dumbbell, athletes were trying 5 seconds after they dropped it. You've only got 2 attempts in that event.
In a minute. So
whilst in this you're just going to tire yourself out, the dumbbell, you actually just got to waste an attempt. So it is important to have some of that gamesmanship. And
nice.
Fran makes a really nice first attempt. Sally not quite able to get that up over her head. So Fran's going to be loading her own weights here.
Fran can now adjust it and add more weight.
Some of this incoming data so we can see how heavy the girls are going. Sally gets close there. They've been very close with these attempts so far. The internet in the shed that we're in is not great.
She does have plenty of time.
It's much busier here today as well. There's a much bigger vibe. If you look behind us, there is actually a lot of people watching.
Let's go, Fran. Let's make some noise.
That can also be quite off-putting if you're new.
Excellent work there from Fran. I think that's
so
approximately 75.
the minimum weight here is 67.5 kilos. So it's just shy of body weight for these girls to be pressing over their head. Fran, by the looks of it, has 2.5s either side of that, so has gone up to 72.5 and successfully lifted that. and is now putting
Take
some
plenty of time.
itty-bitty plates on the outside for a 1.25 kilo jump,
35
maybe, or a
seconds.
2.5 kilo jump. So I think she'll
Come
be
on,
going
Sally,
up
let's make some noise
here
for
to
her. Let's make some
75
noise for Fran as
kilos.
well.
Yeah, that's
So
impressive.
Fran looking to go
This is
75
it. Come on,
kilograms.
girls.
And Fran
Nice.
makes that 75
Great work
kilogram
there from
lift.
Fran.
Sally unable to complete
We
her
have 15
lift.
seconds remaining. I think Fran's happy with that.
Just trying to find.
She'll call it.
So
Fran.
75 kilos is the
Excellent work
minimum
there
weight
from Fran.
over the other side there as well. So Stacey
under
successful with
73s,
75,
we have
Sally unsuccessful with the
Sabina
75, and Maddie unsuccessful with 67.5 here, and Fran
Briba.
successful in going beyond that with 65 kilos, 75 kilos. So Loda's getting it back down. Tanita Northcote will be the next one to come out. Now I expect Tanita to be able to get some significant weight on here.
Just a little bit.
And Emma Briba will be coming out for her attempt on the heavier bar, the 75 kilo bar for those under 82s.
Kylie
Oh no, it looks like Kylie
up
Davis. So just a little bit out of order. Sheet. So Kylie Davis with
Emma Briba.
67.5 and Emma Briba with 75
This
kilos.
sponsor is brought to you by
Starting
Rolex
out
as
75.
well.
Interesting.
One of your mob over there, Alira.
My mob. Oh, Gingers, yeah.
Yeah,
Gingers
redhead.
Unite. Let's
Yep.
go.
So Kylie
Ginger power.
with a bit of
Come
a push
on.
press. Both ladies locking
Ah.
out. There we go, straight away.
Both get the successful lift.
It was a kind of
Excellent work
push split thing that
That's-
Kylie produced for us, but it worked.
It worked. That's the thing about strongman. You just got to get it up.
So it actually looked like that might have been 5 kilo weights that Fran put on there. So it was maybe heavier than I actually initially thought. Kylie and Emma both loading extra weights. I don't think there's any need for anybody to be rushing around here.
No, not at all.
I believe Kylie is jumping to 70 kilograms there. And it looks like Emma's jumping to 80.
So Emma gets another successful lift.
Excellent work there from Emma Briba.
It's quite a shallow split there. So maybe
Go
not.
Kylie.
Kylie actually hit the platform on her
There's
dip
just plenty
there.
of time.
She actually
50
went down a
seconds
little bit
remaining.
too low and hit the platform on the left-hand
okay.
side with her dip.
Yeah.
But she has got a successful lift on the board with a 67.5 kilo opener. So Kylie now makes her second attempt again.
Oh, so close.
Not a
That grind, yes.
Excellent work there
really,
from Kylie
really had to
Davis.
earn that.
Yeah, she
but
did.
she gets that overhead,
25
and
seconds remaining.
I don't know if she'll try another. She's got
Let's
25
go, Emma.
seconds. I'd personally maybe put a pin in it. I don't
Yeah.
know that you're going to get another weight after a grind like that. Oh, and Emma
Oh, she's
just
got it by a
pump
little bit.
faked
She
it a
has
little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there we
She's
go.
got 10 seconds to see if she can load.
6, 5, 4.
No, not quite
3.
there. The power just wasn't there on that one. So
Quite
Emma
there.
with her 2 successful lifts there, and Kylie with her 2 successful lifts. I'll load up the scoring sheet,
Alright.
see exactly how much
Next
they
up,
actually tally.
We have Hayley Galea in the under 82s.
So Hayley with a CrossFit background. I believe we
And now
will
we
be
have
dropping
Tanita
the
Northcote in the under 73s.
we will be dropping down the platform height for Hayley.
Tanita will be starting on 67.5.
Yeah, she's a bit shorter,
kilograms.
yes.
Emma might have been the tallest competitor in the field, and I
And
think
Hayley will be
Hayley
starting on
might be the
75
smallest.
kilograms.
So
So Haley, overhead barbell press, max at the moment is 75 kilos. So let's see if she can. That's what she's got
interesting.
registered.
So that's what she's
yeah.
got loaded on the bar at 75 kilo
Yeah.
minimum. So 72.5 for Fran Poke. 70 kilos, I think, for Kylie Davis.
Stone press about to commence. These ladies have 2 minutes to complete this event.
77.5 kilo successful lift
Alright,
for Emma
let's go,
over the
Hayley.
other side there.
Let's go, Tanita.
And Tanita successful with her first lift.
Nice.
Hayley not quite, but the weight is definitely there. And does the smart thing, takes a second. Takes that second to breathe
Alright.
because She knows that she's got the whole time here. She's got some hugely
Yeah.
powerful legs under her. Haley.
Came from across the background.
There she goes.
Come
And,
on.
Just that
just
one
lost it
tricep.
backwards a little bit.
Struggling a little bit.
Just lost it. Unable to lock that. You're right. That right arm didn't quite lock
Yeah.
out.
It's triceps with overhead sometimes.
She's got a
It's the
1
hardest
minute and
muscle
20
really to
seconds
form, and it's the one
remaining.
that it's so important to so many lifts.
Yeah. Especially when you are doing such heavy
Tanita's making the
overheads.
jump.
Yeah.
So Tanita has taken a
There
jump
we
up.
go.
And Haley
That's it, Haley.
makes a good lift of that one.
So if that was 75, that's equal to her
And
registered
Yes.
PB.
Come on,
Tanita
Oh,
Excellent
has
work.
Easy.
drawn level there
1
now.
minute remaining,
Interesting to see what Tanita
ladies.
does here. Does she try and draw even with Fran, or does she go a little bit heavier? Nope, she's going to just try and draw level with Fran.
Competitors load the plates.
So this
We have
attempt, I think, will be
40 seconds remaining right now.
72.5.
that's interesting because
So
she's
ladies and
got
gentlemen, let's make some
overhead
noise.
PB as 77.5 registered with
Yeah.
us. So it's about 5 kilos lower than her
30 seconds
PB.
remaining.
Haley
Oh,
not
so
quite
close, Haley,
able
come
to
on.
get that. She's gone up in weight, Haley, over
Let's
there.
go, Tanita.
Tanita not quite able to get under it. Didn't quite split as much as I think she would have liked to
Again.
there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite
15
get under the
seconds.
weight. 15 seconds. So this will be their
Let's punch it.
last real attempt. Haley almost gets
10,
that one and it spits her
9,
out.
Today.
She did have to run after that
7,
because it was starting to drift
6,
away from her
5,
and that could have been a
3,
zeroed lift.
2, 1.
And
Oh.
she's
Tell you what,
playing with
Haley,
fire there,
She
really
was,
trying to get
for
that
sure.
last rep on the board and
That was
could have
awesome.
actually caused herself a zero, but did not. So she will leave with a success at
Okay,
the
our
first
next two
weight, at the
competitors
opening weight of
to be
75
coming out.
kilos. And
Let me check.
Tanita will also get the opening weight plus, I think she got
Halifax.
70 kilos.
Opening up on 85 kilograms.
Yeah, nice. Sarah Halifax. I just love saying her surname, hey. Sarah Halifax.
Lyndon Beattie.
All right, so she's got a registered 95 overhead with us.
Yep.
So we'll see where she gets today. And
Lyndon,
let's have a look.
this will be
Lyndon has a 70 kilo overhead registered with us. So, as her current max.
70 kilos, so this would be close to.
2 minutes. It starts now.
It's tough knowing you need to come out and just about max out just to get on the board.
Yeah, 100%.
So Sarah, 85.
kilograms there for Sarah. Come on.
Easy.
Not,
Hold it. There we
not
go.
a natural split jerker, Sarah, but gets a successful lockout there. Had to work for it a little bit. Lyndon gets up overhead, not quite able to lock out. At these percentages, it means you need to get everything perfect when it is within 2.5 kilos of your all-time
Yeah.
PB.
And on a second day of comp, like it's...
Second day of comp after of the power stairs event, very taxing on the legs. And Lyndon did put in a good body of work on the power stairs event. She's getting enough height on it. She just doesn't quite have the ability to move
stick
under
it,
the bar
yeah.
just yet. Now Sarah has taken a jump there,
So she's got a 90.
and that was much better.
I tell you what, that
She's one of those girls that once it gets heavy, she gets better. It's kind of weird.
Yes. Well, sometimes the weight can force you down into a good position.
All right, so that was 5 kilos off of her registered personal best. So let's see where she's going to go
This is
now.
it. This is the personal best, I think. She's
This-
added 5 kilos.
All right.
95.
So this will be equal
So
to her current
let's make some
PB.
noise for her, because we have 30 seconds to remain.
95.
Come on,
A
Sarah.
good experience there from Sarah. She's taking the whole time. She will only
Come on,
have one
Sis.
attempt at this weight. She's not going to keep trying and trying.
Come on,
And
Lyndon.
she's going to make sure she gives herself the best
20 seconds
opportunity
remaining.
to hit it on the first try.
Come on, Sarah.
Nice.
Manages
Stick
to
it,
lock
stick it. Oh, no.
No,
Oh, she didn't get the down call,
just
unfortunately.
fell forward with the weight. You could see it was trying to pull her backwards.
3, 2.
That's bugger.
Trying to pull her backwards a little
It's
bit and
definitely
then
there.
trying
She
to
just needs
save it
stable.
forwards.
Yeah.
The weight just came
Good work
forwards a
there
little
from
bit.
Sarah Halifax.
And that's where
Also,
a little bit of
congratulations
weightlifting
to her for her
experience
34th birthday
might
last
have
week as well.
might have helped her.
Yeah.
All right, next
A little bit
up.
more composure overhead, the ability to stabilise it before she brought that foot forward. In weightlifting, we also reverse the way Sarah did it. You take your front foot back first.
Okay.
So your first step is backwards, and then bring your back foot forward, so you avoid having your body weight move forward and
That
drop the
makes
weight
sense,
forward all at once. But it takes a lot of composure and
Let's go, ladies. 2
timing.
minutes.
So Karen and Liz both opening above minimum weight. Liz making it look super easy. Karen going with quite a wide grip. Liz, no dramas with 85 over on her side. You said Liz had about 105 kilos in the tank?
From memory, I was going to see what she's registered here. I remember seeing her... Okay, sorry, 100 kilos, my bad. I thought it was 105, but no, 100 kilos.
She
but
might
still,
have submitted this before the...
That's true too, actually, yeah.
Oh, so close. Come on.
But either way, she's at that 100 mark if she can get there today.
Time to
Yeah.
focus.
So Karen as well, standing up a little bit early here. Needs to catch it
Let's go, Liz.
low and nestle in before she tries to stand up and bring the
make some
feet
noise.
together.
There we go.
There we go.
Excellent
So
work
she was
there
able
from
to lock it out before she stood up and stood forward. So
Good work
Karen,
there from Liz as well. 1 minute remains, ladies.
still a minute left. Both ladies now going to add more weight
Alright,
to
so-
the bar. So I think Liz now looking to take,
I think
is she
Liz is
taking
jumping up to 92.5.
92.5 kilos?
Which is
So
kind of
she's
smart.
just trying to chip Sarah here. Because she knows at this point, I think her lead is fairly unassailable in the competition. Not saying that she can't lose from here, but
35
all she needs to do
seconds
is just be a
remaining.
little bit above Sarah.
Yeah.
Come on, girls.
And Liz, shaky,
Stick it.
but gets it.
There we go.
And Karen
And a successful
gets
lift
hers
there
as
for
well.
hers
Yeah.
15 seconds remain.
Looks like she was trying to go for a fourth, but she's going to stop.
10,
Yeah, nobody's getting
9,
these weights on
8,
in time.
7,
Nah.
6. I think they know
Yeah.
they're out of time. But congratulations to Liz and Karen there.
This is smart planning with your weights there, because she's got 100 kilos. I did see a training video of 105, but she only had to do a 92.5 just to get ahead,
Yeah.
or stay ahead of Sarah.
So the 73s, Fran and Karen in the lead with 72.5 kilos. Tanita and Kylie with 70 kilos. Maddie and Lyndon unable to get that 67.5 kilo opener.
And then we
Yeah.
have
And
Lauren McMillan also opening on 70
Stacey
kilograms.
successful with 75 along with Haley.
The 73s.
Emma successful with 77.5.
Nice.
And then Sarah with that 90, and then Liz with that very crafty little
these weight
92.5.
here
So a really
weigh 30
clever
kilos,
little
so
move there
much. So that
from
makes it-
Liz. Now, Lauren McMillan, she was the one I was looking out for in this event. She's got that weightlifting background. So looks to
She's
see
got a
her-
registered 80 kilo on this
The weight
spreadsheet.
plate plus the bar
So
as well.
that's above body weight for Lauren. That's
It is.
very
It is, yeah.
impressive.
So she's starting
All right,
above
ladies.
the minimum weight as well. She's starting at 70
We are
kilos.
about to commence with
So-
Lauren and Jolene.
Jolene. Okay, so Jolene has registered 110 kilo PB
Wow.
for her personal best. So let's
Okay.
see where she hits today.
Could be right on here. We could have a little bit of a showdown. So Jolene is starting at 90 kilograms.
Yeah, wow.
70 kilograms.
Oh,
She's
she's
going
front
with front
rack.
rack, as is Lauren.
Very good
So
work there
in
from
the rules, you
Lauren.
can do front rack or back back rack.
Yeah. I am very jealous of these two's front
Count
rack.
laws.
I don't have the mobility for that.
Yeah, neither do I. I need about 90 kilos just to get the bar down to my
Jolene
shoulder.
Jolene's moving up to 95
Jolene has just made that look super easy. Lauren just didn't
floated.
quite
Come on,
time
Lauren.
hers. So Lauren with
Let's lift it.
But no doubt she'll hit this one.
70 kilos.
Up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using the power
Excellent
jerk
work there
technique,
from Lauren.
Yeah.
which I find in strongman
happy with
situations can actually be a little bit more beneficial
Jolene with
to
95
know
kilograms.
because it can limit some of the variables. So Jolene goes to 95.
Excellent
Gets a down
work there
call.
from Jolene.
So now Jolene takes the
Lauren,
event
I believe,
lead.
is making it
Yeah.
up to 72.5. 1 minute
And
remains for both of these
interestingly,
athletes.
Simone will also be taking 90 kilos, but Genty will be taking 105 as her opener. So she could win with the opener.
Yeah, wow.
Depending on what Jolene does here. So Jolene going for 100. Lauren only taking a 2.5 kilo jump, so just to level Karen and Fran, and not able to do it just yet. So a little bit down on her best pressing ability here, Lauren.
Those power stairs, though, would have absolutely fried your triceps, your arms, grip, everything.
So Jolene with 100 kilos.
Lauren, you have 15 seconds.
15 seconds here for Lauren.
Come on, Lauren. Chica's got it.
No, just a little bit out in front of her.
Yeah.
Interesting that they both chose to go with the front rack position there. So
Yeah.
Lauren with a successful lift at 70 kilograms, unable to get 72.5. Jolene getting 100 kilos. Simone opening now at 90.
I've been really impressed with Simone's weightlifting, what she's been putting up. I was shocked that some of these smaller, still quite, obviously great athletes, but smaller girls that are putting like 90, 100 kilos behind the neck and smashing it. It's absolutely impressive.
It's a wildly impressive standard that we've got in the country now.
And then
Yep,
we have
100%.
Simone Jones, who will be opening on 90 kilograms.
So Katie opening on 77.5. So this would actually put her directly into the lead with her opening attempt.
Okay.
We've still got some good presses to come with
77.5 there for
Nat,
Katie.
Annalise, and Camilla. So Katie, 77.5 kilos. Push press technique with a little bit of a step forward. And Simone moves
stable,
very
stable,
athletically
stable.
under that bar, gets the down call. So Simone has 90 kilos on the board. Be interested to see what she takes now. She's going to take that 5 kilo jump by the looks of it, go to 95 kilos and put herself in outright second place.
Yeah.
Katie, we'll see what she is moving to. She's taken a lot off, and so she is going to go to 80 kilograms.
Nice.
82.5. So she's taken a 5 kilo jump. 82.5 kilos on Katie's bar. Cam Taylor has just gone and made sure that she actually has the right weights on.
Well, that's a good ref there.
Yeah.
Making sure it's safe.
I believe is that 80 kilograms there?
It can sometimes be a nice bloke, Cam.
82.5 kilograms there.
All right, so
All right, let's see.
95 and 82.5 we have. Simone attempting that 95 kilos. Wasn't the most stable lift in the world at 90, but it was successful and doesn't quite get it. Both athletes spat out there. Katie, not quite as powerful on that one. The feet didn't move quite as much. Simone just got spat properly out by hers. So she's got plenty of time to try this 95 kilos
30
again.
seconds remains.
And doesn't look like it's there just now for Simone. So this will be important for Sarah and for Liz. If she's to succeed, she actually goes above Sarah and Liz, which actually would probably be Sarah's preferred result. If she isn't able to get this lift, Simone, Sarah has to share points with her. So rather than going 1 point down on Liz, she actually goes 1.5 points down, which is going to be the case. So that's an important lift in the context of the competition, because now Sarah loses another half a point on Liz. Now Genty is opening at 105 kilos.
That is just mind-boggling. I wish I had her shoulders at 105 kilos as an opener. Damn.
It is.
She's doing some full depth squat jumps over there as well, just to warm up. Now Bev is opening here at 80 kilos. So 77.5. So Bev would take the lead with this lift here.
Genty is opening up on 100.
So Genty's lifting for the win here.
So she gets
Bev is in the lead.
that
That's a
one.
foregone conclusion. So Genty doesn't get it. Ooh, now she cannot go down from her opening weight. You can go down from your previous attempt if you have loaded extra weight, but you cannot go down from your opening weight. So this was a ballsy move here from Genty.
You know she's got it, though.
She's got it. And she holds it overhead, tongue out. And that'll do Genty just fine. She wins the event.
All right, Annalise.
Now Annalise to put some distance on the rest of the field. So she's got 80 kilos. She's loaded 85 kilos now.
Let's go, Annalise.
Oh, it's that tricep. Come on.
Not able to get that left arm through. Didn't quite split enough on that one. So left herself a little bit too much work to do on the actual pressing aspect. With the split jerk, what you want to do is throw it as high as you can and then catch it with straight arms underneath it. So if you watch back what Genty did, she threw it and then she caught it with straight arms. She didn't have to lock it out. Her arms were straight when the weight landed in her hands. So she just stood it up. So it's less of a shoulder strength movement and more of a leg power and timing movement when
but you also need the
when you
shoulder
split jerk
stability though to catch it. Like
Yes.
you still need that. Like as much as
that's
not
where
like using your
Annalise
shoulders
failed on
as
that
such,
one.
you still need to like catch it in your shoulders.
Yes.
Take your time, get your breath.
Which a lot of us, especially the open girls, don't like. We're
right,
strong,
ladies and
but the
gentlemen,
mobility in the
make some
shoulders
noise
is not
for
as good as some of the
Annalise
lighter
Bendigo.
weighted girls.
And you'll see most people miss forward.
Oh, getting spat out by
She needs to be careful here,
but
Annalise,
she's okay.
because she's got 80 kilos on the board. She doesn't want that taken away from her
Yeah.
because she sees the weights fall off the platform.
4.
Catch it. Oh, phew. Trap.
Call it down.
Bouncing around there. Did leave some nerves there. So we're just going to focus in on the bar closest to us now, because the 82 kilo class is finished. We've still got
105 kilograms.
We've still got Nat Koopman and Camila Fognolo in our under 64
Let's see
kilo
what they've got
class.
registered, shall we?
We have Nat Koopman, who is opening up on.
All right, so Nat has registered that her personal best is 90 kilos behind.
Okay, so she's opening up heavy. She's opening up at 85.
Well, that's so close to what she's
Now-
registered as her personal best.
This to take the event lead.
85 kilograms.
Told.
And
Oh, my sweet baby.
So close there. She's struggling to.
that just almost slipped off the platform.
But let's
She's
go
going
back.
straight in again, which I don't know if I'd recommend. So
Now we're taking a break, but
Take some time.
Come on,
She's
Natalie.
really aggressively bashing that bar on her back. So take some stock now, Natalie.
take a
Yeah,
breath.
here's the time. There's a minute and
Yeah,
30 left.
shake it out.
Take your time.
Everyone in the room's thinking the same thing. Take that
Fire
time.
up.
85
This is
kilos.
yours.
This is to take the event lead. But
Ladies and
this
gentlemen,
could
make some
mean
noise for Natalie Koopman.
massive ramifications for the rest of the
85
competition
kilograms
if she's unable to get this
over her
lift.
head.
Opening at 85 was an
struggling
interesting
a little bit
decision
here with
with it
lockout.
being so close to your
So the registered one,
One rep
yeah.
max
Together underneath.
of 90
Sometimes
kilos.
in
Yeah.
that catch position can be very tough. Now, we have 1 minute remaining right now.
Nat Koopman, I don't know if she's going to get this.
I don't- Unfortunately, I don't
That
think
didn't
so.
look even remotely close, unfortunately. So she's got
There's
plenty of time. She can't go down. Yep, she can go down if you've loaded a weight on
can't.
top of it. But once
okay.
once you've selected an opener, you can't go down from there.
She's got to lock in.
Come on, Nat.
Come on, Nat.
Sends it forward, and that's what you're
30
talking about, is that
seconds
mobility,
remains.
that ability to... if I was her, I'd
Come on,
step
Nat.
back and
Dig
put
deep,
all the
guys. Make
pressure
some noise for
on
Nat.
one more attempt. I really do like her shoes. They're some very
20
nice
seconds
looking.
remains
The shoes are
right
awesome,
now.
yeah.
This is it. Come on,
But
Natalie.
this is it. Nat needs this to stay in the competition
Up.
and unable to get it.
Oh.
So she has made
It's a tough
a
one with 85 kilograms here.
pretty
And
catastrophic
unfortunate decision, yeah.
tactical
7,
error here
6,
in being unable
5,
to get
4.
away.
Unfortunately, she was
So what happens in strongwoman, when you get a zero, when you don't score, you don't register a point in the competition. So just to, if she had have opened up at 70 and gotten a rep, she would have gotten at least 1 point. She gets 0 points from that event. Despite coming last, if she didn't actually score, you don't earn a point. And what's going to be a little bit more unfortunate is that there's multiple zeros as well. So the minimum amount of points for Tanita and Kylie is going to be fourth last. So
yeah.
even last place,
Those larger weight plates, the
isn't,
stone ones that are loading up onto there are about
last place
35 kilograms.
isn't valued the
So them at
same
the bar equals
if there's
70.
multiple people below. So yeah,
them at the bar
it's going to
equals
mean a
90
really big hit
kilograms
for
in
Nat
total,
there.
so
Now
last 20
Camilla
kilos.
is coming out and opening at 92.5.
Wow.
Again, we'll see if this is a good move for Camilla. I mean, she's an Olympic weightlifter by trade, hasn't done so for a long time, but has maintained those skills and is one of the best overhead pressers in the country at any body weight. I think she came third at Australia's Strongest Woman in the overhead event.
Camilla's just making sure there's a fill there.
Camila looks like she's going to front rack this as well. But this will be interesting. She's just making sure the height is right for her so that she's not going to hit the...
is it a height thing or is it a weight thing? She's looking a bit confused on the weight.
No, she's looking for the height, I believe, to because it's the lowest. It's the lowest they can go.
Okay, yeah.
She's trying to figure out if she's going to hit the because the plates are bigger. She's just checking to see if she can. Yeah, she's going to be able to dip without hitting the platform. That's all she's concerned about, is bumping into the platform, or whether she needs to actually step back behind it to make the lift. But that would be inadvisable. So 2 minutes. If she makes this lift, she wins the event. She just has to do 1 rep, and oh wow, okay.
She makes it so easy.
Just like that, the event's over. She's won.
Yeah. Oh, she's going to go up,
she's
though.
Going up.
Just 2 minutes to complete more reps.
Now, this is inadvisable, but again, it's Camila, so
I will say,
I do know for a fact now she is the last person in the field, and she is just doing this just because. She gets no extra points for this. She's just doing this to put on a show.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, that's what you get from a seasoned athlete, hey, and world level that she is. Like, you can put on a show for our what are they called? Spectators. Oh my goodness, word lost my mind. For all our spectators here, because she obviously knows that she can do this quite easily.
Yeah.
So,
well, she murdered that first weight. So this is 100 kilos. I think she's just going for a nice round number.
This is mind-boggling how...
Super easy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past her to do 107.5.
Yeah, one more. Let's go.
50 seconds remaining. What's she going to put on there?
107.5 would be ahead of Genty.
2.5. Yeah, so 105 kilograms.
I would have gone 107.
Plenty of time, Camila.
Just to beat the weight class above. But she is going to equal Genty, who is... Camila is a natural under 64. So that's her native weight class. She does compete up in the under 73s. She also competes up in the heavyweights as well, just whenever she feels like it. But she's competing at 73 today and has matched now. Genty.
The patience in that lift as well.
Yeah. Composure, that's an experienced lifter, and she'll walk away there with 105 kilos.
Yeah.
25 kilos ahead of the next best lifter in the field.
Yeah.
And also Camila.
Honestly, she's probably going to lift heavier than most of the open women's, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, so from looking at what people are putting up, I think we might average around 80 to 90 for the first kind of bubble, and then 110 plus for the next bubble. So
I think the difference is in
come out to the comp floor.
We'll get back to this later. Camila and Genty are just going to go interview with Buddha, so we'll cross over to that now.
Nice.
Who's first? So, Genty, I'm saying it right, aren't I?
Yep, it's Genty.
All right, so 105 kilograms overhead. How did that feel?
Surprisingly more challenging than training. I managed to hit 115 in training pretty comfortably, but I think the wait time in the back area does cool you down a little bit. So that first attempt felt pretty rough, but once my muscles kind of like switched on, that second attempt obviously was a lot easier.
Yeah, and also you got to remember we've also had another previous 5 events over the last day and a half. So definitely, and we also had the max dumbbell yesterday as well. So the shoulders are feeling a little bit beat up. Central nervous system's a little fried coming into it, but yeah, it was still awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a theme with me winning overhead events, so I don't know.
That's it. Well, coming into the totem carry, how are you feeling about that one?
I'm pretty comfortable with it, I guess. It's just more so kind of grit work, who can hang on and who can endure the pain the most.
Yeah, and also coming from a CrossFit background, being a national level with CrossFit, I think it will carry over quite well for you. So hopefully we'll see what happens, eh?
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited.
No worries. Congratulations again to another event win. Camila, the Camila, come here. You're here. All right. Mate, you won with the 105, but you decided to keep on going. What was the decision behind that?
Well, we train harder, so yeah, I just wanted to see what I could pull out today equal Genty's overhead.
So maybe you need to move up a weight class, eh?
Oh, I've done it before, but no, probably not this weekend.
Nah, not this weekend, but still. Yeah. Well, with 105, and then we hit, was it the 110? What'd you end up hitting? 105, so it was 92, 100, 105. So that was definitely good there. What's been your training like that for that one?
A bit of a mixed bag. I discovered that I can't jerk behind neck because my shoulder's damaged. So yeah, had to switch pretty late in the game to front rack. But yeah, again, damaged shoulders, elbows that don't lock. So it's a bit, it makes me a bit sad, honestly, because I should be able to do more, but I can't. So.
Well, you can still do enough to win. All right, guys, we'll get across to the under 90s and under 105s. Congratulations again to Camila, and we'll start very, very soon. Round of applause for Camila and Genty there, both winners of our under 73s and our under 82s. All right, we have Paul Mamoine and Tom Winter going head to head.
We are back. We've got Tommy Winter there. That's 130 kilos. That's 120 that little Paul Oskovich has on his side. Tommy made really light work there on his 130 kilos.
Just popped up out of like nothing.
Similar to Genty, Tom is a cheerleader, so they love these overhead events, the cheerleaders.
Yeah.
It's Paulie making, no, just not able to get the lock out there on 120. He needs to take his time here, Paul. He needs to step back and take stock rather than just rushing in straight away, which I think he's doing.
Looks like he's doing it and getting his mindset.
It was just a stability issue there. It wasn't a strength issue here for Paulie. So Tommy Winter looks like he's loaded up 135. Goes out a little bit in front of him, but Tommy gets the weight.
He's got it, yeah.
The cheerleaders, especially the ones that were bases, which as a male Tommy was, because there's no other option in cheerleading, and I assume Genty was just because she's a freak overhead. It does really lend itself well.
Come on, Paul. Yes, hold it.
Hold it, Paul.
Down.
Really earns it. I think the down call could have been a little bit premature, but Paulie made sure he earned it, and I think he'll be happy with his 120 kilos there. Now, this is Tommy Winter going with a $140.
120 kilograms there for
So
Paulie.
Tom with a $140.
And here with Tom, we have 140 kilograms.
Tommy's been going fast through this. I think he's got it. I think he just needs to maybe chill out and just take that break. One more good attempt, Tommy.
15
rather
seconds
than
remaining.
he's only got 15 seconds, so this has gone a little bit faster.
7.
He's got to send
6,
it here.
5, 4.
Not quite.
3,
Just sends it a little bit out in front of him, Tommy.
Yeah, there's been kind of a bit of a pattern actually for quite a few people that are doing the front racks.
Yeah.
Kind of catching a bit further out front.
Further out in front. Well, I mean, the whole reason the behind the neck is more. It lends itself more to more weight is because it already puts the weight over your centre of gravity. It already puts the weight over your midline, so your bar path doesn't have to move back over your head at all. It also gives you a really stable base. If you don't have a front rack because you're not mobile enough, it does. So Joel not able to, Jason not quite able to.
Just missed it.
Justin, not Jason, sorry.
Okay, let's go, Joel. 130
So Joel
kilos.
gets in a good position there, just not quite able to get the arms locked out under it. But Justin Heim now
hold it up there as well.
with the weight on his shoulders. And Joel sends it
He's
backwards.
just hit his head too.
Nearly knocked himself out there. Justin gets a good rep there with 120. So he's got points on the board, same as Paul. So he's going to try going up. So he's going to go up 2.5 kilos to 125. Joel's still trying to get this 130. So the heavier weight class, heavier minimum weight. Joel,
so close, he's getting thrown out of it. 1 minute remains.
1 minute. Again, if I'm Joel here, I'm taking the whole minute and lifting with 15 or 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, start resetting around the 30-second mark. Get ready, moving in.
You've got to think about it this way. Are you more likely to make 3 really rushed attempts, or are you more likely to get it if you give it one really, really good crack at the end of the minute? And I think the case is it's just going to have to be one really, really good attempt. Whilst it does put a little more pressure on you because you can't miss, or else you zero, it does give you the best opportunity to make it. Justin going with a push press technique and locks out, but just falls over. Just unable to. It was a little bit far behind him.
Yeah, he's almost fighting
push
it.
press technique. It started to come back down. Very hard to start to reverse a weight.
12,
Yeah.
11,
So 12 seconds
10,
left. This will be the last attempt for each man, and not able to get any purchase on that. Joel. Justin gets halfway up, and then you start to see where the weightlifting technique comes in, where Justin doesn't have that background, and when it gets about halfway up and the transition point into that press starts to take over, the weightlifters start to shine as opposed to people without that technique. So Matt Coates with 120 and Jordan Oxenham with 130, both guys choosing to go with the base weight for their opener.
Which honestly, it's smart. Just get a point, get a tick in the box.
Knowing that there's been guys zero before you,
Yeah.
I think that is important.
All right.
And it is a smart play if you are capable of doing heavier. So Jordan gets a good rep.
Oh,
no, just buckles
So
slightly.
close there for Jordan.
Matt makes
Nice.
no mistake.
Dirty,
That was
yeah.
crisp.
The 120.
That was very, very crisp. So he's going to go up. I
Let's
would
go,
assume
Jordan. Make
more
some
than
noise for
2.5
him.
kilos. I would assume with a fiver there. So he's going to go up to 130 kilograms here. Matt Coates. He's taking his
A
time.
minute 30 remains, gentlemen.
He's probably taking just 3 attempts here. I don't think he's going to bother trying to take 5, 6 attempts. I think he's just
Come
going
on,
to have
Geordie.
3 really good cracks. Now, Geordie gets it stable.
Hold it.
He's shaking.
He got it.
And he gets a down call.
Excellent work
That's
today
good.
with 130.
Whilst he was shaking, it wasn't instability. It was just
Fatigue.
him rocking around. It was
Yeah.
just a neural
Let's go,
thing.
Matt.
So Matt, really crisp there,
Very
and he
nice
spends
there
a lot
from
of
Matt
time
Coates.
in the split. So if
1
you are
minute
learning the
remains,
split jerk, if you
gentlemen.
are wanting to get better at it, spending time in the catch
So
position
Geordie
of the
is jumping
split.
to 135.
So Matt's going to be jumping to 140 here. That's a big, big
Cameron,
weight.
how much
That's a
is
big
on
jump.
that one over there? 140 kilograms.
So Geordie, he's jumped
Is
to
what Matt is going to
135.
attempt.
So that will draw
135
level
here
with Tommy
for
Winter.
Jordan
Tom Winter
Oxenham.
and Jordan not
35
quite able to get
seconds
under that. He
remains
does
for both
move
of
under
these
it quite
gentlemen.
well.
Yeah.
So Jordan's got one more good attempt here, so he needs to probably sit out and wait. And this is Matt
Let's go,
with
Matt.
140 kilos.
kilograms.
When I saw of 130, this will be a big lift if he gets
Hold
it.
it.
He fights it,
Yeah.
and he gets
Excellent
it.
That was
work
great.
there. 140.
And he'll be happy with
Jordan
that.
needs
Really
right out
happy
there.
boy.
10.
So 140 kilos
9,
there. A really
8,
well executed
7,
round there for Matt. Jordan's
6,
giving it one more go.
5,
Got it to lock out, but not quite.
Didn't get stand
But
up.
he
Yeah.
gets a point with
Not
130
today,
kilos,
maybe
Jordan
tomorrow.
Oxenham. So
All
the next
right,
two,
ladies
we've
and
got
gentlemen.
Charles Van Niekerk and Robert, by the looks of
We
it.
have we have Robert Fasoni up next with 125 kilograms.
So Robert
And then we
opening
have
up heavier than
Charles
his minimum.
Bendigo with 130
He's got a 130 registered here.
kilograms.
Sorry, 140.
140, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say 130, he's opening at 125. That's risky business. But looks like Charles playing it safe, opening at the 130. I know Charles
This is
hurt
gonna be
his
fun one here for Charles Bendigo.
hurt his proximal bicep
And a very
tendon
fun one
a
here
few weeks ago. So
Robert
I don't know if he'll be
Fasoni.
doing
Both
some
these gentlemen
behind the
looking
neck
forward to
jerking, or if he'll be going the front rack
guys,
position.
The more you yell, the more these guys lift. It's a great one about the strong man.
Making sure we've got 125 on there for Robert. And we've got 130 on there for Charles.
Alright.
All right.
So we'll see what sort of technique these guys
2
bring
minutes
to the table.
remains.
So yeah, Charles is going that front rack position. I think probably stressed his bicep tendon too much. So Robert,
Shaking it too.
not as
Excellent work
crisp,
there
but
from
still
Bob
very
Fasoni.
easy.
Yeah, it looked easy.
So Charles Doesn't have a front rack. As you can see, the weight's actually above his shoulders. And what that makes it really hard to do is find any base point, get some power off your chest. When the weight is actually not resting on anything but just on the musculature of your shoulders, it can be very, very hard to generate power out of that hole. The saying is you can't fire a cannon from a canoe, and it just means that the more stable your base is. So Charles now actually got it closer to his chest, but had to lean back a little bit too much to do so, and I think he's in a bit of trouble here, Charles. I think he's in a bit of pain.
I know he's had a problem with his bicep.
Tiff unwrapping
1
his
minute
wrist
remains
there.
there for Rob Fasoni. Let's make some noise for him.
He looks okay, Charles. He just looks like he might be done with this event.
Yeah, nice. Rob did well.
Rob did very well there. A little bit unstable at the top, but that's a good weight for him. So that's 135.
So he sticks it and then he like stares at the ref like, give me my point.
Give me my down call.
135 kilograms just completed there.
So Charles taking the L there.
30 seconds remains there for Rob Fasoni.
So Rob has got 30 seconds here.
20 seconds remains for
Come on,
Rob
Rob.
Fasoni.
So I think
I think he's going to run out of time.
137.5 here. I think he was looking for 140.
10, 9.
He'll have enough time.
8,
Come on.
7, 6, 5.
Nah, nowhere near that one, unfortunately. So the 2.5s wouldn't have made a difference if he was able to purchase them.
Excellent work there from Rob Fasoni.
Basically, what Mason was saying was you need to unload all the weights. He's given enough weight.
Up on 130 kilograms.
So Logan taking 130 and Peanut taking the minimum here, 130 with that torn tricep. This,
let's see if this goes up.
This might be a painful watch. He will have his arm packed out as possible. I don't know how warm-ups would have gone. He does look a little bit nervous. I will admit I'm a little bit nervous.
I would be too, yeah. It's very heavy to be able to put on your tricep.
So hopefully he can just get it up, get a down call off Tiff and run off the comp floor before
100%.
anything worse can happen. And look, given the state of the field, it might not mean the worst thing for him. With a couple of zeros and maybe a couple more, he might not wind up dead last. Looks like he's going to go with a front rack position, which might hurt because that weight then will have to actually be supported by his triceps.
It's an interesting move. Maybe he doesn't have the mobility for the back because you would think that you'd change it to your back if your tri is not going to be there for you.
But if he's been practicing front rack the whole time because that's what he thought was going to be available to him, or it might be that the position back there actually stretches and pulls on the tricep on the elbow too much.
Shorter athletes, it can affect. Got to make it fair for everybody.
So Logan Day going 10 kilos above minimum weight here for his opener.
130 kilograms. For both of these athletes.
Well, he's only registered at 130 with us, so as his PB.
2 minutes.
It's an interesting move then to open at that weight. He's taking his time to get wrapped up now. Peanut wants to get this one and done.
Yeah.
He wants to have one attempt at it. He's got it in front rack, and Logan Day makes light work of that. Peanut gets it. Now, will he continue to go up?
Nah,
he's
smart
done.
move, yeah.
Really, really well done there from Peanut. 130 kilos over the head with one torn tricep. That's a great outcome for Peanut, not zeroing, and he'll share points. So he's not even going to get 1 point. He will share extra points. He'll get as many half points as he can. So Logan now moving up to 135, I think. Is that a 2.5 I see?
So if I'm confirming, is that 135? 140 kilograms.
No, it was like fives. Yeah, it's 140.
40.
This is very interesting. He must have registered this before he hit some PBs in training prep or something. Because
let's go.
Maybe he was just trying to be cagey. And that
I'd drop it down to 2.5.
So, he can drop it down. So in this instance, he can actually drop down to 135 if he wants to. I think he's seen 140 as the mark to be.
Yeah, drop it.
So 45 seconds. This is a smart move here from Logan to try and go down.
Just to 135 because he can, because he made the 130. He's gone,
You got time.
might be a bit struggle with the 140. Get some vital points above 130.
I don't know.
I don't know about the wrapping, unwrapping though.
Taking the wraps all the way off might not be the play.
So,
He's only got about 20 seconds here.
we have 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah. This is, he's
The
not
time
going
is
to get
now
it done in
yours.
time. He's not going to
Unless
get
he's
it
going to go with that wraps.
Come on, mate.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
has to.
does it time.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Oh, just the
tricep.
left elbow.
so
and he saved
close.
it, luckily, from
So
falling off the
very,
edge there
very
too.
close.
So he'll have to settle for his
But a
130
successful
kilos. I
130
think if he
for
had have
both
tried his
Andy
135
Stewart
first,
and Logan
he could have gotten it
Ray.
and broken that deadlock. But
That 130 looked great though. He probably just felt confident because it looked like it flew up.
All right.
it did. It looked like it
Next
popped up.
up,
But what I
we
find with
have
the explosive athletes, it only takes a little
is
bit
it
of extra
Justin
weight,
Longden?
and that speed drops
In the
just
under
that little bit. And
105s.
it's such a heavily speed
It's
reliant
Chris
event
Irene.
that there's
In
such
the
a fine
under
line
90s.
between it
Chris
looking really
will be
easy
attempting 130.
and then
Justin will
looking
also
like
be
it
attempting
was
130.
nowhere near it.
As
There's that
opening
very fine
weights.
line.
That's so true. Sometimes, like, I mean, even my experience, like, you hit it. The next one you just don't hit because you can't even. It's not even close. Like, you've just gassed out. You're done.
Doesn't even leave the shoulders.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So that is maybe something. Logan's quite young, quite new to the sport, so I think that's something he might learn. That whilst the 130 might feel really, really easy, that 140 slows you down that little bit. That means it isn't. And in weightlifting, you do hear a lot that if you don't usually see any tough makes, unless somebody's the only time
for Justin Longden.
you'll see a timer. A time where somebody struggles is when they stand up out of a
130
clean.
kilograms.
So Justin Longden with 130. Oh no! Oh
right.
no!
Oh, no.
Dear.
Oh,
Didn't
that's
quite
close.
fall off. Didn't quite fall off and zero him, but he did try and push press that and then re-rack it rather than trying to reset. So 130 kilos here for Chris as well. Chris has opened heavy on
Chris
his
King's
dumbbell
went up to 130 as
and
well.
on his barbell.
Yeah.
He almost
Come on,
zeroed the
Justin.
dumbbell. It took it. Oh, no,
Oh.
don't use your head, Justin.
With the
Don't
press
go
out
straight
there
back in,
at
fella.
the top.
Give yourself a second. Chris also
is
struggling
struggling
in
a
that
little
same
bit as
spot,
well
both
with the
these guys,
130.
just with the barbell over the head. And Justin really needs to learn to push the bar away from him and bail out of this so he doesn't concuss himself. Chris is going to want to get a rep here because he has started
Justin
10 kilos
has got
above
1
minimum
minute
weight.
remaining.
But both the boys are hammering away.
It's a
Chris
gamble,
has finally
hey.
stepped back and taken stock for at least a couple of seconds. I don't think
Yeah.
the bar's actually ever left Justin's shoulders, but both boys
Guys,
now
let's make
in a
some
bit of a
noise for
down
them.
patch, just chilling
They need your
so they can
support
reserve their
right
energy.
now.
Yeah.
So Chris
130
wants this
kilograms
weight, 130
is not a
kilograms
light weight.
for Justin and for Chris. Chris didn't have to do this. He had to. He chose to go 10 kilos above, and almost
30
identical.
seconds
Both guys
remains.
fail in the exact same spot in the exact same way.
Sometimes
So-
you just got to do the opener. Just get the opener, get a point on the board sometimes.
There's been a few
130.
tactical errors here, and can't fault Justin other than
15
for maybe
seconds
trying a few too many times within the minute here. I don't think you're going to get any benefit out of trying 15 times. I think you've only got a few good tries in you.
Yeah.
And Justin will
Justin
take
out.
that L and move on, which every person that zeros or gets the base weight only is a win for Peanut.
Yeah,
Especially
true.
every
Yep.
person that zeros, because it means more and more points for him.
Time there for Chris Doreen as well.
So
Unfortunately, both athletes.
next
zeroed out of
athletes
them.
coming out looks like Akash Deep and Harley Hughes.
It'll be interesting to see what Harley gets on this.
He's a strong presser, Harley,
yeah.
but doesn't have great mobility, so I don't know how he goes getting a barbell behind his back, whether he's going to front rack press it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it just depends on how he's feeling. What he's been training as.
Alright, next up we
But
have
if he can get in a good
Harley
spot, he'll get a
Hughes,
high number
who'll
for
be
sure.
attempting 130 kilograms.
Yeah, he's strong. He's brute strong enough to get
We also
150.
have Akash Deep Singh attempting 130 kilograms.
So Akash Deep will be doing 130, so he's gone above the 120 minimum.
So he's put down 140 is his current
Hughes.
PB.
Okay. So Harley doing things early here. Akash Deep will be starting later. We've got 2 different timers going on.
130 kilograms.
So Harley is going from behind the neck.
Stable. Nice.
And gets lockout. The one thing I worry about with Harley is because he is so blocked up through the shoulders and chest, is when he gets it in that back rack position, does he actually have the mobility to get it forward over his head, or is he just going to throw it straight backwards and tip himself over? Because that's what it looked like there. So a cash deep, very low pick there. He's giving himself some space. So 130 kilos, he's gone above the 120 kilo minimum, but succeeds in getting 130 there. So Harley hoofing down, smelling salts like they're going out of fashion. And 140 kilos there for Harley. So he was looking a little bit shaky on the first one, just almost tipped himself backwards.
Hopefully it's just first lift nerves, like getting the feel of it.
First lift nerves and the mobility, and it's different on this platform compared to the warm-ups where you're picking it out of a rack.
40 kilograms, 308 pounds in the old money.
Oh, that was a little bit better bar path-wise, but it just drifted forward that little bit, and he wasn't able to get his lockout there. All right, he's gone straight away again because that's
Harley.
That's Harley. Cash deep, taking his time, getting his bar in the right position.
There we go. Good job.
Harley somehow keeps getting refereed by Tiff.
So close to a cash.
She's going to make him work for every rep he does.
Well, that's a good thing, though. Like, at least Tiff's consistent. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know if you're getting her, you have to earn your point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And Cam as well. Both our judges, all of our judges, when Sean comes along and judges.
Let's go, Cash.
Jace Midgley was just checking his height there. Now, Akash actually has longer because he started later, 140 kilos for him. Oh, so close. Just need to spend a little bit more time in that split. 10 seconds. He's going to have one more flying crack at this. Hopefully he doesn't lose it off the platform and zero himself.
Such a risk, hey?
Kept it. Yeah, it is just another factor we have to consider. So they're rolling through these guys, especially on the 105 side, because there is a million 105s. Jason Midgley opening up at 135, and he has that. So
that looks good.
Jason Midgley has now put himself into equal second place with Tom Winter with the successful lift over 140 from Harley Hughes, taking the lead.
137.5, I believe.
So Jace Midgley
142.5.
has gone 142.5. So
interesting,
interesting weight choice there. 142.5. It's to tip Harley, so it's a smart move. Just to get that 2.5 points ahead, break the deadlock, and this is the benefit you earn if you open heavier as well.
Jason Midgley.
So that is another thing to consider, and Jason makes that really easy. But if you are able to open heavier, you do get to see what everyone else in front of you has done.
Yeah.
So there's a huge benefit. So the Ant-Man, Ant Martin, has 130 kilos loaded there.
The Ant-Man.
Now he needs to put in a big performance here.
130
Ant-Man, it bounces around, but he gets it done. He gets it done.
I gotta say, my heart would be sinking if it started bouncing on me. I'd be like, no. Extra stress you don't need.
It very much means that you do need to follow it down and control it.
Yeah.
You don't need to slowly drop it down to the shoulders, but you do need to follow it down.
Yeah.
I believe it's
Jason, the big bounce there out of the bottom.
Yeah.
15 seconds remains there.
15 seconds for Jason. So his time has gone pretty fast, but he has gotten that 142.5 to take the lead. So this is for a 145, and he gets almost to lockout. And Martin has got a successful lift there at 135 kilos. So we'll see where Ant Martin goes from here. 140, possibly.
How much longer does he have, Cameron? 1 minute.
Ample time.
So he is going to 140 here. On the subject of 140, Ben Aykroyd appears, not Ben Aykroyd, sorry, that's Patrick over there.
All right.
So Ant-Man taking 140 kilos. He had a minute left about 20 seconds ago, so I think he's got about 40 seconds here.
Yeah. In the old money. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Ant-Man, Anthony Martin.
This would mean a lot to Ant. This would mean a lot in the scheme of the weight class.
Get it up.
Bounce straight into it. Oh no, oh no. Has to drop
Nice.
it on
Watch
the
where it
platform.
bounces. Yeah, good job.
And he did chip a little bit of the that right-hand side of the granite there.
Hopefully
But-
Mason didn't see.
No, it's no longer calibrated. He's actually disadvantaged himself by making it lighter for all the preceding competitors.
140 kilograms.
So 140 kilo
Patrick
opener
Griffiths
for
from
Patrick.
Queensland.
So we're starting to get
wow.
some heavy openers here. Patrick's only about halfway through this 105 field, and he's already opening at 140.
All right,
So we're starting to get some
140.
heavy openers. Patrick, this bar's a long way up overhead. It's locked out. He's got a long way to go.
He's got long limbs.
What's he going to jump to?
So it looks like Tas Casoria's coming out here.
Bar is
He
loaded
looks like he's got
for Taz.
132.5
He's at
loaded.
132.5, I believe, there for Taz. Excellent.
And Tas really explosive.
Excellent work there from
Does
Taz.
well there, big smile
132.5,
coming from
like I said
Tas.
before, very mobile.
I like that he watches the bar all the way at the top as well.
Yeah.
A lot of athletes just pick like a spot
This
to
is
look at
150
on the ceiling,
here.
whereas he was actually watching the
150
bar.
kilograms here
Yes.
For Patrick Griffiths.
So he's got a 120
Yes.
PB apparently.
1 minute remaining.
Who, Tas?
Taz.
So
150 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for
he's opened apparently 7.5
so
kilos.
close.
Sorry, 12.5 kilos heavier than his 120 kilo PB.
Yeah, apparently. That's
Come-
crazy.
Come on, Tas. I don't think that was his PB.
Surely
at all.
not. Okay, he did 12
And
kilos
that one-
heavier.
You know
That
you've
one
got
did
this.
slow down, and Ben,
This is
Patrick,
135.
not too close to that either. So both of these guys slowing down a little bit here with these weights. So
Attack it, Taz. This is your weight. Let's go, Paddy.
Oh,
Paddy doesn't
Just shut
quite
him out.
succeed. He needs a little bit of help from the crowd.
Cheering on the
150
cheer.
kilos.
Oh, so close. Pat's
So,
got 20 seconds remaining.
Matt Coates with 140 kilos, as well as Anth Martin with 140
That's
kilos.
135 there.
okay.
So Tas, he's
Come
looking to
on.
get himself in between
5,
them and
4,
draw level with Robert
Time.
Fasoni. So it's not time for Tas just because the other under 105s started a little bit earlier. We've got a lot more of those, so we're pushing them through rather than having to wait. And Tas,
so
gets
close.
under that weight
close.
extremely athletically, but not able to lock it out, unfortunately. So Jace Midgley still in the lead with 142.5.
All smiles
Pat
though.
Griffiths, interestingly, maybe missed a trick there, not taking 145 and to take the lead. Instead, opted for 150. So Ben Aykroyd will also be opening here at 140 kilos.
With Ben Aykroyd
Back
opening up on
Aykroyd.
140 kilograms. And we will have
All right.
Sean Beasley opening up on
So the Beazle over here, our man in the pink knee sleeves, 135 kilograms for Sean Beasley.
Sean.
So he's going the behind the neck technique. And 135.
135. He's got the down call.
Gets the down call. He was a little bit close to the back there for my liking, but he still succeeded.
Ben
Ben with
Aykroyd,
140. I think he's going to push press this. He's not typically a split
kilograms. Does he
jerker.
have it?
Okay.
Ah,
I was wrong.
Yes,
He's been working
he
split jerk
does.
craft. So 140 for Ben. Now let's see. I'd personally
right.
take 145. Get that on the board before you go 150. And that's exactly what Ben does. Experienced
That's the
campaigner.
jump up to 145,
That's what
I
he's
believe,
going to
there
be
for
doing.
Ben Aykroyd.
So
That's it. Let me
Sean
check what
Beasley
Sean's getting on there.
going for 140. Now this might be a situation where
140.
you take
Correct,
142.5 for Beasley rather than
kilograms
share
there for Sean
points.
Beasley.
so 140 apparently is his actual PB. So this will be
Sean
equal
Beasley
PB.
has
That
it
might be
there.
why
Yeah,
he's
okay.
not going higher.
Yep,
just
yep.
to make sure he gets
Make
it.
sure he at least shares those points
Yeah.
rather
Get it 10
than shares the
remaining
points
there
with the
for Ben
cluster down at
Aykroyd.
135.
He's gonna take his time to be smart. Use his time efficiently.
It's nice to
Don't
see.
rush into it. He's got 1
It is
minute
nice to see
remaining.
somebody use their time efficiently.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Beasley
oh,
locks out. and looks at the judge to get the down call.
Oh, I'm so worried about that one.
And he's happy with that. That's 140 kilos, and he's walking off.
Yeah.
He's done. So
That's equal PB for
Ben
him.
Aykroyd takes the lead with 145 kilograms.
Yeah, nice.
And he's happy with that. Now, I think he'll take 150,
He has 40 seconds remaining.
or he'll just walk off. 145 will do for Ben Aykroyd.
Yeah.
So our next athletes,
ladies and
we're going to have Mitch Bruce Smith opening at 140, and we're going to have Lee Shaw opening at 150.
150 opener.
What's scary is there's still 6 more lifters to come after Lee.
It's crazy.
So the openers are either as heavy, if not heavier. All right. We have Mitch Bruce Smith here with a 140 kilo opener as an under 90 athlete. Somebody before called him Tyson from Wish.
All right, Bruce has got 140 kilograms
You
here.
can kind of see it.
I can kind of see it.
It's a
Push
really
press.
squint though.
And he's earned that lockout call there from Cam. That was a push press. That's incredibly strong there.
That was crazy.
So Lee Shaw now with 150 kilos. His time hasn't started. Mitch Bruce Smith, he's going to 150 now. So he's taking an aggressive approach to this event. He can probably get a lot done in 2, maybe 3 efforts here. He doesn't really need to go beyond that, and I think that's got to be the play for the heavier overhead presses as well, especially just try and get it done in very few attempts. So Lee Shaw, 150 kilos.
Let's go, Lee. Let's go, Mitch.
So Lee,
150.
Just floated.
clinical there for Lee.
Excellent
And a bit of a
work
fight
there
there
for
for
Lee Shaw.
Mitch, and he's crashed it back down on himself, but he managed to squat down under it.
Remains there for Lee Shaw. Let's make some
So
noise for
Mitch Bruce Smith has
He's attempting
45
150
seconds left.
himself.
So he
And
wants
he's in the
150
under
here.
90s
He's
weight
only going
class.
to take one more
All the
attempt
way
by the
from
looks of it.
WA.
I don't think he's going to bother with a third attempt. I think he's going to be smart and take his third attempt at 150 with a lot of rest.
So
Give
now
himself
that is jumping
the best
up
chance to hit it.
160
150 kilos
Lee
for
Shaw.
Mitch Bruce
Mitch is
Smith.
attempting 150 right here. Has he got it?
And
so
goes
close.
overhead,
Such
comes
a-
back down, crashes back down.
It's crazy his pushing power. I know it's not sticking, but that's still 150 kilos just be pushing
Yeah.
him behind your neck.
50 seconds remain here.
All right, Lee Shaw now with
That's it, Lee,
160
come on.
kilos. Clinical there from Lee, but loses it
He
forward.
got the down call.
Ah, phew.
He did
It
get the
was
down
very
call.
close, but he did get the call.
So
160
Lee's got
kilograms.
160. Bryce is opening at
All right.
170.
30
James
seconds remain, Lee.
is opening at 162.5. So
Wow.
Lee taking 165, which will put him ahead of James before they
20 seconds remain.
make their attempts.
Yeah.
Right now, 20 seconds remain.
So Lee, 20 seconds. He's got one more attempt here.
He's got time.
He knows he's got the power there. That wasn't a fail on
10
strength.
seconds.
No.
Or it wasn't
Not at all.
a sketchy lift on strength. It was a little bit of a struggle on stability. And just unable to stand it up there. Had it locked out. But 160 kilos. Maybe got a little bit of a gift there because Tiff had called down before his arm buckled. So he was able to get the down call there.
Yeah.
That's not on Tiff either. These calls are made in half a second there. It's such a hard thing to call an overhead
100%,
event
yeah.
because you call down and your arm's coming down and then the arm buckles. And I've had Lee had to no rep him on a dumbbell event that I'd initially given the rep on because as my arm was coming down, his arm buckled. And I just said, I can't give you that lift, but I felt really bad because I really thought he earned the lift. But unfortunately,
Hard one,
just
eh?
as my arm was coming down, and I was saying down, but couldn't give him lift. It's a really hard event to referee. So Dan Guiri is starting off with 142.5 kilos.
Just presses it.
Got a down call, and it's just a strict press
Yeah.
for Dan. We saw his shoulder power, the brute shoulder power he has from his work on the fingers yesterday, where he was just able to muscle his way through. So Dan taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 147.5. So a smart lift there for Dan, bringing himself ahead of Mitch Bruce Smith there. 147.5 for for Dan. Mitch Bruce Smith, he's actually already overtaken Mitch Bruce Smith because he can get his 150 kilo. So this will put Dan in the lead with 147.5, knowing that Riley Talbot's opener is 145. So he's chipping Riley Talbot's opener. If he's able to get this, he will chip Riley Talbot's opener, forcing Riley Talbot. Don't know if that's going to be there. So 150 kilos for Jaden.
150 kilograms. Make some noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it up.
Oh, Jaden just falls underneath it. Plenty of power there.
Heaps of power.
Heaps of power. He's gone straight away, which sometimes when you're in the zone, you just need to go straight again. But Jaden's going to need to take some time here.
Yeah.
He really doesn't want to keep just powering away here.
You have 1 minute and 20 seconds approximately.
Buddha's trying to coach him over the microphone.
Take a rest. You've got plenty of time.
So while we were watching Jaden, it appears Dan Guari has called his attempt.
Yep.
So he's got his 142.5 kilo successful attempt.
50 kilograms.
Jaden locks out 150.
There we
Just a
go.
lift there for Jaden Lane.
So that's an important lift for Jaden.
55
You
seconds
see
remaining.
what he does here. So Lee Shaw got 160, Jaden going straight to 160 as well. He's probably only got one real shake of the sauce bottle left in him. Given the amount of energy he expended on those two failed 150 kilo attempts.
160 kilograms.
Really, it's just shake it out, boost in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise.
There we go.
Jaden Lang, 160 kilograms.
So Jaden Lang 160.
25 seconds
Riley
remaining.
Talbot
Here for Jaden.
to win the event with his opener. This is his opening attempt
20 seconds
of 145, and he can just
Come
lift
on,
it and
Jaden.
walk off.
Let's get
Jaden,
it.
160 kilos
160
on his
kilograms.
shoulders,
Get it up. Come on.
and doesn't quite get that lockout there. So Jaden will be done after that. That's his attempt finished. He's got 150 kilos on the board. He might be a little bit disappointed that he maybe missed a trick early on by missing those earlier attempts.
Yeah.
So he cost himself a chance at possibly going heavier. Coming out after Jaden, we are going to see James DeGraff with 150 also.
150 kilograms.
So Riley Talbot's got some of the strongest shoulders in the game. He takes the win if he makes this weight. 145 kilos gets him the event win.
He literally just needs to be one and done, and he's done.
And it gets him some really good, important points
Yeah.
because there is a four-way tie on 140 kilos.
Riley
So
Talbot.
Riley Talbot to take the event
Let's go,
win,
Riley.
145 kilos.
Come on.
He's got it.
Easy.
That is 145
That's the event win
kilos.
there
I was
for
him, I would
Riley
call it.
Talbot.
Oh, he's going to go for more.
He is going to go for more.
He's actually currently in the lead.
That's
Will he
it.
do more?
Coach is telling him no.
Coach saying
But
yes.
nope, he's going to go do it anyway. Yes, we
Tyson's,
pay the coaches for no reason.
Tyson's going to be hating this.
155 kilograms.
Sometimes
This is
the
next
mindset
weight.
of these athletes is that we've come all this way.
Honestly, yes.
Not Tyson, sorry, Carl.
Checking that the platform is
Sorry, I was looking at
correct.
Tyson.
No, yeah, Carl.
thinking
Sorry, I
about
didn't
Carl.
get up when you said that. Yeah, my bad.
Sorry.
No, but that's the thing, though. Like, you spend hours and hours and months of prepping for essentially 5 minutes
kilograms here
to
for James
perform.
DeGraff. As
If
he's
you're at a
opening
5
up the
event.
105s.
So James DeGraff with 150,
Oh,
unable to make
close,
that.
James.
That
Take
looked a
your
while
time.
away, actually.
That was,
And
yeah, it wasn't
Riley
close.
Talbot, I'd probably call it if I was him, yeah. And Carl does call him off with the event win, 145 kilos.
He still has won the event.
Oh, he's just getting stuck under it.
Dan Guiri with 142 and a half in second place, but then that four-way tie between Mitch Bruce, Sean Beasley, Anthony Martin, interestingly enough, his direct competitor, Anthony Martin, and Matt Coates in that four-way tie for 140. So Riley has, with that lift, put some significant points on Anthony Martin. Now this is danger stations for James DeGraff.
He really needs to stick it, but I
He's got
don't know if it's there.
150 kilos.
Come on.
He's not going super high, this barbell. He's getting really low under it. He needs to step back and just take stock here. He needs to really chill out. I think a lot of these
50
athletes
seconds
should
remains here for James.
have realised that this probably isn't going to behave like a regular bar. These stones aren't going to rotate like a regular bar. You're picking it up off a different platform. You're not lifting on probably the same surface. So
That's like what the girls were saying like, when they did their interview. They were saying like that it was like nearly 15 kilos lighter than what they were getting in training just because of how shit it felt.
Yep.
So
Yep, and the fact that they're lifting on day 2 of a
day
competition.
2,
I mean,
there's so many factors.
James DeGraff,
Did he just get his hand?
he did, yeah.
Oh
He
no.
has 15 seconds. I think bung his hand,
His
a
hand
little
looks
bit.
fine, but
You're right. I think he's just.
I think that would do him for that attempt.
But it's all right.
Bugger.
But
It's a long way up.
possibly should have opened a bit lighter. And there's one person back there that will be not grinning, but a little bit more relieved, and that's Andrew Stewart, because every 0 brings his amount of points up, keeps his title hopes alive a little bit more. So the next lifter we're going to have coming out is Izzy Barrett with 155 kilograms.
Good old bucket hat.
Bucket hat Izzy with 155 kilos. We've got 3 lifters still left. So Riley Talbot has taken the win in the under 90 kilo men's and extended his lead significantly on the 2 guys that were just behind him, both Matt Coates and Anth Martin, because they tied with 2 other guys as well. So a 4-way tie for 3rd on 140 kilos. So they share points. For those who are just tuning in and don't know how strongman scoring works, if you win an event, you take that amount of points through as many competitors as there are in the weight class. So, for example, there are 16 competitors in our under 105 weight class. The winner gets 16 points. Second place gets 15, and so on. If you don't score in the event, you don't register a point. So, Izzy Barrett struggling now with 155. Could we see another 0?
Potentially.
At the top end here with these guys starting too heavy. We've seen a few openers too heavy. This might be one of them. Might prove not to be if he can nail it.
There we go.
He's done.
Yes!
So he's
He
on
just
the
needed to warm
board
up a bit, that's
with
all.
155. He's now in 2nd place behind Lee Shaw with 160. So playing the smart game, you take 162.5 here,
Yeah.
but he just goes straight to 160. So he'll tie with Lee Shaw if he makes this lift. But the scoring, basically, if there's multiple athletes tied on the same number of points or reps or whatever, or weight, they share the amount of points that averages out to. So say, in this case, Riley should take 14 points.
Let's make some noise. 160 kilograms. Come on, mate.
Come on.
Oh, very close.
Riley should take 14 points. Dan
30
Guiry
seconds remains
should take
here
13
for
points.
Izzy
And
Barrett
then Mitch
all
Bruce,
the way from
Sean
WA.
Beasley, Matt
Let's go,
Coates,
Izzy.
and Anth Martin
Come on.
occupy the spots of 12, 11, 10, and 9. And 160 kilos overhead there for Izzy Barrett. He'll take
Don't call that,
and run with it. Really great lifting there. So it takes the equal lead with Lee Shaw, so they'll share points as well. So in that example, I was just giving 12, 9, 8, and 7. 12, 11, 10, and 7 and 9 points there. Equal 20, 30, 42 points. 42 points divided by 4 equals 10.25.
Some quick maths in your head right there.
10.5, I don't know. So those guys will each get 10.5 points. It's 10.5. So they'll get 10.5 points each of the 3 of them, or the 4 of them, sorry.
Yeah.
So where Riley gets 14 points and Dan Guiry gets 13, the preceding guys are now 2.5 and 3.5 points off them respectively because of that 4-way tie. So that's a massive result. So James Lechon, he is with 162.5 kilos.
Opener.
And it will take him into first place. Bryce Purton has selected 170 as his opener and is capable of going, I would believe, up to about 190. So I don't know if James bothers trying to put pressure on Bryce.
No, if I was him, I'd just take the second. If you know that it's like a 30 kilo difference.
Yep. Take the second. This is a bit low for James.
Okay.
Time is running for James LeSean.
Who did this?
As you can see, he's getting to that back position.
He's got a very narrow grip there.
Yeah.
Extremely narrow.
Interesting. See how it flies.
Come on.
It's up, it's locked out, and it's down. So James has taken the lead in the event. Didn't look exactly stable overhead. I don't know if he'd be going for more. He very much leans back on all of his overhead presses. He locks it out in front of him.
Green! He's showing the spectators a white plate, which is 5 kilos, or a 10 plate, which is green. So,
James is taking 172.5 kilograms. 172.5 would actually... It's a good weight, actually, because it is 2.5 kilos heavier than Bryce's opener.
Yeah.
So this would mean that Bryce does have to select an opener. So select a second weight. Yeah, complete 2 lifts. So he's making Bryce work if he does hit this lift. And he does just give him a chance, an outside chance, but a chance at winning the event. Oh, he gets it in front of himself, but he's not quite able to get the height on it. I think he's maybe set his...
182 kilograms he just tried there. Let's go,
it's 182.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, my maths was bad. I only added 10 kilos. I forgot if you put 10 kilos either side, it actually adds 20.
That's
so
close.
So this is actually 400 pounds in the old money, 182 and a half.
Wow.
Well, if you're going to send it, that's how you do it.
So Bryce Purton to come out and lift for the event win with 170 kilograms. We're going to put, I don't know if they're putting an extra plate on the outside, an extra chocky, or if they're just going to go with the regular plates. They are. They're going to chuck the big dogs on there.
Oh.
Big rocks.
Big rocks. Well, I guess when you're lifting that, you can.
That's it. When you're, it's like, you know, when you hit your first 100 kilo deadlift, you've got to do it with 2 plates. You can't do it with anything else. You've got to put the big, recognisable, impressive plates on there. So I feel like this is the same. When you throw on 170 overhead.
Of Woody opening the weight from...
Plus, just think of how good the photos be with like one big solid chunk of Flintstone looking.
Just one big rock.
Yeah. Rather than random colours on there.
Rocks and plates. So 170 kilos. This is another situation where he just needs to lift it and walk off.
Yeah.
I have a feeling Bryce might do a little bit more, but this lift would...
yesterday he nearly had the world record in the
this lift would really, really go a long way to solidifying Bryce's chances to win the whole competition. I think this man would have thought all his Christmases came at once when he saw a 2 overhead show for the title series with dumbbell and max barbell, 2 max events as well.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't love the other overheads as much. He's a good axle presser, but log not as much his forte. Still a good log presser, but
didn't he have a 190 on Instagram and training? 190, you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
The 190. So that's what I was saying about James LeSean. Maybe he should have taken a little bit less to put a bit of pressure on him, but when somebody can put, 27.5 kilos more than you can over their head, it doesn't really matter.
Make some noise for Bryce Purton.
So easy.
Unless you just float it.
So easy.
Bryce Purton. In less than 10 seconds, he puts 170 above his head. What is he going up to?
I think he might go 200 here.
Oh.
It looks like he's going to go to 190.
Oh, nice.
No,
Check on the 5s.
200 kilograms, ladies and gentlemen.
He is loading it up to 200
So for you Americans, that is 440.
Yeah.
So this is a 105 man putting 440
This is crazy.
over his head.
Yes.
This incredible display of power from Bryce. in the last couple of days.
Yes, a minute and 10 seconds.
He's a full minute, so he's going to chill out. He's going to go back and talk to Tyson.
Get his chalk.
Tyson reading him the riot act, I assume, saying, mate, you've got 1 shot at this. You've got a title to win after this, so do not hurt yourself and do not take more than 1 attempt.
All right.
I think if Bryce does try and take 1 more attempt, he might find Tyson brings out the old shepherd's crook and actually just reefs him off the stage. But
tells him no.
he's getting hyped up. This massive crowd here at Meatstock Bendigo getting fired up.
Looking great.
200 kilograms. Bryce Purton. Is he the best overhead presser in the country at 105? He most certainly is. Doesn't quite lock that out. I think he is going to go for another one. 20 seconds.
One big push, Bryce. 15
He's getting it
seconds
set in the right spot. I don't think he really cares about the timer, to be honest.
He's still going to try.
8, 7, 6, 5.
No, not today. That's
quite
okay.
there. It's a valiant effort. He's got really close to his 200.
It was very close to his
really
stuff
close to his 130 yesterday. That was incredibly close.
It was very impressive.
So, I think we might have our results ready. So we're going to look at our results there for the under 73 kilo women. They're going to pop up on the screen. And another event win there for Camila. So this is now a formality for her. She's 1 event win away from actually not having to compete in the final event. So if she does win or places, I think, top 3 in the next event, she won't actually have to complete the stones. She will, but she won't do it. Annalise now.
Congratulations. Firstly,
170 kilograms. How did that feel? That looks fast.
I didn't know the weight.
You didn't notice the weight. Hence the 30 kilogram jump.
It's a bit of a crock shot, but I'd hit 190 in training. I saved 200 for today. I won on my opener. Let me have that fun. Didn't pay off today, but we'll move on to the next event.
That's exactly it. And also, like, it's impressive to see because yesterday you did an Australian record. And then you're just like, stuff it. We'll just go for 200, eh?
Well, I have to show the open boys what's up.
Yeah, got to show the open boys what's up. That's exactly it. All right, congratulations. We got the Totem carry on next. How are you feeling about that one?
By far, the event I hate the most.
The event you hate the most?
Not kind of bad at it, just not fun.
It's not fun. It's a world of suck. That's what I know it as. All right, mate. Tell you what, rest up. Well, congratulations again, mate. Awesome seeing that. You're a great performer. We'll see you very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to our live stream commentary there with Sam and Alira.
So,
ladies and gentlemen,
we'll go back to the under 73 kilo women so we can just see that again. Still really tight in there between those 4 or 3 girls fighting for that 3rd spot. Between Katie, between Karen and between Lauren, only 1.5 points. So it's really all going to come down to these last 2 events as to round out the podium. I think Annalise is reasonably safe in second place there. I think she just has to place within the top 5 probably in the next 2 events. Assuming that Camilla's probably going to win at least one of them. For her to get 3rd, I think, or for her to drop down, she would need some pretty drastic results to happen. So Liz Aitken now to a pretty commanding lead again. Something out of the blue would have to happen in our next 2 events for her to drop out of 1st. Sarah can still drop out of 2nd here with Genty right on her heels. Simone right on some.
But she's a really good
Genty's heels.
stone lifter, so I think she should be good.
She is. I think she's quite okay there, and Hayley as well. Not Hayley, sorry, Jolene with 37.5. That 3rd place spot is still up for grabs. All 5 of those women can get there. We'll have a look at our under 90 kilo men.
10 minutes away from the start.
So our 90 kilo men, wow, look at the results here. So Dan Guiri has actually pulled ahead
by half a point.
Yeah, wow. Riley Talbot, the beneficiary of that event there. I don't think we've got the 105, so we'll continue talking about this. So Taylor Taz has pulled himself probably not into contention, but we've still got 4 guys in title contention here. Anth Martin, Matt Coates, Riley Talbot, and Dan Guiri.
And it's also close. That one's anyone's game still, that one.
It is.
Who knows with that?
It is. We're going to flick to an ad break, and we'll get you the 105 scores before we undertake our next event, the Totem Pole Carry. We'll catch you after the break.
85 kilograms.
We are back with the Totem carry. I do have something to report though. The details we reported on the last event for the under 90s were a little bit wrong. They gave Dan Guiry 5 too many points.
Oh, wow.
So Riley Talbot is in fact in the lead in the under 90s. I'll confirm the exact points for you.
So as soon as they drop
so Dan Guiry, whilst he's still listed first, he's 54 points. So he will be just after Matt Coates in third place.
Yep.
And Riley Talbot has opened up that 4-point lead over him in this event.
Yeah, nice.
So we have our under 73s closest to us in our commentary position, and we have our under. We'll go to the comp floor actually. We have
we had.
Under 73s. So that was me being unclear with what I wanted. Under 73s closest to us in the commentary position. Lyndon Beattie with the totem pole weighing 85 kilos, and Hannah in the under 82s over the other side there. So Lyndon has made it up and back this 10-metre course once, and now Hannah has as well. You have to put your whole foot over the line. Just the tip, but has to be some part of your foot actually going over the whole line, not just touching on the line. So Lyndon coming back for 40 metres here. This is going to be a good score for Lyndon. She has to go over the line, which she does. Hannah at 30 metres. Hannah's on the way back for her 10-metre mark. Can she get all the way back? There is a time limit, so Lyndon is going to score 50 kilos and Hannah is going to score 40. Now Lyndon wants more distance.
Nice, good,
Hannah
smart move.
Manages to get an extra 3.5 metres, so Hannah will finish with 43.5 metres in the under 82s. Lyndon has kicked things off with a 50-metre run, so 5 laps of the 10-metre course to start things off. So those are the distances now to beat. So they have a minute to do it. If they drop the totem pole, that's their run done. You cannot just pick up the totem pole multiple times.
Yeah.
So it's a test of not only your ability to hold the totem pole for the entirety of the time,
43.4 metres there
but
for Hannah.
also, I said 43.5.
Next out, we have
I guess
Maddie
wrong.
Heath and
Not
Sally
bad.
Cooper.
Off by 0.1. Anyway, we've got Maddie in the lane closest to the commentary position, and then Sally over in the furthest lane. Weirdly, the smaller log is actually taller and the heavier log is actually shorter, which is going to be an interesting dynamic for the shorter athletes because they're going to have more of it between their legs, which can impede the way they run. So you can see it's not quite a normal running technique. Now, you don't want to go too far over the line as well. You want to economise on how far over you go. So
two very different techniques here.
Being possibly a little bit inefficient taking steps. She doesn't need to. Yeah. She is motoring through though. She's got 30 metres done. Sally has done 20 metres, but she's just going slow and steady. Maddie approaching the 40th metre. Now, this is where Lyndon got to. Lyndon got to 50 metres. It is starting to slip though. That totem pole is starting to come down. Now she needs an extra metre on top of this to get in front of Lyndon. Can she get all the way down? And now Sally has gotten her 40 metres and just looks solid as ever. So Sally has now taken over what Hannah set and has gotten herself 46.5 metres.
Oh, she went to max effort there.
Maddie has also dropped the log.
You're right, Maddie.
I think she bashed into her ankle bone. Both girls went absolutely to failure there. And Maddie has gotten herself 60 metres there. So that is the new target to beat. 46.2 is my guess for what Sally just...
all right.
Next
out.
Sally
over in the far lane. I think that is the new mark to beat. So Nat Koopman has 60 metres. That'll be the mark to beat. And about 46 or 46.5 for the... 82s to beat. So Nat Koopman picks up and just starts motoring through. I think Nat could have possibly picked up a little bit lower, with the length of this. It's bashing her knees as she's running. So she's already looking like she's struggling and having to lean back to try and keep it out of her way. There's 20 metres done 10 metres done for Stacey. It seems to be slipping down too on Nat. It's very, very low. It's mid-shin now. 30 metres done for Nat. 20 metres done for Stacey. Stacey not looking very comfortable there, but
now we'll just keep gripping though until she's time's done. You watch.
That's it. 40 metres down for Nat. She needs to get to 60 to match the effort put. So Stacey has done 39 or 29 metres there, whereas Nat is coming back for her 60 metres. It's getting really, really low. She has to hold.
Come on,
she has to try and get through. So Nat has now put another 5 metres on the time or the distance set.
2, 1, and time.
Yeah, I knew she would. She's one of those ones that doesn't give up. So yeah, she would have held on even though it was right at her shin. This is until the last very second.
So she looks to have gotten about 68 and a half metres. So that is now the new mark to beat in the under 82s. 46 and a half is still the mark to beat there. So 46 and a half metres required to take the event lead, and about 68 and a half metres required for the under 73s.
Yeah.
So Tanita will be attempting that. Hayley Galea will be trying to get to that 47 metre mark to take the lead.
Yeah, 100%.
For the 82s. And it's interesting, I think the low pick is the play on this taller totem.
It has more room to slide down too, so you have that with a bit more correction.
All right, with 1 minute.
Tanita going with a wrap technique and actually holding her forearm.
Interesting.
And Hayley does not look comfortable with that at all. What I noticed with Hayley is her arms are actually coming down already. So rather than having her arms perpendicular to her body like Tanita, they're coming down. So she's actually sort of cradled it where Tanita has overlapped her arms in order to get them coming perpendicular to her body. So it's a technique. I think Tanita has sort of won the technical battle here. Hayley has 20 metres. Tanita has 40 metres on the board already. So Tanita coming back for a 50th metre. She needs to get 70 metres. So she needs to go up and back in order to take the event lead. Hayley needs to get about to where she is now on the way back if she's to take the event lead. So she's got 10 seconds. She can get a couple of metres. She needs to touch and turn.
Turn around.
She can't quite get there. And Tanita has gotten 73-ish metres, 72 and a half metres.
Yeah, about 72,
so she will take the event lead. Hayley will be about 4 metres shy of that event lead. So she will be in second place. Kylie coming out now with a new mark of 72 metres set.
And Emma Brewer.
Incredibly dancing before, so she must be like warming up with her dance moves. Both Sally and Emma were doing a little dance off in the corner there if you didn't see it.
No, so I did not catch that. That might be the tiebreaker event.
Yeah.
If we have any ties, we'll just do a dance off. So Kylie with the tall, slightly lighter totem, and Hannah with that heavier 95 kilo one. So Kylie off to a fast start. She's going to get 73 metres in. So it does actually come down to time for Kylie in this 73 kilo class. It's not necessarily going to come down to time for Emma. She's motoring through the first 20. So time's not going to be relevant as much as how far she can carry it. She's moving pretty well up to the 30 metre mark, but starting to look like she's leaning back a little bit. And when they start leaning back, that is when they start to struggle. So 40 metres down for Kylie, 40 metres down for Emma. And she hasn't gone over there, or has she? She has been given that.
Counted it, yeah.
And now she has eclipsed the previous best toe. So Emma will be the new event leader. 60 metres down for Kylie Davis. Now she touches and turns fast and gets halfway back. She can take over what Tanita did.
5, 4.
Go.
She's going to do it. She is going to do.
1 and time.
Nice.
And Emma has set a new total at 60 metres, while Kylie has set the new total for her class just 2 metres ahead of Tanita at 74 metres.
And it's Simone Jones.
So Lauren McMillan has to move fast here in order to get 75 metres or more. Simone has 60 metres to traverse if she wants to take the event lead. Now, there's plenty of meterage in between the previous best and what Emma just did. So there is points on offer if you can get above that 46 metre mark.
Yeah.
Not quite to 60. You don't have to win the event, but you still need to get above that 46 metre mark to get some points there. Lauren taking quite a low stance. She looks like she learnt from Tanita, and she's taken this totem with a grip around her forearm. It's a slightly thinner totem, so you can see Simone can't quite get all the way around to her forearm. She's holding the wrist. Both girls at 20 metres so far. 60 metres the mark set for Simone to beat by Emma, and 74 metres set for Lauren to beat by Kylie in that previous. So both at 40 metres now. Oh, is that 60 metres, sorry?
60.
No, 60. So Simone now taking the event lead. 70 metres there for both. Now on the way back, and they're at 75. So both have come down now to 80 metres. Is that right, 80 metres? Or is that...
That seems a bit excessive. I thought she was on 60, but maybe she's not.
Maybe she's not. I think this
We're definitely going to verify these two athletes because...
Yes, yeah. So I think Lauren has just gotten back for 80 metres, as has Simone. So I think these are definitely our new event leaders. And Simone has dropped at the 84 metre mark, or 83 and a half, and Lauren has dropped at the 86 metre mark. Now, interestingly, I personally wouldn't wear a belt for this. There's a lot of people wearing soft belts. I just wouldn't wear anything compromising my diaphragm at all.
Yeah.
I'd rather be able to breathe as much as possible.
The only thing I can think of is the trying to protect the backs for the stones a bit more, just that little bit of extra protection
possibly
before they go in stones. It honestly won't do much, but it could give that little bit extra support going into the stones. But you're right, the diaphragm would be absolutely crushed though at the same time.
Yeah. It's I don't know what sort of weights the men are using, but this seems to me to be reasonably light. So they're going to have to move fast here. 85 metres each to try and beat. Sarah's gotten off to a running start. She's going to have to work on holding that tight because she is jangling it quite a lot. It's going to start jangling away out of her hands, and she knows she needs a massive performance here. So she's up to 30 metres. Karen is back for 20 metres. 85 metres the mark to beat for both. Karen going back for her 30 metres. Sarah already at 40 metres. Can she get beyond that 85 metre mark? Karen's round for coming back for 40. Sarah has done 50 metres and is coming back to complete 60 metres. So Sarah still needs to get up and back and at least halfway down to get the event lead. 15 seconds, so Sarah's got a lot of work to do. Karen going back for 50 metres.
She can do it.
Sarah has done 70. She's going to get to at least 80. She looks like she's about to pass out, though. She needs to turn around really fast. And I think she has fallen a metre short of the time or the distance there set by Simone. So that's going to leave her waiting on some results. I think Karen has gotten 57 metres, something in that region, 56 and a half, 57 metres. So that will get Karen some decent points. A few have eclipsed that 60 metre mark now, though, in that class. So it might have her down the bottom end. Katie Foster, a very, very chalky Katie Foster.
She's taken every...
Yes,
literally every limb and her face.
There is no chalk left. Katie has taken it all. Oh, no, it looks like it's going to be Fran Polk instead.
Oh, she got psyched up for no reason. It's all right.
Okay.
All right, let's go, Liz.
Liz Aitken now.
And Fran. Let's see what they can do.
So Fran, solid pick. Liz, slow and steady. No, they're setting the world on fire with the pace, but both up to the 10 metres now. 83 metres, the mark set by Sarah. 84, the previous best in that lane, or the current best, sorry, in that lane.
Yeah.
Liz is really struggling here.
Yeah.
Actually. This could
It's quite an awkward implement though. Like, so it might be
now
light,
she's
but
working
it's
into it. I think she's
yeah.
just really trying to take her time on the
corners,
transitions
yeah.
so that she's not letting it slip down. Now she's starting to get into her work. Fran overstepping here a fair bit, but they're both at 40 metres. Now Liz going back for her 50th metre. She does look like she's really struggling now. It's dropping a fair bit for Liz, whereas Fran looks reasonably strong. She's just overstriding a little bit. Liz has now overtaken her. They're both back for 60 metres now. So Liz is going to fall fair way short. But I don't know if there's anybody between. Don't know if there's anybody between Liz and Sarah at the minute. Actually, I think the previous best might have been Emma with 60 metres exactly before Simone hit 84.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
So between Sarah and Liz, there might only be 1 point. So Sarah's going to be banking on Jolene and Genty getting something between 72 and 83 metres.
Yeah.
So and Liz is going to be hoping for the exact opposite. Liz is going to be hoping that all the athletes either go above or below. So Katie, a very quick pick there, and Jolene a little bit slower. It's bashing into her head a little bit there. She's kind of rocking around. It's not looking like the most comfortable of carries.
No.
Katie's off like a race car. She's motoring through.
I always love watching Katie with her little legs, especially with yoke and stuff. They're just so powerful and quick.
Little legs.
Little legs.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
And she's a natural 64 operator, so she does come up and play with the 73s on occasion. So Katie going back for 40 metres there, and Jolene is at the 30 metre mark.
Yeah.
She'll be coming back for 40. So Katie was at 50. I apologise. Jolene touching over at 40 metres. Katie coming
Trying to
back.
readjust.
She is at 58 metres.
Come on, Katie.
And Jolene has gotten 50.
7, 6.
Katie really struggling for extra steps here. Jolene's going to get to 60, I believe. And Jolene gets to 60. Katie, in trademark fashion, passes out. So we'll get the belt off her.
She also just catched that log as well. So
she's okay.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
She definitely had some blue Powerade beforehand.
There is a loose ball, I've just been told. So,
oh, excellent. Apparently there's a loose ball.
Out the back, behind the truck, behind the shed.
There's a loose ball out the back.
There is
Okay.
a loose ball. Might be a loose strongman out there as well, for all we know.
All right, so Katie's up.
Katie is up. She's a bit wobbly. I've looked worse on Saturday nights, though, for sure.
I think most of us have, let's be honest.
Mason offering her a trip on the trolley.
Next up.
So Katie falls agonisingly short of the 60 metre mark. Now, these are... Genty was our event winner, so she knows she needs 84 metres to win. Like I said, Sarah hoping Genty will get somewhere in the 78 metre range.
Yeah.
Annalise has not got that in a very great position. It's low and it's uncomfortable and it's going to be getting in the way of her legs. And she's leaning a long way back to support it. Genty at the 20 metre mark. She's got that in a nice spot and she's just going to work through this. She took a little stumble step there. Annalise has started to get into her work, but she's leaning a long way back. It's going to put a lot of pressure on her back. That's 30 metres done for both of these ladies. Annalise and Genty. Genty with a little bit of a lead on Annalise coming up to the
shaking her
40 metre mark. So now Genty going back for 50. Annalise going back for 50. So Genty hits 50 metres. So now she's coming back for the 60 metre mark. She's going to be trying to push as fast as she can. She touches down over there. Now she's pushing back, seeing if she can get to 70 metres. It's not going to be enough to get between Liz and Sarah.
Oh, another.
Genty is falling over. These athletes are giving absolutely everything.
Everything they've got. Their legs are gone after this.
Notice it is all the ones wearing the belts that are collapsing in heaps. So I would strongly advise against a belt in this type of event. You don't have to wear a belt in everything, and I personally think it does jack shit in a lighter distance carry. If you're walking something for 70 metres, it's probably not heavy enough to justify having having a belt on for. I don't think it's going to impact your back as much as the belt will impact your diaphragm.
Yeah. I guess everyone's got to balance that risk-reward kind of profile when they do it.
And having said that, the greatest lightweight strongwoman possibly of all time has decided to wear a belt. So
she's wearing 2 belts as well.
Yes, she's wearing a soft and a
wrap belt.
Wrap belt, not quite a hard belt though. So the hard belt is the issue. So Camila has touched down both for the 20 metres, now 30. So I think for the event win, she needs something in the 75 metre range from memory. If she gets back for 80, which I have no doubt she will do, she has won Australia's strongest woman under 73 kilograms. So she's just got to the 50 metre mark, 30 seconds remain. Here's 60 metres. She's just tapping down.
Just running it.
So if she gets up and back, she has won Australia's Strongest Woman 2025. She won't have to do the last event. She still will. And this is a cakewalk now. This is just a procession for Camila as she walks across the line for 80 metres. She's going to keep going. She's going to get to 85 metres. And she's going to actually get further than any other woman in the field has gotten. 85 metres. And fairly sure on points.
Secured her first place for sure.
I'll double check though.
Buddha, she's just won.
So can I get a confirmation Camila did win that one there?
No, the whole thing. She doesn't even need to do the last event. She's so far ahead.
He's honest.
All right, so unofficially, Camila is the 2025 Australia's strongest woman under 73 kilograms. She probably doesn't need to do the stones. I think if my maths was correct, she's now so far in front that even if she doesn't do the stones, she will still win.
But she'll do them. She loves a good stone.
She does.
Close one. So coming in at third, we have Kylie Davis with 73.8 metres.
So we're getting the fellas logs out now. These look like thick, girthy things.
Yeah, they're quite short.
They are stumpy, girthy, chode logs.
Ahead by 30 centimetres, just only 30 centimetres coming in first was Camila. Congratulations to Camila there.
So Camila did just enough to win, actually. I thought she'd gone significantly further.
Let me check there with the distances. All right. So we had 72.1 metres there for Liz Aiken.
What am I doing? I have the live scores as well.
I'll tell you.
I can read these. Keep forgetting I've got these available to me.
Which means the winner for the under 82s with 83.3 metres is Simone Jones.
So confirmation, Simone won. Second place, Sarah, but only able to get 1 point back on Liz there. Results didn't go her way, getting in between her and Liz. So a almost unassailable lead now for Liz as well. So for the boys, we have the Totem carry. So Chris with 140 kilos. James is 150. James is making light work of this 150 kilo Totem. Chris is struggling with the 140. James is making really light work of the 150. Chris has dropped at the 10 metre mark with the 140 kilo. James DeGruff is still going, and this might prove to be one of those distances that's actually a really competitive distance straight out the gate from someone who didn't do as well in the previous event. Now keep in mind, James opened heavy on the last event, so could have chosen to open 25 kilos lighter than he did, and he just drops down. That was just a very polite way to put the weight down. Now it is 150 kilos, so you don't want that rolling back on you. So you can see the level of concern there. But James finishes with a total of about 37.6 metres. So that's a good start for the boys there. Now, Chris only managed to get one length of the track, so he went 10 metres. I think Paul
unfortunately didn't quite get 10. He went like 9.5 metres.
Was it only?
Yeah.
Was it just short?
Just short.
So Paul and Justin Longdon with the 150. Paul with the 140. I think Paul will like this event. If he can get a good grip on this thing early, which looks like he has. Paulie Lost a bit of ground at the start. Now Justin's really struggling here. Justin's probably going to drop early. If he can limp to halfway. Don't lose distance, Justin. Paulie has now turned and taken the lead in the under 90 kilo men. So Justin has actually limped all the way to the 10 metre mark and then ridden the log down and just politely placed it on the ground. Paulie is moving into his 30th metre, so he's putting in a really good shot. I think this is a good event for Paul. He's got grit. He's got that sort of strength that just endures. So this is coming up to the 40 metre mark and he just can't hold it any longer. So he's using the log to prop himself up, and he'll finish with a distance of about 37.3 metres, or 38.3 in fact. So
solid effort, 100%.
That's a good distance. That's a good distance there. That takes the lead. Justin didn't trouble the scorers over the other side with regards to changing the lead. So we're going to see now Justin Heim come out on the 140 kilo log, and then Joel come out for his attempt at the 150, Joel Hinton. All right, Joel getting a little bit of support from the missus on the sidelines and getting revved up a bit by Budini. So Justin with the 140, 38 metres to beat, and Joel with 30 metres to beat on his side. Justin has completely lost the plot there with the 140, and I don't know what's going on. He's really quite annoyed at himself for that one. He does register a score. It will only be 3 metres, pretty much on the dot, maybe actually less than 3 metres. Joel has gotten to 20 metres and then put down the log, slightly unceremoniously, but it is it made it really easy for the scorers and for the loaders, not having to move the log at all. So Jordan Oxenham will be the next one out there. Akash Deep Singh will be the next one out for the 140 kilo log.
And Jordan Oxenham. Akash is on the 140 log there, being an under 90 strongman. And then we have the under 105.
Jordan Oxenham over there with 20 metres, I think, being the 30-something metres being the target to beat, and Akash with the 140 kilos. He's shaking straight away. I'm not sure if this is going to be a hugely long run. He has eclipsed what Justin managed to get, and if he can turn, he can actually beat out, and he's turned backwards, and he has gotten some distance there.
Hey. Oh no.
Both fellas are all good.
He's all right. I think he's getting a little dizzy.
Both fellas have just gone over with the log. Jordan is a bit dizzy. He keeps trying to swat away people trying to help him, which I don't think is actually the smartest idea at all.
No.
All right, so next up.
He kind of landed on his knee too, so that would be like when he fell down, the knee landed into cement as he totem the totem.
Yeah. So Paul Mamone leading with his 38 metres. That would prove to be a good distance. And James DeGraff with 37 metres. So both a very similar distance. I think that will prove to be that sort of somewhere between 35 and 50 metres, I reckon, will be a pretty decent score here. This will be one. I see little Andrew Stewart out there, I think, waiting to go. He's going to be looking for a huge performance here. If he's any chance of rattling the cage and getting his score within striking distance of a win, he is going to need to put in a huge shift.
Yeah.
How's your prep going for ASM, please?
So I've only just started my the block essentially because I was prepping for Arnold. So that prep's done and dusted, all comps done. So I had a week off just to recover, and then I started prep this week. So we're just starting.
Really experienced. Andrew, look at how low he picked that up. Peanut. That's a good start. Now, Logan, in typical Logan fashion, has just run as fast as he can as soon as he picked that thing up. He's picked it up quite low, quite high though, so there is a fair bit below his pelvis. Andrew Stewart with a 20-metre drop. He will be disappointed with that. He's going to be tied on distance with Joel Hinton, so he's going to be sharing points there. He's a bit woozy, as is Logan Day. Logan Day is going to get 25 metres, 25.4, let's call it. So Logan will actually go into second place so far in the event because
nice.
Akash Deep only would have gotten 11 metres, I think, and Logan has now gotten 25.4. So that goes into second place behind Paul. Now, I expect Tass to do well in this.
Well, yeah, he's proven that he's got that just athleticism, so he just grabs it and go, hopefully.
Yep, and if he loses blood flow to the brain, I actually don't think that impacts Taz as much as it would any
Well, he just
other
added
normal
more salts in there, so you know.
Yeah, great. So Taz, now
Nice
he works
and
his
low.
way down. That's it. Work your way down. So Tommy Winter,
Oh, he's running it.
he is, look at it, that's 140 kilos in his hands. He is actually running with it. This man just loves trees. I like trees.
He feels very safe at home with this log, that's
He
why.
does. He's cuddling it. And Tommy Winter,
Oh, another.
very athletically goes down. He has put it down at about the 14-metre mark. So Tass now with 40 metres, he has taken the lead in this event. He's going up to 50 metres now. I think this
He's
is
only
going to be
just
a
starting to slow
very
down too.
imperious time to beat.
Yeah.
He'd want to watch he doesn't step off the thing. Tommy Winter giving him a bit of help along the way as well. So Tass 60 metres now with the 140 kilo log on the turn, and Tommy Winter catches him and makes sure he's all good, undoes his belt.
Tries to.
Tries to. Tass keeps moving. Let him undress you, Tass.
When it comes to Tom Winter,
So
I was hoping he didn't get a splinter.
When you get to that point where you can't breathe, you're dizzy, you fight flights stick in, like, so that's why everyone's swatting everyone out to help and stuff, because you're
Yeah.
generally not really thinking at that point.
yeah, like I
I
said,
need air.
you have actually lost oxygen to your brain.
Yeah.
Your brain isn't choosing the smartest things for you. Now, we've seen people pass out. Harley Hughes hasn't this weekend.
That is
so
surprising.
If he's going to, this might be his time. Touch wood.
Let's touch wood, let's not do that.
I'll let Harley touch the wood for me. And we've got Roberto in the close lane to us. Robert Fasone.
He's doing
So-
quite well this weekend, I thought.
Both taking their time. He has. He's put in a good shift. Harley getting it nice and high. So with Robert. Robert could have gripped a little bit lower there.
Lower,
I think
yeah.
Harley's got it as high as he probably could have. And Robert drops right about the 9-metre mark. And it did sort of bounce back up. I don't think in a way that will impact him, but maybe his future with children, because that has sort of bounced back up and I think clipped him from the back end. But anyway, Harley now has 20 metres under his belt. 25 metres would be a really good score with this 150 kilo log. It would still get him some good points. I think he might make it all the way to 30. I don't think he's going to go much further than that. Another turn might take it all out of him. But 30 metres for
I
Harley.
reckon he'll try, though. He'll try.
Oh, he will. He will. He's going an awful shade of puce. But
At least he didn't drop this time.
He's managed to stay upright.
Yeah.
It did sort of bounce backwards a little bit, so I think he might just get 30 metres and possibly a bee's dick. But he's not going to get much more than the 30 metres. But it's still more than 30 metres. It still is that 30. And he is getting some assistance from Tiff on the way off, which with Harley is actually a kind of familiar sight. But it's unfamiliar that it's actually happened this late in a competition. It's the 7th event. So Ant Martin really needs a good shift in here. Riley Talbot might walk away with this if not abated by a really good bit of work here. So Tass set the target there with a monster score. It's not updating live, so I'm having to keep refreshing it. The internet here is not great. So in the 105s, James DeGraff's total of 36.8 metres has stood strong. The closest to it, Harley Hughes with that 30, followed by two 20-metre efforts by Andrew Stewart and Joel Hinton. So good start here for Patrick. He's looking to get 40 metres and put some pressure on the later guys in the field. Taylor with 60.9 metres there, followed by Paul with 38. So if Ant Martin can get himself up and back, he will take second place or put himself in second place.
Keep going.
No, Patrick
he's on fire.
has dropped at the 35 metre mark. So still that 36.8 metres And very surreptitiously just sort of sits himself down on the log at the end of that. So James DeGraff is still in the lead with 36.8. I don't think this total, I think this total will be somewhere more in the 35.2 range from Patrick. So he won't be able to get there and overtake the lead. Neither will Ant-Man with 30 metres. So that'll sit him a little further down the field, and that might worry him in his chances of chasing down Riley Talbot, who will know exactly what he has to do when he comes out before the end of this event.
Such an advantage to do well.
And we got Jason Midgley.
Especially for the one like this where you don't want to go further than you have to because it's so gassing.
It's lucky it's the second last event, but it's also directly before Stones. Cooking your biceps, cooking your legs, cooking your glutes and back. I expect a big shift here from Mitch Bruce Smith, and then we've got Jason Midgley over the other side, who could just be the type of unit to pull something ridiculous out on his attempt. So Mitch Bruce Smith actually seems to be struggling a bit. He's stomping around a little bit with the legs bowed. He might not be able to make the turn here. Important for him to make the turn and see if he can get down here for 20 metres. Jace Midgley has caught up, and now Jace is making his way back. Both the boys are at exactly the same point in the course. They're at the 15-metre mark. Both boys looking to make 20. Jace Midgley drops at 18.5, and Mitch drops at 19 on the dot. So both of those boys fail to trouble the leaders. And again, we see that 36.8 at the start set by James DeGraff being the dominant score. So Ben Aykroyd is one I do expect to be able to get close to that 36.8. I think he can make it up and back at least a couple of times.
Well, it's hopefully 4. Then he'll be there.
Big Ben Aykroyd on the back there.
So how was the OSG experience?
I didn't know OSG. I did Arnold's Classic.
Oh, the Arnold.
Yeah, and Pro Show. So it was a great experience overall. I had a great time at the actual Arnold's Festival. But yeah, it was not how we wanted it to go. But again, that's just how the cookie crumbles. You just got to move on, go on to your next comp.
Well, that's it. I mean, going against the best in the world is never an easy task.
No.
So both boys making their way back. Ben looks somewhat comfortable as I think one could look with a 150-kilo log in their arms. Matt Coates has slowed down, but is still continuing to power through. He looks like he might drop soon, and both drop. And Matt has followed it down, but he's going to sit at about the 22.5 metres, and Ben has gotten up to 28. So both still shy of those leaders. This is going to be a really interesting play out. So next up is Jaden Lang. Now, we didn't get the 105 scores at the end of the last event, so I actually don't know where everyone is sitting.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, actually, no, it's on the same document.
It should be on the form.
So Bryce is comfortably in front with 78 points. Jaden Lang is just behind with 71.5, 69 points to James Lation, and Izzy Barrett on 65. So there's your title contenders. Jaden would need to put in a solid shift here if he is to win this event.
Yeah.
He needs to win, and he needs to rely on Bryce falling a long way down the field, which isn't out of the realms of possibility, but he needs to start by going at least 40 metres. So Beasley picking up at the same time as Jaden. Now Jaden and Beasley making their way down. So 40 metres is that all-elusive target. Jaden seems to be stumbling already, and he's put down at the 9-metre mark. Beasley has turned around. He wasted a bit of time and energy turning, but now seems to be working into his stride with this 140-kilo log. So he's now tapping in at 20 metres. If he can get up to 30, it'll be good points. If he can get 40, it will be massive points for Sean Beasley here. He's moving up to the 25-metre mark and slowing down, but I think there is enough in the tank where if he can tap and go and get back in decent time without having to hold on to that log for too long, he might be able to generate some more points. Every step counts. Every metre counts here for Sean Beasley. He's at 10 seconds. Yep, just take it one step at a time. Every bit counts. This might be good enough for an event win. So the 35 pretty much on the dot there.
That's a solid run, that one.
Very solid run. So
Next up,
Going to have a look at where that would have sat him. Sean Beasley. Hang on, that's the wrong event. So, Tass is still so far and away in front, followed by Paul. Nobody's gotten that 38 metres yet. Sean Beasley will be just short of that. So this is Dan Guari and Lee Shaw. Or is that Lee Shaw and is that Dan Guari?
One's a bit taller.
These two look very, very similar. So Lee going nice and low. Dan trying to weasel his way down there as well. And tilts it forward slightly. Both taking their time with the pickup, which is, as you've seen, most of these guys aren't going the full minute here. They're just trying to power through. So if you're not going to be carrying for the full minute, it's in your best interest to actually take that extra 10 seconds to try and lap the log in a strong position. Now Lee, he's got 20 metres. He seems to be moving okay. 40 metres would be the event lead. Dan Guari now catching up on him. Both the guys approaching that 30-metre mark. Now Dan Guari, if he can get back, he goes into outright second place in the event behind
He's just having a little breath.
Tass. And that won't actually be enough to catch Paul Mamone. But if Lee can... No, Lee will also fall short of James DeGraff. So still in the lead after the first effort is James DeGraff. Lee falls just short with about 34 metres. And Dan Guari falls short of Paul Mamone. Still good enough for third place, but only enough for that third, not enough to jump into second behind Tass, which I think that's a distance that probably just won't be beaten.
No, not at this rate. I don't think so.
Riley Talbot here probably needs 30 metres to guarantee himself enough of a lead going into the stones.
Some of you, those in the crowd, are wondering, you can see the chalk on them. That can be used to mitigate the sweat, as it is quite a hot day and hold with the grip.
So
it is allowed.
If Riley can get back for 2 laps here, so up and back for 40 metres, I think he is a real shoe-in now to win the competition overall. That's the significance of this run. Izzy Barrett still in contention over there, and he started off really well. Can he finally be the one to beat James DeGraff with that 40 metres, or that 36.8 metres that James DeGraff has set? So now Izzy Barrett and Riley Talbot approaching the 20-metre mark. Now Talbot wants to get his foot over and then turn. 30 metres will be a good score. 40 metres will be almost enough to seal him his victory. Izzy Barrett now starting to get a little bit wobbly woozy, but still moving forward, still just ticking off metres. He's moving to the 50-metre mark, and Riley has now overtaken Paul for second place. Izzy Barrett has passed out at about the 26.5-metre mark. But I think Riley Talbot has just done enough to pretty much seal himself the title. He doesn't need a huge performance on the stones to finish off this title show. So we'll get the details of that run in now.
That must mean we have.
So Riley Talbot 40 metres on the dot. And that was 33.6 from Lee Shaw, so still 3 metres shy of that target. James Lation is a contender to beat that 36.8 metres. But as for James DeGraff, you'd feel pretty happy with that as a comeback after zeroing on the overhead event by probably just opening 5, 10, 15 kilos.
Too heavy,
a little bit too heavy and getting a little bit overzealous there. That's a good comeback event from him. So that is us all done with the 140 kilo log that's in front of us. We've just got the 150 now, and we've got 2 more athletes to go. We've got James Lachon, and then we have Bryce Burton. So I will be able to bring you the details for what Bryce needs to do to keep himself in the lead. But given it was such a poor performance from Jaden on the event, I think Bryce has a fair chance of sitting himself pretty nicely before the stones. So James has made it 20 metres, and he's starting to move actually a bit better.
Yeah,
so
it kind of took him a little bit to warm up, and now he's moving
squatting
really
down
nice.
a fair bit, but this is not out of the question for him to make one more turn and get back another 6 or 8 metres. So falls at the 31 metre mark. So he will go into third place, and with one contestant left to go, James DeGraff has that title of the longest run, still at 36.8 metres. This is proving to be a nasty piece of work, this 150 kilo log.
Just shows how heavy it really is. If 36, 37 meters is the top score.
Yes. And what has gone in Bryce's favour is that Jaden's actually going to come last, provided Bryce doesn't do less than 8.6 metres. Jaden's actually going to come dead last in the event, and only
Wow, that's really going to shake it up a bit.
only score 1 point. So he's going to drop down the leaderboard, and his chances of beating Bryce are all but evaporated at this point, unless Bryce has an absolute disaster of a run here. And doesn't look like that's going to be the case. If he gets at least over what Jaden gets,
pretty much he has now.
he has now. So there's no chance of Jaden making up points on Bryce. And Bryce looks like he might drop here before the 20-metre mark, and he has. And hopefully he's not hurt his shin there, hitting it on the log as it fell. He looks like he's okay. He's a tough cookie, and he's dropped at about the 18-metre mark. So it will actually put him a fair way back in the field. He might not have gotten in front of Jason Midgley, so he'll only have gotten in front of Jaden, Justin, Jordan, Tom, Winter. So he may actually only have placed about fifth last in that event.
Okay.
So the points standings after that will be really interesting.
Yeah, 100%.
What we will do is we might go to an ad break before the Stones, and we'll come back out and we'll give you a full rundown of all the scoring before the Stones, because it actually flips. The way strongman scoring works and the order works is it flips. So we'll be introducing the athletes in order with their scores as they come out for their Stones.
Yeah.
So we'll save it for then to give you a score update and let you know the situation of play before the last event.
Sounds good.
We are back. Final event here at Australia's strongest middleweight finals at Meatstock Bendigo. Cool changes started to come through a little bit, so it's a little less stifling in here, but still...
Yeah, that wind's coming through, which is great.
Yeah, still not fantastic, but so this is the state of play in the under 73 kilo class. So currently in last place, I can't see with the glare there, is Maddie, followed by Lyndon, followed by Fran, Tanita up on 34 points, Kylie Davis on 37, Nat Koopman on 41.5, Karen Taylor on 43.5, Katie Foster on 45, Lauren McMillan in third place, currently holding on to a podium position with 50.5 points, Annalise Bevan in second with 54, and then without having to do the last event, Camila has actually won the show already with an 18-point lead. There is not 18 competitors in the field, so Camila will win the competition without having to do a single stone. She is ready to do stones, though, so I expect she'll be trying to finish this stone series. As we look, though, through the lower placings, it is still all to play for. Right down to Nat Koopman, who can still sneak onto the podium. So she's only 9 points off.
8.5, yep.
So she'll need some things to go her way, but yeah, we can still see some changing around on the podium. I think the first stone weight is 90 kilos, 90, 100, 110, 120, and 130 kilograms.
That's a big stone.
Our under 73 kilo ladies. Quite excited to see how the field plays out here, how they all sort of finish this competition off. This is the 8th event. This is a heavy stone series. I think some of these stones that we have at the end of the series are going to be somewhat redundant because I just don't think anyone's going to lift them. This one I think will get lifted. I think the person that will lift it will be the person going last, which will be Camila. So the way the events are structured is that every event's order is dictated by the winner of the previous event. So you earn the right to go last in the next event if you win the previous one. However, in the event of the final event, the case of the final event, I should say, the order flips to scoreboard order. So the person who is coming last in the competition, who in this case is Maddie, will be going out first, and the person who is winning the competition, who is Camila in this case, has the chance or the right of reply to finish the competition. So whether you're ahead by 1 point or 18, you get the right to go last in your field. So when you win, or if you win, you're the one standing out there. If you don't happen to win, then that's unfortunate. But that is the way we work things out. So Camila will win. There is nothing that can change that now. She's too far ahead for anyone else to catch up to her. But Annalise will need to hold on to, assuming Camila wins the stones, Annalise would need to come 5th or better to guarantee herself a second place.
Yeah.
Lauren would need to come 5th or better to guarantee herself a podium finish. Okay. If Katie, Karen, or Nat want to get on the podium, they'll want to win or come second in the event and hope that everyone above them comes right down the bottom,
yeah,
and loses. So likelihood of that is pretty slim, but not zero, never zero. So first out here we have Maddie. She will be attempting the stone series starting at 90 kilos.
90 kilo stone there for Maddie.
So she's over the top of this one, and it's quite a high bar there. So what you're going to see is the athletes struggling to get all the way over, trying to get that extension up as high as possible. Maddie's getting rock and rolling that stone side to side. She's not quite far enough under that stone to pick it up. Her hands weren't quite under it, so I'd spend a little more time if I was her rocking and rolling it, getting her fingers underneath that stone so she can actually wrap all the way around it. So she's not trying to squeeze a 100 kilo stone. She's trying to actually get under the stone.
And then pick it.
And not looking like it's quite there at the minute. She's going to reposition it. 10 seconds here.
Unfortunately not today. Right, she's still got 1 point on the board.
She did. She's going to receive a point for that. Mason said 60. Yeah, that's what Mason said. All right, out comes Lyndon Beattie.
Mason.
Okay, we're just clarifying the timing on the event. So Lyndon, long limbs. She's gone straight in for that 90 kilo stone, gets it up and over.
Nice. Good extension there too.
Yep. Being a taller athlete, you've got to sort of take advantage of these events. But again, just not getting far enough around the stone. Trying to rush maybe a little bit, trying to get herself some extra points at the end here. Not a huge fan of overlapping the hands on the stone. I like to get a little bit more purchase and try to maximise the surface area I have touching the stone. She's wondering why she doesn't hit her head on that low bit of the crossbar there. She does sort of get a long way over the stone, a long way under that crossbar. She's not taking really enough time to roll it side to side.
Let's make some noise for Lyndon Beattie.
So
let's bring it on.
When you're trying to lift a stone, you want to rock it side to side and see how far under you can get your hands. She's just going in and dropping in and dropping in and dropping. She can't get under it.
Pretty much want to crush your fingers borderline. Like you want to get right under there.
You do. I always say you should try and get a little bit of that rubber in the quicks of your fingers.
Yes. Yep.
If you're winding up with that rubber in the quicks of your fingers, you're doing pretty well. Especially with some of these smaller stones, you do need to get a long way under them. With the bigger diameter stones, there's only so far around them you can get. But some of these smaller stones, you do need to sort of roll one onto your hand and then get your other hand under there. So Fran, very correct and proper technique to get that one first one over the 90 kilogram stone. 100 kilos coming up next. She's very low in a squat position here.
Yeah, but it works for her. Yep. Nice and easy pick there.
Get it over.
And a nice extension there. Really good. So this to take the event lead. Lyndon did 2 stones. Maddie did 1. So I'm not sure the speed with which Lyndon did hers because there will be split times. She's doing a better job of actually getting under the stone.
There we go.
And she did now. She lapped it. You can see how far her hands were around that stone. So she's done a much, much better job of actually getting around it. Now, does she have the extension here? This is all about triple extension. You need to explode up out of this squat position and be able to hug that stone into you. She's got 10 seconds and cannot complete that third stone. So 2 stones successful for her. We'll need to go to split times to see whether or not she managed to beat Lyndon. Coming out for the next attempt, looks like it's going to be Tanita Northcote. So just going down, making sure all of the stones are correct.
What you want to do when it's a speed comp like this, you want to get as many stones as you can as fast as possible. So they've got to be right at the start.
Yeah, well, it does depend on your game plan. I mean, a lot of the toss-up will be, do you go for a fast 3 or do you go slow and try and guarantee yourself the 4th? If you try to go for a fast 3 and stuff up or fumble and risk taxing yourself too much for a 4th, but I think for the most part, 4 stones will win the series, or we'll at least get a top 3 result in the series. Now, it might not be the case for this weight class. I think it definitely will for the under 105 and the under 90 men, just because I know the weights of those classes, and I think that they will challenge that. But this is a 120 kilo stone. It's a huge stone for Tanita to be lifting. She's not quite got the extension here. She's run it into the bar there. Wasn't quite able to get under it, but she has timed out 3 successful stones for Tanita.
Still a great effort there from Tanita Northcote, and the first one to lift the 110. Next up we have Kylie Davis.
So Kylie Davis now. 3 stones lifted by Tanita Northcote.
Done the old duct tape job as well. Love it. That's how we do it around here. Saves the forearms.
Do you wrap your forearms?
No.
No?
No, for me, the wrapping is just one more variable that can possibly go wrong, and I try to eliminate those as much as I can. So I go shirtless and I don't wrap. It's a very fast first stone.
That was, Which then you see that her tapes come down.
There you go. So that's exactly the reason I don't do it, because it's just one more thing, whether it's sleeves or tape or sports tape. It's just one less thing that can possibly go wrong. So I just suck up the hair loss and the skin
bruises,
loss. Yep. Lose a bit of bark.
Come on.
So this third stone here for Kylie, 110 kilos. Looks like she is going to struggle with the grip there. She's a little bit back of the hemisphere of the stone. We've got the perfect angle of this.
Yeah.
With Atlas stones, you need to be exactly on the hemisphere of the stone to lift it. You can see every time she goes to lift it, it's rolling forwards out of her hand. She found the hemisphere of it then, but isn't going to be able to get
it.
At that stage, she was a bit too tired and fatigued, and her legs had really straightened out, and she wasn't setting the hips down properly enough. So, do you wrap your arms, or do you just?
I do. I use vet wrap.
Yeah.
Only because in my other way, I guess, if you don't want any variables, I find that sweat or a little slip or you can't control that. Do you know what I mean? So I figure if I have a grip shirt on, I know that my chest will be nice and grippy. If I have wraps on, I know that my forearms will be nice and secure. But yeah, this gets personal preference on who and how you do it.
Yeah, I've always only ever done stones without, so it probably is just a matter of having never done them with anything on. Anytime I've tried to put something on, it has just rolled up or slipped up. So
well, that's happened to me where I tried with just the
really good
shirt.
effort there for that stone.
She had to really work for that one.
Push that over. Got a lot of extension.
Yeah,
Flying up
on the crowd.
120 kilos here. The extension on that one was tough. She managed to, no, doesn't quite get it high enough to lap. This is that diameter of stone that for somebody that size can be really, really difficult to lift. So she's got 10 seconds. She's not going to make the lift here.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time.
Manages to get the lap, but not quite the lift. So Nat'll bow out. So far, 3 stones proving to be the sticking points.
Yeah.
So
I'm really impressed that these bedazzles have stayed on.
Yes, yes.
She hasn't lost one.
It's actually incredibly impressive.
I want to know what glue she uses.
Yeah. Maybe it's tacky.
Maybe.
No, I would not be putting tacky on my forehead.
Not that close to your hairline, no way.
Right, here we go.
I need to preserve as much of my hairline as I can. So, Karen Taylor, seeing if she can break that 3-stone hiccup or hump that everybody else seems to be having. It laps that 100-kilo stone.
You can hear Tyson coaching from the back.
Yeah, you can always hear Tyson coaching from the back. He was saying yesterday he's got 17 athletes competing this weekend between him and Lee, and he's doing a bulk of the actual coaching.
30 seconds remain.
So 30 seconds for Karen. She's got plenty of time. Does she have the strength in the legs to be able to keep the hips down enough to get this in a good position to lap?
Oh, there you go. Tip from Tyson. Get your hands under her and crush him.
That's it.
Make some noise here for the last one. 110.
Oh,
It's funny. Great minds think alike. Tyson telling her to do exactly the same thing as we've been seeing with some of the athletes. So Karen will do the 2 stones. So the substance you see on the athlete's hands is called tacky. It's like a tree sap that we use to allow us to grip heavier stones. We could do stones without them, but we want to do heavier ones, so we use the tacky. So it makes for a lot of cleaning afterwards and a very messy set of clothes. So you'll see a lot of the athletes have actually changed clothes into
they're tacky. Their
tacky
stone
clothes.
lifting outfit, pretty much.
Some stuff that is just the perennial stone lifting stuff that they don't.
Just floated up.
That has. Katie still has a chance of hitting the podium here, so this is going to be an important one for her. She's really got to try and work on building up that 3rd stone to try and get those extra points. She's not going to manage it
she's
there.
gone.
And she's out. She'll be okay. She's just run out of oxygen there. She's still applying tacky. And Cam's called, referee Cam has called time on that. That was her second pass out of the day, so that is generally the rule. If you pass out twice in a day, that's you finished.
Yeah.
So,
Just a safety. As much as our sport is very, let's get it done, we also want our athletes to get to the next comp.
yes. So, Lauren McMillan.
Interesting, no belt at all.
No.
Lauren McMillan.
I don't wear a belt either for stones.
Not even a soft belt.
No.
Very nice.
I've never found I need it. You know,
100 kilogram
the
stone.
way I think about it is basically, you know, the most I'm stone lifting is 200. You know, deadlifting in excess of 300. So we're talking, it's, you know, 60% of my 1 rep max.
Yeah, okay.
All right, there's Lauren with a third stone. That's a fast third stone as well.
We're on to the 120.
She really needs this number 4.
Make some noise, ladies and
She can
gentlemen.
get this number 4.
25
She
seconds
can put some
remaining.
pressure on Annalise for second place. If she puts this stone over, I think she's already done enough actually to solidify her podium spot. But
She's happy with that.
she's now just put herself in a position where she's absolutely going to be on the podium, but now she can definitely see herself coming second. So we only have Annalise and Camila left. Now Camila will, I assume, do all 5 of the stones.
Successful with the 120. She'll be very happy with that.
That is a very good
All right.
and sound assumption.
Next up, we have Annalise Bevan.
So Bev needs to get at least 3 stones here to hold on to second spot for sure. And I think, let's have a look at the incoming data. So yeah, if she gets 3 stones, she will hold on to second spot. Sorry.
Okay.
It's
She's
not.
lining up the 4th, so she might be aiming for the 4th, but let's see how she
I
goes.
think she would be.
All right, here we go. Annalise Bevan.
So
90 kilograms.
the belt has just come off.
And lost the belt.
Almost like clockwork.
I love it. I've never
All
seen
of
so
these
many malfunctions since
equipment
I've
malfunctions.
talked to you.
I'll put the Moz on it. So this will basically seal her spot at second for the competition. So
Nice.
Australia's second strongest woman under 73 kilograms for 2025 will be Annalise Bevan. She's gotten into that 4th stone really quickly, so she's going to put some distance on it if she manages to get this stone up and over the bar.
Up.
It's moving up.
Yes, come on.
Can she? No, she can't quite.
So close.
That's-
I always hate watching that back bend, hey, on that
Yeah.
position. It makes me like nervous.
Let's
Yeah.
see the crowd. Make some
And I
noise.
don't think she's going to manage to get this one here at 8 seconds.
6, 5.
She's done enough
Done
to
enough. She's done enough.
definitely done
exactly.
enough to finish in second place, I believe. Especially if Camila gets a 5th stone. If Camila gets a 5th stone, then I'm 100% certain
Right, next up, we have
Annalise will have done enough.
She's eyeing off that 130. Prepping it up.
So Camila, 5 stones ahead of her, doesn't need to do any of them.
But being the athlete that she is, she'll aim for all of them. And as fast as she can.
She will. So Camila now just to round out yet another year, and
One
she just one
motioned it.
motions it. Goodness gracious me. A second
is
one
so
motion.
strong.
This is stupid. This is really silly at this point. So she's finally decided to lap a stone and gets clear height over there. Now this would take the event win because she's definitely done it faster than Lauren McMillan. And then just to put an icing on the cake,
Yeah.
because why not?
Last event, why not? Exactly right.
Nobody's even remotely close to Camila right now. This is
In this field,
outrageous.
yeah.
And there we go. The lightweight queen of Australia does it once again.
37 seconds. Congratulations to Camila with another event win.
So that is that. I think your podium will be Camila, Annalise and Lauren. So pretty much in exactly the same order as we saw them coming in. We're going to move to the under 82s now. So they're going to have 5 minutes to warm up. So these are where the scores are at the minute. So everything is still available.
Ooh, yeah, it's still close.
To win, Liz needs to place 5th or better. If she places 6th and Sarah wins, Sarah can still win the competition. Simone can still sneak into 2nd place as well. If Sarah places 4th or worse and Simone wins, or if there's more than 4 places between them, Simone can place up to 2nd. Genty and Simone, obviously, pretty much whichever one of them wins this event will win the competition. It will have to come to count back if, for example, Genty was to come 4th and Simone was to come 5th.
You have to count back, yeah.
It would have to be a count back because they would be tied on points. So what a count back means is they will go back and see each athlete's performances. Whoever has more first places will win the competition or will get the placing above the other. If it's a tie for the most amount of first places, so I don't think that's actually the case. I think Simone's won 1 event and Genty has won 2. So in the case of a countback, Genty would actually take 3rd place over Simone. So
Simone really needs to put some distance between her and Genty then.
She does.
Yeah.
She does. She needs to just beat Genty. So it's a pretty simple equation there between Simone and Genty. Whichever one of them has a better run wins the podium spot. Not out of the equation for Jolene to make it onto the podium, but quite unlikely. She would need Genty to place 6 spots below her, or Simone to place 7 spots below her, which isn't going to really happen. So I actually don't think there is 7 spots to place below. So
there's only 6, so yeah, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah. It can happen actually. I realised what's up there is irrelevant, but yes, it can happen, but very unlikely that Genty or Simone are going to place 6 or 7 places below Jolene. So the podium battle is still alive, and Sarah can win. Sarah can still win the show. If she wins the event, if she comes out and blasts it and Liz makes some mistakes, which Liz does not very often do, we could see Sarah hold aloft the title. So these ladies are going to have a few minutes to warm up. We are going to go to an ad break, I think.
Let's do it.
We'll throw an ad break on just to give the ladies some time to warm up, and we'll be back in time for the event. All right, Sally Kubler up for her go on the stones. We've got 110, 110, 20, 30, and 40 kilo stones. 100 kilo stone goes up over the bar there for Sally, so she's on the board in the stones event.
Let's make some noise so she wants to hear.
She wants a bit of excitement about it.
110 kilograms.
She's quite a fun athlete to watch. She's always dancing, always smiling, always getting on the crowd.
So
Bring it up.
there's number 2. She's pumped up there. 120 kilo stone. This is the one that proved to be sticky for the previous weight class. Proved to be the tough one as their 4th stone. This is their 3rd stone. A little bit too far forward on that stone. She's egging on the crowd now. She's really getting stuck into her work. She has probably not got too long left. 60 seconds goes fast and not quite there. So she's stoked with that as her first performance here at Australia's Strongest Middleweights.
All right. Next up, we have Hannah Lassie.
So Hannah, quite cleverly, I think, chose to avoid a couple of events, so she might be a bit fresher than some of the other girls. Chose not to do the overhead, the dumbbell on the first day. So Hannah digging in under the stone there. Gets the 100 kilo stone to her lap. And
good extension.
Gets it up
she
over.
can't touch. She has to reset,
Oh, so close.
She didn't manage to get that up and over.
Plenty of time, guys. Go and make some noise.
She's got plenty of time to still get this rep up and over. After an effort like that, it's very, very hard to come back and do.
Just pure instincts then, just unfortunately grab the bar on her. Just got to not grab it.
Yeah. So for those don't know, you can't grab the bar. You can rest the stone on the bar, but as soon as you grab the bar and start pulling, you can't do that. You're going to need to put the stone down and redo the rep. So you can't pull the stone in against your chest with the bar sort of thing. So she probably won't get the rep here. She's going to keep trying right until the bell. But I don't think this one's leaving the ground again.
Oh, she's
close.
No biscuits, unfortunately.
So she will take a 0 in that event there.
We have Stacey Antonovich.
So Stacey, let's see what she's got on the stone. So she's got 14 points. Probably a little bit too far back to climb any further than she already is.
All right.
But put a good effort in on the stones, and who knows what could happen. So the first stone, 100 kilos.
It's a nice, easy pick.
Yep, and a good extension there. So she's over with the 100 kilo stone, 110 kilos now.
Ooh. There we go.
So she's got it in the lap, the 110 kilo stone. Stacey.
Just dropped down.
And it dropped down, yep. So what you look for in a stone, Alira, you noticed it. So
yeah.
It's that you want to keep it really high on your chest. Yeah. As soon as it drops down, you're trying to load the stone over a 1.2 or 1.3 metre bar with your stomach. You want it sort of up on your sternum, as high on that chest as you can.
Just caught it there.
So that you can just tip it over rather than have to sort of roll it up while you're extending. You want to just hold in that high spot.
It's very hard to get it out of that position as well. So once it's dropped, it's next to impossible to actually load it.
Yep. So we're going to move on now to Hayley Galea. So she can increase her standing by at least 1. With a good stone run here. She's on 27 points. Ahead of her is on 30 points. And
nice, easy pick
she gets
there.
that stone. She seems really stoked with 100. She seems really pumped up with getting that 100 now. The 110 kilo stone. She's got a good extension there and just isn't quite able to capitalise on getting it up really high.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Hayley Galea. 25 seconds remain for the 110 kilogram stone. Up. Oh.
No. It's very, very hard. Once you've made that extension to then try and lap it and go again. She was so close. If she had have maybe leant in a little bit, she could have braced up against that that bar and been able to push under the stone, but everything sort of happened so fast there.
When you're in the moment, you don't think about stuff until you look back and you're like, I shoulda, coulda, woulda. And you're like, bugger.
Emma Breitbart.
So Emma Breitbart coming out here. She'll be, she's on 30 points, so one stone would solidify her place, but she's probably a little bit too far away to catch up to that next pack.
Yeah.
Excellent work there with the 100.
Second stone, this 110. She's put in a good performance all weekend, Emma.
Yeah,
so
no, it's been quite consistent.
She's on
Yes.
the 120. Kanem. All the way up, all the way up.
Nice extension. Push it through.
and she gets it up and over.
That's the 120.
Yeah, you're right. So her points, she zeroed the dumbbell and the deadlift, but then since then has gotten 7, 6, 6, 5, 6 points for each of her events showing. So very, very consistent there. Fourth stone as well, 130 kilos.
9, 8, 7,
She's fighting it. She's fighting it and doesn't quite manage to get there. I think she's all right.
She's good, yeah. It's always that shock afterwards as well. Like, you don't know if you're actually okay.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't help that the stone rips your skin off as well.
Congratulations on the first three. They were really good. All right, next
So
up, we have
now still in
Jolene
contention
Bengali.
vaguely for the podium is Jolene. So if she was to be able to get all of the stones up and over and put herself in a winning position, then there is a chance she could win this stone, put herself back on the podium.
Okay. Let's see if she's got it. Interesting, she's got like the double wraps almost, like calf and knees.
Yeah, protecting the skin there, I guess.
Begins right now.
So Jolene with a 100 kilo stone. And just gets a little bit
Come
far
on, Jolene.
back on
100 kilograms.
the centre of the stone. Far forward, sorry, you're up. Then loads over, gets a nice extension then and gets that 100 kilo stone. It's not going to really be about time for her. It's going to have to come down to getting that fourth and or
110
fifth
right here.
stone. And just bobbles out, so just a couple little mistakes here for Jolene.
There's plenty of time, 30 seconds approximately.
Just
Unfortunately,
gauging
it's
how
quite far back as well. Like, you'd want to look forward
Come
more.
on, Jolene.
Yeah,
Oh, King's
I agree,
back up
but
a
I
little.
think at this point she's just a bit gassed. The powers come out of the legs after those two sort of failed attempts.
There's 10.
So she's got 10 seconds.
8, 7.
She wants to get this one over. We'll see how powerful her extent. Oh wow!
Nice.
Yeah. So once she gets it to the lap, it's a foregone
fine.
conclusion, but just getting it to the lap, that's the issue.
Important points. Next up, we have Genti Marici.
So Genti, she is in fourth place.
Okay.
So the situation was that she needs to beat Simone. If she beats Simone, she will place ahead of her on the podium.
Bloody oath.
She's got 2 event wins, so if it comes to a countback, if Simone comes 1 place behind her, Genti will win the 3rd place and Simone will fall to 4th because of the countback. Whereas Simone, her job is simple, just beat Genti.
Yeah, 100%.
With this stone
You don't want to
series,
leave it to a
it's
count back. You want to make sure you've got it.
120, 130,
Yep.
And finishes on a 140 stone. With 60 seconds completed.
So Genti, let's see what she can do on the stones here. First rep is up and over. And the other person who will be watching all of these very keenly is Sarah Halifax, because she needs Liz to place 6 places below her. So of all the people that have loaded these stones, she needs Liz to place behind at least 5 of them.
Liz is pretty good at stones, though. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's possible, unfortunately. So,
The likelihood is very slim. Genti, though, making a good effort out of this one. Gets that one to her lap.
25 seconds.
Still got 25 seconds, so she can get this one up and over.
Nice.
And she has time to lift the last one here.
We have
130 kilo stones, 15 seconds. She'll struggle to get it over in time. That's not going to go high enough, unfortunately. Just picked slightly too far forward on that stone. But 3 stones in 45 seconds is a good score for her.
Yeah.
So 3 stones in 45 seconds is the mark Simone needs to beat to maintain her spot on the podium.
I haven't really seen Simone post any stones. I'm not really sure how she'll go with this one.
No.
Have you seen?
No.
I haven't seen any.
I haven't, actually. So
Simone Jones, the Queenslander.
if she gets 4, she knows she's done it.
Yep.
If she gets 3, she's got to go back to the times and hope that she's either ahead of Genty or that Genty is more than 1 spot behind her.
Okay, that just cleared like an extra foot. Doesn't need to.
Yeah, that was quick. If she gets this stone up quickly, she's solidified the podium.
Nice.
So that's in the lap nice and quick, and she's really quick. And she has done it, and I think that will be enough to solidify her spot on the podium. Yes, it will be.
Yeah.
So Simone will at least podium. She can still place. She can still place second. She needs a slightly less of a miracle. That's a good fight. 10 seconds to load this stone over the bar.
6, 5, 4, 3.
And not quite there for Simone today, but
grind though. That
guarantees
was
herself a spot on the podium. Now she would need, she's probably in first place right now, but to move up on the podium she would need Sarah to only hit 2 stones, I think, and hope that she does it quite slow. So
Do you mean third place? She's on 3rd place now?
She's on 3rd place. If she wanted to move up to 2nd place, she would need Sarah
okay, yeah, I see what you're saying now,
to have issues here. So Sarah, if she gets at least 3 stones, I think she guarantees herself that 2nd spot. She's going to want more than that. So I think Sarah
100%.
needs to get all 5 stones here to make sure she puts enough distance between herself and Liz that there is still a chance that she can win this show. So she's 4.5 points behind Liz. So she would need Liz to place 6th. If she makes this 4th stone, she's winning the event. So she would need Liz to place 6th behind her if she was to win the show.
Doing well.
30 seconds remain here for Sarah Halifax.
Sarah with the 130 kilo stone.
Nice.
She loads this. She has a chance. And she's loaded it. Now 140 kilos. Will she have time? I think she's got the strength. Judging by the 130, she's got the strength. 15 seconds. And it doesn't look like she can pick it up. It's not going to be
today. That's okay.
So, after her 4 stones, we will look at the situation, how much Liz needs to do to retain her title. So,
interesting to bring the tacky to the platform. I haven't seen that. Have you seen that?
I reckon I probably have at some stage.
Always just seen the little blobs on everyone.
Here we go, Liz.
So I think if Liz gets 3 stones, she's won the show. I can't actually tell because the data hasn't been put in just yet. Oh, here it is. 2 stones. So if she gets this 3rd stone, she has indeed won the competition. If she misses it, however, Sarah wins.
Liz has got it. Yeah.
And that's it. Liz has done enough to win the competition.
30 seconds remain.
Yes.
Come on, Liz. That's it.
And just to make sure of it,
20 seconds remaining.
Liz won't know herself if she's done this. Now she will. She'll be able to figure out now that she has done enough to retain the title of Australia's strongest woman under 82 kilograms. The strongest woman in Australia for 2025 under 82 kilograms. And we'll see her and Sarah back at Australia's strongest woman in May.
Yes.
So May 10th, 9th and 10th at Sydney Showgrounds. Australia's strongest man and woman open weights and lightweights. So we'll get the scores for the under 90s up on the screen. So really interesting here. To win the event, Riley Talbot must place no lower than 7th and hope that Dan doesn't win if that is the case. That's pretty much the most likely outcome, unless Riley is to place right down the bottom of the field. Anth Martin or Taylor could stand a chance of winning, but the likelihood of that happening is pretty slim. The likeliest situation is that Riley is to place in the middle of the pack, 7th or lower, and Dan wins the stones, and he can still win the event.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Anthony and Taylor stack as well, to who's actually going to get that 3rd place.
I'm going to go on stones to Anthony. Anthony's a huge stone lifter, but Taylor is as well. So
yeah,
it's going to be a really good showdown between those two, and they might even be able to pip Dan as well for 2nd place.
But even Matt's only half a point behind them, so yeah, who knows?
He is too. That's a really tight leaderboard there.
Yeah, the top 3rd, 4th and 5th could be anyone.
Yep. All right, we are going to leave you for now while the boys warm up, and we'll be back shortly with the event. All right, under 90s are coming out. This is Chris Doreen. Let's see what he can do.
I love that his shirt's kind of matching his hat.
Yeah. Enjoying that. And loads that first stone easy. 140, 50. So that was 140, so 130, 40, 50. This is the 150 kilo stone. Oh, just a slight slip there. That's a bit better. And gets it up at, no, tragic.
Bugger.
Tragic, just does a spin on the bar, doesn't quite get up and over.
30 seconds remaining there for Chris Doreen.
Still got 30 seconds. That's a good amount of time. And he's managed to get the stone back into his lap. Good mobility down in that squat. He's spending a bit of time down there. Managed to get the stone and not quite, unfortunately, on that stone. I think that was his best crack at it, that first one that he had. 10 seconds won't be enough for Chris here, so he will have to be happy with the 2 stones that he lifted.
3, 2, 1, and time.
And he did give it a fair crack at the end there, but unfortunately not enough. So next out, looks like it's going to be Logan Day. A few of these boys milling around here, but Logan Day will be the next one out. So 2 stones in a reasonably quick time, the mark to beat.
Why don't we take the headphones out? Excellent. All right.
Okay, Logan Day. It's not really going to make much difference to the state of the scoreboard here, but he'll want to finish off with a strong showing here. So Logan gets that first stone, that 130, right the way over that bar.
Nice and high too, good extension. Yeah.
The 140 falls.
140 has gone.
For the 150.
So
let's see who's got
150 kilograms.
150 here.
There we go.
And doesn't quite have enough purchase on it. I don't think it was a strength issue, it's just a purchase issue.
Yeah, picked up easy that time.
All the way up, mate, come on. 15 seconds remaining.
Here he goes. And no, not quite. Not quite. Gets the extension, but he was just a little bit too far away from the bar, and he will time out. So, moving on, we're going to see Robert Fasoni coming out.
It's Robert Fasoni.
Let's see how he goes.
We'll grab a towel there.
Just cleaning the stones up.
Yeah. Yeah, at this weight, you don't want anything extra on there that you're not knowingly picking up.
Yeah, so with the tacky, it just picks up everything. So if there's dust, if there's sweat, if there's hair, your tacky's going to pick that up first. And as soon as your tacky's picked something up, it's rendered pretty much useless.
Yeah, 100%.
So Robert Fasoni with the first stone. He's a long way away, but he manages to get loaded over. That's the 130 out of the way. 140 now. And that goes over too. He's still loading them from a long way away.
Yeah.
See if we can get the 150 here. Break this little deadlock that we've seen so far with Chris and Logan on that 140 kilo stone being the max number. 150, he's got the extension. Can he get it up and over?
Come on, mate.
This was exactly what happened to Chris as well. He had it so close.
20 seconds remaining.
20 seconds, he's still got a good amount of time, but it's how much fight do you have with a 150 kilogram stone after you've just had that sort of tussle with it.
Yeah.
He's pretty strong on the pick.
Come on. 5, 4,
5 seconds.
3, 2.
And
Not today.
Everything went into that last attempt. So that will be 3 for 3 of getting the first 2 stones. Like I said, I think that 3rd and 4th stone will be pretty pivotal in deciding points here.
It's a cash dip.
I don't know if we're going to see anybody lift the last stone. So Akash Deep, he'll be approaching the stones next. He has 41 points. He can sneak up the leaderboard a significant amount here if he has a really good run. So Akashdeep, he's starting a long way back from that stone.
There we go.
Yeah. I personally don't like that big
130.
fall. A nice little fall's plenty when you got that much weight on your chest.
Oh my.
Yes.
That was less than pleasant to watch.
Especially from this angle.
Yeah. From where we're sitting, that was not good. But he made it, and that's all that really matters. There's no pictures on the scoreboard. He'll have a pretty quick first two. I don't know if it'll be fast enough to be considered better than the other boys that have just gone, but 150 would definitely see him up there. So let's see if he can manage to get this over. The others have gotten close, but they haven't managed. And he's going backwards with it. And
10 seconds left.
10 seconds. I don't think he's getting this stone. It's probably a wise move from him. So we will be going down to times. So 4 for 4, just with that 140 stone over the bar. So there's this time they took to get that 140 stone over the bar will be what considers or what decides, their placing. So Justin Heim,
It begins.
he can also move his way up the leaderboard with a good run
Finish
here.
on 180.
Let's see.
1 minute to complete it.
Let's pick that up like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Pops up like it was nothing.
Yeah, strong deadlift on Justin. He performed, I think his best performance was in the deadlift where he came second. Came second in the grip event as well.
It's kind of unusual popping technique at the top though. Like he was like,
Yeah.
he kind of lets go of it. Let's bit
Yeah. He
game.
sort of thrusts forward with his chest.
Yeah.
So that's the first 150 kilo stone we've seen loaded in this men's under 90 kilo
Make some
class.
noise for Justin Hine. 160 kilograms.
160.
So close.
That technique that you were talking about let him unstuck there. He sort of tried to throw it over, and you got to stay attached to the stone sometimes because you can wrestle over with that stone if you don't quite get the extension. But
Especially if it's near your heavier or near your max, like you don't know if you're going to get it or
close,
not.
but no cigar. But still takes the event lead there. So he's had a good weekend, Justin. He's had some events that really kind of let him down, but he's also had some events that prove that he can be a problem here. So Paulie now. So Paulie, there's a three-way fight here to see who can wrestle themselves up into sixth. Paulie would love seeing himself up in sixth, I think. So he'd need a really strong performance here.
130 kilos to start off with.
So he monsters that 130,
Yeah.
gets it nice and high.
He does get nice and high on his chest.
140 next.
And he's nice and close to it too, which some of the other athletes
he's got the
are further
140.
back.
Does he have the 150? Come on, guys. He wants some
Pulling on the
else.
crowd.
He's been good at that all weekend, Paulie, getting everyone involved.
Can't pull. That's
So
it.
Paul,
Pull it in.
he's got that 150 in the lap now. The
30 seconds
extension
remaining. Make some noise for Paul.
is where Paul was struggling with the previous two stones, but he gets it.
Nice.
Excellent.
And I think
Gets
he's
it.
pretty bloody happy with that.
20
Yeah.
seconds left. Will
So,
he go for it, guys?
Paul would
I
love
think
six.
Richie,
They need
he'll
the
give it a
guys
shot.
behind him probably to not be able to get that third stone.
And 10, 9.
Well, he's not going to get his
8,
160 here. He's just not going to have time.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And he's just giving it a cuddle there at that point.
Give it a hug.
There you go.
He
He's
likes
up on
to
the
get
thing.
up on the thing.
He is game. I would be so scared of someone breaking an ankle or something getting up like that.
Well, he's already finished competing.
Well, true.
He can break stuff. So Paul was on 45.5 points. 46 points, Sean Beasley. So if Sean's slower than Paul, he can sneak up a spot. If Sean's faster than Paul, he can hold Paul off. So still a little bit to play for these three guys, Paul, Sean, and Mitch Bruce Smith.
Time is running.
So we are on. Mitch Bruce Smith gets the first stone, the 130 up and over nice and quickly. I think he wants to put any chance of Paul getting ahead of him to bed. So second stone.
This is 140.
Monsters that.
Yeah, he does.
Very nice for Sean Beasley.
I feel like he's been in his lifting shoes, like his deadlifting shoes, the whole weekend.
Yeah, just the Converses.
Just the Connies.
150. Let's go. 100.
He's fired up here. Those were 3 really fast stones.
Yeah.
Noise for Sean Beasley.
He can push himself up into 6th as well.
Get it up.
Oh,
Make some
nice
noise.
lap.
Come on.
No, doesn't quite.
160 kilograms. He has 20
Not quite.
seconds remaining.
20 seconds. He still has one more attempt, and unlike the others, he didn't fight for that one. He kind of just got there and then didn't, so he can still use a little bit of energy here.
10, 9, 8.
Not there today, but 3 stones in fast time.
Yeah, that was a pretty fast time.
So,
All
to
right.
hold his spot, Mitch Bruce Smith
Let's bring our
needs
next
to
competitor
hit
out.
at least 3
It's
stones in good time
Mitchell
or 4
versus
stones.
Steph. All the way from WA. Biggs is Texas himself.
So, Mitch Bruce Smith. Been impressive all weekend.
Yep.
He's waiting for the call. They're just clarifying
All right.
something. All right, time is on for Mitch Bruce Smith. He wants to get at least... Oh, no. The tacky has
Yeah, a little bit
completely
of seconds
slipped
there.
off on him.
With the 130. He's got plenty of time though to bring himself back.
And he's got the 130 over the bar there. 140 now.
Take your time, Matt.
Now this could help some of the athletes a bit lower there. And that just stuck to the platform there, and that can happen by the end of the stone runs, is that stone sticks to the platform. He's really having a bit of tacky trouble here. And it looks like maybe the hamstring's a bit done as well. So he's going to drop some spots there, which would be disappointing for him. Now, we have the first guy that can challenge for that top 3. It's Matt Coates.
Matthew Coates.
Oh, yes, 0.5%. 0.5
0.5 of a point.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's sitting on 60.5 points behind Taylor and behind Anthony on 61.
Right.
So a good performance here required if he's going to stay on the podium or get on the podium. Very jacked operator.
Yeah.
There we go. There's Matthew Coates with 140 kilograms.
So 140 goes over pretty easy. I don't think 150 is going to be much of an issue. Can he be the first one to load that 160
Let's go,
over the
160.
bar?
I reckon he
Come on,
can.
mate.
Yeah.
This would be big for his title, or not title hopes, but hopes of getting on the podium.
160.
Now,
Does he have 180?
the 180 stone, the 180 stone, the big stone,
Come on, make some
20
noise
kilo
for
jump.
him.
Come on.
There's a big
Let's
size
go,
jump.
Matt. Guys, we got him.
He's
Lapped it.
lapped it.
180 kilograms.
Strong lap. Now, does he have the load? Looks like he could. No, not
so
quite.
close. He has
Just got stuck around chest height. Not quite over.
He'll call that there, but that's made a really, really good good push for him
Yep.
to get onto the podium. He needed half a point.
I just received a Snapchat actually saying that they don't mind the view. Thanks, Annie.
All right, so Ant Martin also on 61 points.
That 4 was really fast too, so they're going to have to do a four fast and try and get the 5th as well, because he
Yeah.
did that quite quickly.
Yep. They're going to need to back themselves. Ant seems to have his right leg taped.
He had that in the Totem as well, so I'm not sure when he did it, but yeah, he seems to be taping his
He
leg.
did it in the power stairs, I believe. I saw him.
Okay.
I think I saw him limp off after the power stairs and grab his right hamstring. So that might hamper him here.
Hopefully.
That's a fast 1.
Very comfortable, very quick here.
So he needs a fast 4 to give himself a chance of getting on the podium after that really, really fast time there by Matt Coates. And that's going to help this 160. He needs to get it and then needs to give himself a chance at the 180.
Yeah.
Make some noise for him.
And gets the 160 over. So I'm not sure. He won't want to leave it for down to time. This is electric in here. The crowd is getting super fired up, super into it.
It's packed in here.
So Ant Martin, can he get the
Nice fight
180
getting
into his
in.
lap? He's fought that all the way into his lap. Now, can he make
15
this?
seconds remain.
He's got one crack at this.
10,
Nah.
9.
Just got
Spat him
shot
back
out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that hamstring looks to be really bothering
Oh,
him
yeah.
quite badly now. So we'll hope that that's all right. Just a bit of cramp, hopefully. And Tass now has to stake his claim. Now, Tass is a good stone lifter, so this is going to come down to the wire.
Big Taz. Ka-chow. George of the Jungle.
Let's try and find these stone times.
Likes long walks in the beach. And up trees.
He's really branding his treeiness, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it is his
Tarzan,
job.
Trees.
So, Big Taz. Let's see how he goes.
So that was the fastest time through 3 stones there for Anth Martin. So Taz, if Taz wants to get onto the podium, he's going to need to do it really, really fast through 4 stones.
Yeah.
Fastest time through 4 stones so far was
He's being
Anth Martin.
pretty quick.
Come on, Taz, 160.
He's not breaking. He's literally going straight in for it.
He needs this now to go fast.
Come on.
Oh, he's got it.
He
He
might
did
have
it.
just done it.
160,
He might have just done it in time. Now the 180 would solidify a spot for Taylor on the podium. If Taylor can get this stone, this 180 kilo stone, he will sit on the podium. He will sit in at least
Go to his
third.
lab. Nah, not
No,
today.
not going there.
10 seconds, he's calling it there.
Those 4 were fast though. That might
Yep, we will
not
have
out.
to see.
And yeah.
We will have to see because it's really just whoever out of him and Anth Martin.
Big Taz.
He can push into second if his time's fast enough, and Dan Guari misses out.
All right.
So Dan's the only one that can really get in and interrupt Riley Talbot. So if Dan wins this event, if he loads that 180 stone and Riley comes further down the field, now with 3 guys having done the 160 stone, that's a little bit more likely.
Yeah.
So for anything to really change with the scoreboard, we would need to see
Let's go, Dan.
Dan Guari load the 180 kilo stone.
Okay.
130 goes over. He's in no rush here. He's clearly not trying to go for the fast stone. He'll have to load that 180. And Tass has just missed out on the podium. I can confirm it will be Anth Martin in that 3rd place.
Yeah. Okay.
Possibly second. Possibly second because that was
25
that was
seconds
pretty
remaining.
slow, and he might have actually given up enough points to for Anth
kilograms.
to come in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Big
Unless he knows he can get it.
Guari. He's got it to
Oh.
lap. Oh.
No, it's not
He's
quite.
okay. I think he's just getting a little bit. All right, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So we'll have to go to the score sheets there. He might have slipped into 3rd place there. We will have to actually check that.
All right. Next up, we have Riley Talbot.
So he's definitely got the 4th fastest time of the stones. And Ant currently in the lead.
160, and the final stone.
So Ant will be taking, as it stands, 16 points, and Dan will be taking 13 points. So that has closed that 3-point deficit. So it will actually come down to a count back, I think. If I've done my maths right, Anth Martin and Dan Guari will have come exactly even on points. So he needs to get, if he gets the 4th stone, if he gets the 4th stone, he's definitely won the show here.
Okay.
So that's a pretty simple equation in front of him. Lift that 160 stone, win the show. 150 moves over.
It's getting nice and high too. He's getting lots of clearage.
For the 160 kilogram stone. Yes. Come on, mate.
And this for the win. This to win the show. And he gets
Yeah,
it.
he's got it.
And Riley Talbot for the year 2025 is the under 90 champion. The strongest man in Australia under 90 kilograms.
He gets some vital points. He was very successful with the 160 kilogram stone.
That is our under 90 kilo category concluded. We have one more category. So we'll quickly give you a preview of the 105 men. Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, look how close it
Oh
is.
no, Bryce has let his lead slip. So Bryce 2 points ahead of James Lachon. Izzy Barrett only 9 points behind, and then Jaden Lang 11.5 or 10.5 as it is actually 11.5 for Lee. It's all to play for still, and look at this podium as well.
Harley, pretty much everyone, the what from third to what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth. Kind of really has contention potentially of pushing through.
6 or 7 could really get on the
Yeah.
podium depending on what happens. So it's all to play for in a few minutes now. We're going to go to a break, and then we will see you back here for the final event, the conclusion of this show, the under 105 kilogram stones.
How exciting. All right, we're back with the under 105s with Jordan.
So 150 with the first stone, 200 for his second. 200 for his second, 200 for the last one. 150 for the first stone. I've been delivered a beveragino. So this is a 170 kilo stone.
We have 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds. He's still through the first two. It's going to be a long field here.
Yeah,
And that's a really good lift there from Jordan. 170 kilo stone. A few years ago, that was the fourth stone in the Arnold series, and a stone that only two guys in that Arnold Classic actually lifted.
Yeah,
I
wow.
believe.
Okay.
So the standard is crazy now. We've got guys at the end of an 8-event show coming last in said 8-event show, lifting that 170 kilo stone. Back when I competed at the 105 Arnold in 2019, Tyson and I think myself were the only two to load a 170 kilo stone.
Joel's got a minute to win it. With 150, 160, 170, 180 and
Just shows how much growth there's been in the sport then if that was
insane.
standard
And
then.
even in the just within this 105 division, just to get top 3 in a stone event, you have to be in a dumbbell event, you have to be pressing 100 plus.
Yeah.
What the hell?
This is body weight for these guys.
How are we dealing with this at this point?
Yeah.
These guys having to press body weight dumbbells overhead just to place top 3 in the event. Not quite there.
It's got spat out.
Spat out, and it's helped itself to his knee sleeve too. 30 seconds here. 30 seconds to Joel. It's a strong lap position. Gets really low. Not often you see that technique. That's a better effort. Oh, so close. And Josh Pataka, fastest drawer in the West.
Yeah, he literally just ran.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good wheels, Josh.
8, 7, 6, 5.
That was Australia's Strongest Man 2023 that made his way out onto the comp floor to save the stone.
For the last 2 days. All right, we got Frosty. There's Tom Winters.
We got Daddy T.
I tell you what, do a flip. We'll do a flip after.
Right.
If you get the 200, you'll do it. All right.
Fairly sure. Tommy's saying if he gets 200 kilos, he'll do a flip. I'm fairly sure his PB is about 160.
Okay,
so it's an outside chance. I don't know what's going on.
No, just verification of something.
All right.
I think Cam is just getting grumpy. He's at the stage of the day where he's...
The 150 stone right here for Tom
Okay.
Winter.
Oh no, that's stuck to the platform.
Come on, Tom.
Like you said,
You
it's
can
that.
see the amount of taxi
Yeah.
coming off that platform on that 150 stone. A little stumble there for Tommy. Staggered stance.
Come on, Tommy.
So I'd say the flip is probably off the cards.
I would, agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Let's make some noise for Tom Wieners. Come on, mate. 150 kilogram stone.
150 kilo stone.
Everything.
He gets up but doesn't quite manage to get the height on it.
25 seconds remaining.
25 seconds still on the clock. Still a good amount of time for Tommy. He can still make this stone and finish off on a high.
This is the last event.
One of the nicest blokes in the field by far.
10 seconds.
Always got a smile on his
8,
face.
7, 6, 5.
And that's going to do him.
No flip, unfortunately.
No flip. So, Australia's strongest woman in 7 weeks' time.
Yes, 7 weeks coming up fast.
So, what are the events you're looking forward to?
I love a deadlift, so hopefully I'm looking for the deadlifts.
50 kilograms here for Justin.
I really love stones as well, so I'm hoping to see the stones, improved from last year. The only one I'm really not looking forward to is Monster Dumbbell. Just not a good event for me, but...
So close for James DeGraff here.
100%. But other than that, I'm just looking forward just to go. I always love the atmosphere. It was so much fun last year, so having to do that all again, obviously.
Yeah. It was wild, honestly. That auditorium is something else.
30 seconds remaining there for Juzzy.
We counted, and there was about 1,500 people in that auditorium. And
Oh, you can feel it. You can feel it.
honestly, there's probably about
20
400
seconds
people
remaining.
watching in
Makes
the back
some
of this
noise for
random
Justin
shed
Longman.
in Bendigo today.
Let's go, Juzzy. At 10, 9.
He's at 10
8,
seconds. He's fighting.
So close.
6.
Not quite, but Justin
Excellent work there
makes
for Juzzy
a
Longman.
good effort there.
It's going to be interesting for the women this year because we've got the two that were in the top 3 last year. One is obviously on mat leave, and the other one retired. So there's some wiggle room
There is some wiggle room.
this year. And we've got heaps of new faces as well, so that's going to be interesting as well. See how that all stacks up.
Yep. Katie Blunden will be competing, but coming off a win at the Arnold Amateur. So
that honestly was the best thing to watch.
She's now a pro, yeah?
Yeah, she's pro. So she would go to the
Technically,
actual
she's a
Arnold
pro.
Classic and versus actual the pro women next year on the main
so-
stage.
All right, here we go.
Throw it down with Inez and
Yeah, Lucy, Lucy,
Lucy
Inez, Sam, like all the big names in strongwoman that we all aspire.
Andrea Thompson.
Yeah.
Jace Midgley gets a second stone over. Gets a little bit of purchase on the throw too. Poor old JJ has to go retrieve it.
All right,
170 kilo stone here
Let's
for
go,
Jace Midgley. He's got it to the lap.
25 seconds remaining. 170 kilograms.
Got some height.
All
Oh
the
goodness!
way.
Oh
spat him out.
Getting spat out, boy.
And sent him back through the banner.
Don't use your
All
foot.
right, you got 10 seconds left.
Photo,
And
quick.
a little photo up there for Jace Midgley. He's been fantastic all weekend, actually. He definitely surprised me on a couple of events. Had a good lot of momentum going through from the grip event and then
Come on now, Paddy.
the Fingers. First event today, what did we have? The power stairs. He had a good showing there as well. So really impressive weekend from Jace Midgley. Yeah, it's a wide open field in both the men's and women's at Australia's Strongest Man and Woman this year.
Yeah.
With no Geordie either.
Yeah.
Geordie Osborne with his eyes on some international competitions. So
Here we go.
Josh
This is what we're training
Pataka would be the favourite to reclaim his crown, but got Big Mac, you got Brenton Stone, who's
You got Bradman as well. He's
Bradman's looking large
training
and in charge.
Exactly. His training videos are insane.
He's an alien.
160.
So Paddy is monstering through these stones, pounding them into the ground. And also a bunch of newcomers to the ASM circuit. And you can never count out Ryan Rulis either.
Yeah.
Ryan's got a fantastic set of events at ASM.
They do definitely do favour someone on the more lighter end as well.
Well, yes, because the overhead events are both jerks, are both the dumbbell and the split jerk. Don't necessarily favour the big, huge, bulky guys. The deadlift obviously usually does, but being a deadlift for reps, it's not necessarily hugely weight dependent. So Paddy gets 3 stones. He gets the 170 kilo stone over in good time. Here comes Andrew Stewart. He didn't have the comp he wanted to, just with that tricep injury. So he has. He told me what happened. So he heard it during the dumbbell, and then after the Fingles finger, he was contemplating doing another rep, and then he felt the short head. So the head that is closer to the front of the arm. He felt that head contract and basically rip up. So it's he doesn't think it's too bad of a tricep injury.
Just threw that. Very shot-putted that one.
He does have to be reasonably explosive because he is so short, and this is how he's always lifted stones. But Andrew Stewart, Peanut, for a good while, held the Australian stone record. I think Rahn only beat it very recently. So this is a little bit of a throwback, and this is a little bit of a sign as to what might be to come with Andrew Stewart back in the field. This is the 180 kilo stone. Peanut, and he's up and over.
Like it was nothing.
For a very diminutive man, this is super impressive. Incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
He's got 10 seconds. He's lifted the 200. Not quite.
He's calling there. Congratulations.
But yeah, with the tricep in question as well, that was really impressive.
He's actually got it taped up. Like they've just gone with some electrical tape for Andrew Stewart.
It's really just the pinnacle of strongman. Yeah, she'll be right until later.
She'll be right.
Let's just get through the comp first.
So we'll get the point standings for everyone here. Coming into the last event, Ben Aykroyd now. He's currently in 8th place.
Okay.
So 8th place, 62.5 points.
So you can have a penny up or penny down.
So that was 58.5 points there for Andrew Stewart. I think he will climb actually from 9th place. I can see him popping into maybe the top 6.
Yeah, okay.
He was actually a fair way off, but he could see some of the guys at the top fall down if they don't get that 3 stone or that 4 stone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for him. It's 170
Ben's put on a lot of muscle this year too, actually. It's good to see for Ben. A little bit of a fake with it. Let's see if he can get some purchase.
Get it up.
Fight with it, Ben. Fight with it, Ben. Not quite there. Just got it slightly the wrong side of the bar. If you had have got it a little bit, 10 seconds, I think this will do for Ben. So Ben will drop down in the placings after that result. Unfortunately, he will drop further than 8th, I believe. Next up, we have Harley Hughes.
It's the people of the strongman. It's Harley Hughes. Come on out, mate.
I've been training at their gym recently, so it's always fun to watch Harley get in the zone and get aggressive with it.
So you're based in Victoria? Or?
At the moment, so I move around a lot. So in Victoria for the year and then back to Canberra next year. But so at the moment, just here and I've pretty much been bouncing around gyms for the last 24 months. Just pretty much been everywhere. So yeah, currently at beast mode.
Yep. We'll have to have you come down to next level fitness in Noble Park before you head back off.
Yeah,
interstate.
Here we go.
Have a little play.
Yep. We'll have a big old lifting party at some point over there.
Yeah, okay.
We've got a bunch of strongman equipment
35 seconds
we brought over.
170 kilograms. Let's make some noise.
So Harley with 170 kilos. He wants this.
Come on, son.
He's 7th place so far. He'd love to sneak into the top 5.
70 kilograms.
Yeah,
He
nice.
does so. He gets it. He loves it. Signature celebration there from Harley. The hands up.
180 kilograms. 10, 9,
180.
7, 6.
Not there. He's called it.
Still 3
Harley
stones, good.
hasn't passed out all comps, so that honestly is a huge win for Harley. He's got through a whole competition without passing out.
Well, does that mean he's not working harder than he normally does?
I would
Or he's
say
just-
so, yeah.
Or he's just worked out how not to faint.
He's getting soft in his old age. He's actually he's on the decline. No,
He's going to hate hearing that back.
I know, yeah. It's all right. I've said nice things about Beast Mode Cartel, so he can't be too mad about it. He did actually have an incident earlier today that did threaten to derail his day when he applied some sort of heat cream to his back and his whole back lit up. It was some sort of ice spray, and his back had a huge reaction to it. And he was left on a chair. This is a really fast start from James DeGraff.
Yeah.
He's gone on the full clothed approach. We've seen an incredible amount of male nudity leading up to this point, but James DeGraff has decided to change that rhetoric.
Yep. Got a bit of calf on to show us about it.
That's it. Still wearing the Pikachu socks.
Yep.
It's our man.
You have 30
Let's
seconds
see
remaining, James.
if he can go from Pikachu to Geodude.
Guys, make noise. I can't hear you.
Not quite there. Don't know if this stone's going to leave the ground. It's a 180 kilo stone at the end of the competition.
Yeah.
That's brutal. At the best of times, 180 kilo stone sucks, let alone at the end of a competition. I don't think he's going to get
comp
it.
up. Yeah, it's a big ask.
9.
We have stupidly heavy stone runs here in Australia.
We do.
We have stupidly heavy stone runs and we have dumb heavy yokes. The yokes I'm on board with because that's my jam.
See, I hate a yoke. I hate that crushing feeling.
All right, so that's James McGrath going there.
I just like the the basic nature of it. Just pick thing up, run with thing.
I am ape.
Yeah. So when they said at Holzfella that rather than do a 470, do you mind if we just go to 500? I was like, absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah,
but our stone runs and our yoke runs are world renowned for being ridiculous. I think at OSG they probably topped out about 180 kilo stone. I don't think they would have done a 200. And the yokes sort of sit around like that 350, 360 range for classes like the 105s, whereas in Australia they're sort of around the 440 to 460 range. So Lee Shaw, he's currently in 5th place.
He's got that pop as well. Top.
Lee's got a really nice stone technique to watch. The rock back and then the pop.
Yeah.
It's a really repeatable technique as well. There's no excess movement. He doesn't bounce, throw. He has one trigger movement. And he pops it over.
180 kilograms.
180.
Yes.
Extension good. No.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
20 seconds.
The slips, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, and that'll do Lee.
Those three were fast, though, so his first three were pretty quick.
Yes. All right. The first of the guys with a real shot at winning the show, Jaden Lang. If Jaden can get all 5 stones, he puts himself in a real position to win the show. If he doesn't get all 5, he probably doesn't win the show.
Right.
But if he can get all 5 on the board, he is still on the cards to win the show.
Is he a good stone lifter? Have you seen him do the 200 before?
I think I have. I think he's done a 200 before, but I'm not sure.
Here we go, Jaden.
I might be remembering somebody else.
Yeah, the kind of.
Yeah. When you do a lot of these shows, they all just merge into one, especially by the stones.
Yeah.
So Jaden Lang with his 170. This is a really good run here. 170's up and over. 180 in good time would give him the event lead.
35 seconds remains there for Jaden Lang with 180 kilograms. Can I hear the crowd? Please make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for 180
So Jaden Lang.
kilograms.
He's fighting for a spot on the
Jaden
podium
Lang.
here as well. No. He's stepping backwards.
Yeah.
Just lost his balance a bit there. So he's going to try again, but again, it's on that 3 stone. 3 stone.
Oh, bugger. It's good effort, but yeah, just unfortunately his balance was off.
Yep. So we'll have a look at the times. I'm expecting this to be quite preposterous because we've seen so many people get that. So between Jaden, Lee, unreal, and James DeGraff. James DeGraff, the fastest through 3 stones. Obviously, we saw Andrew Stewart get through the 4th stone, so he's currently leading the event. But James DeGraff, 19.01.
Yeah, wow.
Got through that 4th stone, that 3rd stone. Lee Shaw, 19.24 seconds. Got through that 3rd stone.
160. Nice.
Jaden Lang, 19.24.
Stop it.
Dead heat.
Oh my God.
Between Lee Shaw and Jaden Lang, 19.24 seconds through the 3rd stone. 25.05 for Andrew Stewart, so that doesn't really matter. And Pat Griffiths, 27.79. Now, is it Barrett?
Yeah, Barrett's
He has the 4th stone in lap.
Come on, Iz.
Now, he's struggling to get it in the right position here, but a load here would be massive for his chances.
80 kilograms.
It's moving, and it's not going to get there. We're going to have to go to the scores again and see what this has done to the times.
All right.
That was also quite fast. It'll be interesting to see. I can't believe how some of these than Jaden's
a bit
scores.
slower there, 24.49. So he's currently sitting in 5th place in the event.
Lewis. They're calling you.
All right. This is James Lation. Now, he is the best chance of beating Bryce. Bryce is currently 2 points ahead of him. So James Lation needs to put a really good shift in here. We do need probably to see 180 kilo stone from James. That's going to give him his best chance. He's not going to do it fast enough here to put himself in the lead with 3 stones, so he needs to get 4.
Yeah.
He absolutely needs his 4th stone. I don't know what Bryce's stones are like, but James, that's a 170 stone. That's quite a nice lift. And he gets it over. Now the 180, all important, 180 kilo stone.
1.3 metres is very tough, so he's making good work of it. So let's make some noise with
James Lation.
There's 15 seconds remaining.
180 kilos. It's lapped.
It's lapped. I'm on.
It's lapped. 10 seconds. He needs to go. He needs to go. He needs to.
Yes.
And he's done it.
For the win.
He has done it.
Excellent work there.
Yes.
So now Bryce
180 kilo stone.
is going to need to place no worse than 3rd. If Bryce gets a 180 stone, it's going to be, I think, a countback or a 1-point Bryce win. If Bryce takes any longer than 19 seconds to get through 3 stones and fails to get into that 4th stone, James Lation wins.
Oh, all the pressure. Let's go.
Did very well overall.
I love when a competition comes down to this. That is the situation, ladies and gentlemen.
It's great having the leader from the start, but it's what's more entertaining is this who's going to win kind of scenario. You never know.
So Bryce Purton, does he go fast 3? No. He's going to try and make sure. 150 stone. That didn't look convincing.
No.
Did not look convincing. That's a bit better of a pick. Now, does he have the load here? Oh, just, yes. 170 now.
170 here.
Now, he needs to get the 180 now.
Pick's great.
At this point, he needs the 180 stone. If he can get the 170, and it looks like we might see James Lation come from behind and win this show. Doesn't look like Bryce has much left. He's stumbling around. He'd need to hit 2 stones. So James Lation will be the under 105 Australia's strongest man. James Lation has done enough. Ladies and gentlemen, he is your new 105 champion now. Bryce only got 2 stones, so he might have actually done not enough to hold podium.
Yeah.
We will have to go to the times and the scores. But there is a chance Bryce has actually dropped off the podium. He's definitely not won. The winner is going to be James Lation, but Bryce may have dropped off the podium. We're going to have to look at those results.
Let's have a look at him, yeah.
So we're going to come back with our trophy presentation in a few minutes. We're going to go to an ad break now, and we'll come back with our trophy presentations.
Middleweight.
Congratulations to all our athletes this weekend. They have been fighting it out, battling it out, and it has been an amazing weekend to watch for the middleweight series with our under 73s, our under 82s, our under 90s, and our under 105s. So we'll have our presenters come out as well, Mr. Dannett and also Miss Carol. All right. So starting with our under 73s, we have coming in. We'll just bring them out. Also, I want to explain quickly a award that we had for our Flintstone press. Now, this event was actually sponsored by Rolly Mats, and they also helped sponsor for the trophies this weekend as well. So whoever got the heaviest Flintstone press was actually awarded the Rolly Flintstone Press Award. So starting with under 73s, we had Camila for the Rolly Flintstone Press Award. For the under 82s, we had Genti Marici. Then with our under 90s, we had Riley Talbot. And that means with the under 105s, it is Bryce Purton for the Rolly Flintstone Press Award. Congratulations to these four athletes. Thank you so much to Rolly Mats as well, sponsoring. It helps grow this sport, and it also makes these cool little, makes it good for the pool room, eh? All right, guys, get a photo together. All right, guys, jump back out. I think I'll be seeing you again. No worries. All right, so thank you very much again, Rolly Mats. Next, I'm going to call out the entire weight class. The entire weight class will come out. So with the under 73s coming in with 8.5 points is Maddie Heath. Then with 24.5 points, it's Lyndon Beatty. Then with 33.5 points, it is Fran Polk. Then on 40 points, it's Kylie Davis. Then ahead by 1 point with 41, it's Tanita Northcote. Then at 48.5 points, we have Karen Taylor. After that, on 49.5 points, it's Nat Koopman. Then coming in at fourth with 51 points, it's Katie Foster. So now we come up to our podium with 60.5 points. Coming in at third, it's Lauren McMillan from New South Wales. And that means with 63 points, coming in at second, it's Annalise Bevan. Which means ahead by a whopping 20 points at 83 points, it is the Camila, our new under 73 Australia's strongest woman. Congratulations to Camila. Another one for the pool room. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our under 73 ladies and our podium. Congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our under 82s ladies. So, with the under 2 ladies, coming in at 13 points, we had Hannah Assey. Then with 14 points, it was Sally Kubler. Then with 16 points, it was Stacy Antonovich. Then 30 points, it was Haley Galea. Then we have on 37 points from Queensland, it's Emma Breebart. Then edging ahead on 46.5 points, it's Jolene Van Gordy. Which then means coming in at fourth with 54 points, it's Genti Marici. So then we come to our podium with 57 points. Coming in at third all the way from Queensland, it's Simone Jones. Which then means at 62.5 points, it's our local Victorian. It's Sarah Halifax coming in at second. And edging ahead by 3.5 points with 66 for a total. It is the new under 82 strongest woman, Liz Aiken. Amazing work here from our under 82s. Jump up, Liz. All right, a round of applause for our under 82s ladies. It's hard getting off that platform with the tacky. All right. So that means we have our under 90s strongmen. So with 26.5 points, we have Chris Doreen. Then with 34 points, we have Logan Day. Then with 39 points, we have Robert Fasoni. Then we have Akash Deep Singh with 43 points. Then with 48.5 points, it's Justin Heim. Ahead by one with 49.5, it's Mitch Bruce Smith. Then with 51.5 points, it's Paul Manwan. Then with 54 points, it's Sean Beasley. Now, with 72 points, it's Taylor Kosoria, Big Taz. And ahead by half a point with 72.5, it's Matt Coates. Now, with 74 points, we actually had two fellas on 74 points. We had to do a count back, and we worked it out. So with 74 points, it goes to Anthony Martin. Coming in at third, that's where he is. Which means coming in at second with 74 points as well, it is Dan Guari. So that means coming in at 79.5 points, the new Australia's strongest under 90 middleweight champion, it is Riley Talbot. A big congratulations to Riley, well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our under 90 strongmen and our podium. It's a long way down, Riley. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that means that we have our under 105s, gentlemen. I'm going to call out everyone out to here. So, starting with 34 points, we had Jordan Oxenham. Then, with 35 points, it was Joel Hinton. Then with 39.5 points, it was Charles Van Niekerk. Then with 40.5 points, it was Tom Winter. Then with 48 points, it was Justin Longden. And that means with 55.5 points goes to Jason Midgley. Then we had 68 points for Patrick Griffiths. Then on 68.5 points, it is Ben Aykroyd. Then we had 74.5 points for Andrew Stewart, Peanut. And that means on 79 points, we had Harley Hughes. Then on 84.5 points, it's Lee Shaw. And edging ahead by 1 point on 85.5, it is James DeGraaf. And that means coming in at fourth by half a point ahead of James there on 86 points, it is Izzy Barrett. Sarah comes up to our podium with 86.5 points, only half a point ahead. Coming in a third for Australia's strongest under 105, it's Jaden Lang. All right. Then on 91 points, coming in at second, it is Bryce Purton. Which then means on 97 points and our new under 105 Australia's strongest man, it is James Leshon. Excellent work there from our athletes. Jump up. James, you belong at the top. A round of applause for our under 105s and our podium. Congratulations, gentlemen. Excellent work. No worries. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to make a quick mention firstly that we'd like to also thank all our sponsors. We have Quest Infrastructure. We also have City Strength, SPD, Stand of Cement, Bulk Nutrients, Official Strongman Games over there in America as well, along with Official Strongman. We also want to thank the crew today that help out. There are also guys behind the scenes that you don't see but work out a live stream. They're working hard. You don't see the scorers. Then you have our referees like Tiff and Cam. And then you also have our commentary team, our timers. These guys make this sport happen, along with our loading crew there at the back. JJ, Tim, thank you so much there as well. Also, thank you so much to Tiff and Mason, both being directors of Australia's Strongest there. All right, guys, we'll start off very soon with it. I believe that is it. Let me check. I think that's it. Thumbs up. Mason, all good? No worries. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in for Australia's Strongest Man for Middleweight Series 2025. We will be going very, very soon. We will see you in Meatstock, Sydney for Australia's Strongest Man Heavyweights and Opens. And also, we want to thank very much Official Strongman. We'll see you on the next broadcast.